Beginning Latin, Lessons 4 and 5 by John Edmund Bars, read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Lesson 4. The Genitive. 34. Subject omitted. When the subject of a verb is a personal pronoun, he, she, it, they, the subject is generally omitted in Latin, unless for the sake of emphasis. By reference to the footnotes to 31, it will be seen that the termination t is equivalent to the singular pronoun he, she, it, and nt to the plural they. Thus, habet means he has, she has, or it has, according to the rest of the sentence. Similarly, habent means they have. 35. Review exercise. All the words of this exercise have been given in vocabularies 2 and 3. 1. He has many friends. 2. They have broad swords. 3. She sees many Romans. 4. Few towns have many gates. 5. They have few gates and small ditches. 36. Genitive. This is the name given to that case in Latin which corresponds to the possessive case in English, and also to the objective with of. The endings are as follows. Declension 1. Singular, I. Plural, arum. Declension 2. Note, masculine and neuter nouns in declension 2 end alike in the genitive. Endnote. Singular, e. Plural, aurum. 37. Exercise. Write the nominative, genitive, and accusative, singular and plural, of filia, daughter, numerus, number, telum, missile. 38. Exercise. Copy and complete the Latin words in the following phrases. Words which have already occurred are not given, and must be supplied. 1. A number of small missiles, tel, second neuter. 2. A great supply, kopi, 1, of grain, frument, second neuter. 3. Lack, inopi, of money, pecuni, both 1. 4. Of a number of large provinces, provinci, 1. 5. The daughters of many friends. 39. Exercise. Write in Latin after memorizing vocabulary 4. 1. Is he not besieging? Note, see footnote 2 to 31, endnote. The walls of the town. 2. They see the lieutenant's supply of grain. 3. Have the towns a great number of gates? 4. They see the Romans' lack of missiles. 5. The Roman province has a large supply of money. 40. Rule 4. A noun used to limit or modify another noun is in the genitive case when the two nouns do not denote the same thing. Lesson 5. Reading lesson. Minerva. Minerva estea. Footnote, est, is, and sunt, are followed by the nominative in Latin as in English. See lesson 12 if fuller treatment is desired at this stage. End footnote. Statua est Minerva, victoria estea. Minerva et victoria sunt deae. Graecia est terra, Attica est terra. Graecia et Attica sunt terrae. Minerva habet Galliam. Minerva habet Galliam et hastam. Minerva portat victoriam. Victoria habit coronam et alas. Statua terram ornat, statuae et arae terram ornant. Puella deas laudat, puella pia rosas portat, puella aram marmoriam ornat, flamma splendida deam delectat, coronae marmoriae aram albam ornant. Minerva est dea magna, hasta longa et Gallia aurea deam magnam ornant. Terra statuas albas et marmoreas aras portat. Unda est valida, undae purae oram altam pulsant. Herbae et olivae terram ornant. Oliva est iucunda, statuae marmoreae sunt pretiosae, Galeae aureae sunt splendidae. Attica non magna terra est, sed clara. End of Beginning Latin, Lessons 4 and 5, by John Edmund Bars. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in Oxford, England.
Elegantiæ Latinæ, or Rules and Exercises Illustrative of Elegant Latin Style, by Edward Valpy. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. Elegantiæ Latinæ, Excerpt, Chapter 1, pages 1 through 12. Elegantiæ Latinæ, Chapter 1, of the choice and elegance of particular words. Quinam igitur dicendi est modus melior, quam ut Latine, ut plane, ut ornate, ut ad id quodcunque agetur, apte congruenterque dicamus. Cicero. Elegance, according to its derivation from eligere, consists in the choice of the most appropriate words and expressions, and in their composition and clear and perspicuous order. It depends chiefly on the usage of the best Latin writers. When, therefore, the scholar has selected those words which are appropriate in their meaning to the sense of the subject, the next thing will be to consider whether they have been used by the best writers of antiquity. But let it be premised that no word can be elegant or beautiful in itself, in its disjointed state, but merely as far as it strengthens, connects, or illustrates the subject, or at least as far as the Latin word conveys in its true meaning the full force of the English expression. It would be absurd, therefore, to use at random the first word which presents itself, without considering whether it is appropriate to the sense. As in saying that the good man is cheerful and resigned at the hour of death. Though traditus signifies resigned, that is, delivered up, it does by no means express the English meaning, and therefore it would be necessary to search till a proper word offers itself for resigned, in the sense it bears in this sentence, which is tranquil or contented. In investigating, then, the true and proper signification of words, it will be necessary to understand each different sense in which they are used. And if the scholar acquaints himself as much as he can with their etymology and original meaning, he will be enabled to write purer Latin, and to avoid many Greekisms, obsolete and barbarous words, and those which have too great an affinity to the English, introduced into use by several modern and inelegant writers, as impossibilis, impossibile, etc. Should the Latin, however, not furnish a word sufficiently elegant or fully expressive of the English idea, or if the force or dignity of the subject requires it, it may be necessary to vary an expression by means of a short periphrasis, or of a phrase instead of a simple word. But in the choice of phrases, care must be taken that they do not convey more meaning than we wish to express. Thus, in saying that mothers embrace their infants, though ruere in amplexum is sometimes a very good phrase for amplecti, yet who would say matres solent in amplexum infantium ruere, when the simple word expresses the idea so much better? And though inflammatum essa ira is often used for irasci, yet it implies much more. And it would be absurd to say scripsit ei pater Paulum ira inflammatus, for Paulo iratior, rather angry. Again, though utor is sometimes elegantly used for the verb habeo, yet in its meaning it must include the use as well as the possession of any thing. We should not say, therefore, avarus utitur magnis opibus, if we wished merely to say avarus habet magnas opes. In short, the sense or the context must be considered very minutely and accurately before the scholar is enabled to judge of the propriety or the elegance of the corresponding expressions. These few preliminary observations will be sufficient to show the necessity of selecting such Latin words and expressions as convey in their full force and meaning the true sense of the English. Nothing indeed is more conducive to the purity and elegance of the Latin language than a happy contexture of elegant Roman phrases or forms of speaking, used by the best and purest writers. With these, therefore, the learner should be directed to store his memory, and be taught how to use them in his own composition. For effecting this essential purpose, which certainly requires time, diligence, and observation, it is advisable that the scholar should write down daily whatever Latin phrase and elegant form of speaking he may occasionally meet with in his lessons, and give a weekly account of them to the master. That excellent little book, Valpy's Dialogues, should also be put early into his hands. These should be thoroughly learnt and well imprinted on the memory, as the phrases and forms of speech are collected from the purest writers. It will also be necessary to observe that there are many peculiar modes of expression or idioms in the English, which can only be rendered by adopting some Latin phrase or using such a variation as will best suit the Latin style. These will be gradually exemplified as the scholar proceeds through these rules and exercises. For instance, send me word by letter. To use a literal or rather barbarous expression, we should say mitte mihi verbum. To speak true or elegant Latin, we should say fac me per litteras certiorem. I am short of money. barbarously or literally, brevis sum pecuniae. Elegantly, deficit me pecunia. I should be loth to have thee beaten. I will make them friends. He made as though he wept. Such expressions on the very first view carry with them the appearance of English idioms. It would be therefore absurd carelessly to say essem invitus habere te percussum, etc. But with a little care and judgment, and by considering their real meaning, it will be easy to give them a turn which may answer that meaning, and to find out a corresponding Latin expression. Thus we shall say, I should be loth to have thee beaten, non lubens committerem ut vapulares, that is, I would not willingly give cause that. I will make them friends. Redigam eos ingratiam. He made as though he wept. Simulavit quasi fleret, or se flere. And so on of phrases in general. Thus again, I will make good, that is, supply, supplebo. He made much of me, i.e., he treated me well. Comiter me tractavit. He makes much of himself, i.e., he indulges himself. Sibi or genio indulget. You make game of me, i.e., you laugh at me. Ludis me, or ludibrio me habes. You can do much with him. Tu multum apud eum potes. You know what account I make of him, i.e., how much I esteem him. Scis quanti eum faciam. I will have nothing to do with your friendship, i.e., I renounce. Renuncio tuae amicitiae. I have my brother to entreat, i.e., my brother remains to be entreated. Restat mihi frater exorandus. Thou mayst, as far as I am concerned, licet tibi per me, thou mayst be gone for me, licet habeas per me. To be well spoken of, bene audire. What trade are you of, i.e., do you pursue? Quam artem factitas. To ask the advice of any one, i.e., to consult, consulere. You are sure to be punished, i.e., a certain punishment awaits you. Certa poena te manet. Be ruled by me, i.e., listen to me. Ausculta mihi. I am not in fault, i.e., blamable, or I am free from fault. Vaco culpa. Let him lose, be made to go without, his supper. Multetur cena. To be sick of a disease, fever, want, i.e., to labor under. Laborare morbo, etc. Besides a great number of phrases which are derived from the particular forms and customs of the Romans, and which a more intimate acquaintance with Latin authors will soon render familiar to the scholar, as to sell by auction, hastae subjicere, with good or ill luck, bonis aut malis avibus, to marry, ducere uxorem, etc. And so on of phrases in general. This shows at the same time the absolute necessity of attending more to the sense than the words, and of suiting the expressions accordingly. Many English sentences may appear very difficult and intricate, and sometimes at first sight scarcely susceptible of being converted into elegant and at the same time appropriate Latin. These sentences the scholar should be directed to read repeatedly till he understands perfectly their sense and meaning. His first business will be then to simplify, so as to reduce them to their bare and original idea, divesting them of every superfluous word and idiomatic expression. And he should not begin to write any part of the sentence till he has furnished himself with the Latin corresponding to the chief heads of it. For his first attempt will not always embrace the full scope and purport of its meaning, and it may be necessary to vary his sentence and give it a new and different turn, by the change of active into passive, or passive into active, etc. And then it will be easy to give it a fuller dress, and so to connect it by the addition of any suitable and necessary words, as may give to the whole a force equal to that of the English. For instance, let us examine this sentence, as it is translated from Cicero, which at first sight certainly appears very difficult, and which, if it could be turned into literal Latin, would be insufferable to the ear. But nothing, says he, seems to me of superior excellence than for a speaker to have that irresistible hold on the assemblies of men, as by the charms of his eloquence to bend their minds to his own purposes, to lead them to whatever point he pleases, or dissuade them at pleasure from whatever object they may have in view. As soon as the scholar begins to dissect this sentence, and reduce some of the expressions to their simple idea, he will find that it will soon admit of a plain, easy, and at the same time an elegant dress. Thus, for the bare comparative, more excellent, praestabilius. Of superior excellence is a common English turn. For a speaker to have an irresistible hold is so perfectly English that a literal translation would not be Latin, and means nothing more than by speaking to hold, dicendo tenere. To bend their minds to his own purposes is simply mentes allicere, to his own purposes being a mere English redundancy, wholly unnecessary in Latin. To whatever point he pleases is evidently another turn peculiar to the English, which is fully comprehended in this plain expression, quo velit. Dissuade them at pleasure from whatever object they may have in view, is equally an English turn of expression, the meaning of which is fully included in these few words, unde velit deducere. The whole sentence being thus simplified, will now appear plain and easy, and will quickly assume an elegant and Ciceronian dress. Neque vero mihi quidquam inquit, praestabilius videtur, quam posse dicendo tenere hominum cetus, mentes allicere, impellere quo velit, unde autem velit, deducere. And as the young Latin writer is apt to follow too closely the literal order of the English, it may be necessary to guard him against this common error by the following observation, which, though coming more properly under the head of the order and arrangement of words, may be introduced in this place as being applicable to almost every example in this book. It is the genius of the Latin language that the order and position of words are not bound by so strict and immutable laws as in other languages, though certain rules must be followed, and such an arrangement preserved that the style may not be confused, puerile, and inelegant. Seldom, therefore, does the nominative case come first in the sentence, but other cases, unless the sense and perspicuity absolutely require it, are generally placed before it. Examples: 1. Gaius Julius then far surpassed all his predecessors and contemporaries in pleasantness and facetiousness, and though he was not an impetuous orator, yet no man's speeches were ever more seasoned with urbanity, wit, and sweetness. Begin by the ablatives, and then the nominative. 2. As I frequently revolve in my mind and retrace in my memory the annals of antiquity, those men appear to me very fortunate indeed who, in a well-constituted republic, after having arrived at the summit of glory and honours, could hold such a course of life as to be able to pursue their employments without danger, or live in retirement with dignity. Here begin by the dative, and change the verbs revolve and retrace into participles to agree with the dative. But in order to see the necessity of this transposition, begin by the nominatives and preserve the grammatical order of the English in these two examples, and their inelegance, when compared with the other, will immediately appear. But though elegance of style depends very much on this transposition, care must be taken to avoid a confused intermixture of words, that, for instance, what belongs to a clause of a sentence in which the relative qui, quae, quod occurs, and is dependent upon it, may not be intermixed with the clause which contains the antecedent; as, the man who has once transgressed the bounds of modesty must be completely and perfectly impudent. It may not be inelegant to say, qui semel verecundiae fines transierit, eum prorsis oportet esse impudentem. But to say, qui semel verecundiae, eum prorsis oportet esse impudentem, fines transierit, would render the sense obscure and indeed unintelligible. Besides this obscurity, whoever wishes to acquire an elegant style will be careful to avoid a too frequent repetition of the same word, if it does not tend to give greater weight or perspicuity to the subject. The same syllable, too closely and frequently repeated, cannot but be harsh to the ears, and therefore inelegant, as monet et hortatur. I would not say per breve tempus, but per tempus per breve. Though Cicero himself sometimes falls into this apparent negligence, as sed multo etiam magis monente et denuntiante te. Several words following each other with the same termination should be carefully avoided, as etiam aeternos multos claros viros nominarem. And what can be more offensive to the ear than these words, flentes, plorantes, lacrimantes, obtestantes. To this negligence must be referred a too great concourse or clashing of the same letter, which either must produce a disagreeable harshness in the sound, if a repetition of the same consonants, as rex, xerxes, or if they are vowels, must cause such a hiatus as will produce some difficulty to pronounce, as magno operto ore. Where it is possible to give a strict attention to the smooth concourse of the words without endangering the force of the idea, when the preceding word terminates with a consonant, the next should begin with a vowel, and vice versa. There are a few words, however, the succession of which is not arbitrary, but which has been fixed by the unvaried usage of the ancients. Ac is not found before a vowel, but always before a consonant. We do not say ac ego, but atque ego. Seldom neque autem, but neque vero. It will also be very necessary to guard against poetical endings of a prose sentence, which, though not very culpable or disagreeable in themselves, yet will not fail to displease, as they carry an appearance of affectation and studied conceit. This fault, indeed, was much sooner observed by the ancients, who are supposed in their common conversation to have pronounced the language more according to metre than it can be by us, who pronounce many syllables different from their quantity; as this hexameter of Tacitus: urbem Romam a principio reges habuere; or this line from the same author, which is a still more complete verse: auguriis patrum et prisca formidine sacram. Every kind of ambiguity should also be carefully avoided, as, for instance, in the case of adjectives, where multorum, if used instead of multarum rerum, might be mistaken for the masculine gender. A list of Latin prose authors, whose authority may be safely followed by the young scholar, and whose style may be imitated with advantage, as exhibiting the purest standard of Latin elegance, will now be given: Cicero, Caesar, Livy, Nepos, Sallust, Terence, flourished during the Golden Age, which is commonly computed from the time of the Second Punic War to the year 14 after Christ. These writers afford the best specimens of classic purity with respect to the selection of words. At the same time, it may be observed that words which occur only once or twice in Cicero, as munitare, invalitudo, may be considered of doubtful authority; and words which occur in Livy, Cornelius Nepos, or Sallust only, as famae, arum, equally doubtful. Quintilian, Tacitus, Curtius, Justin, Valerius Maximus, Pliny the Younger, flourished in the Silver Age, which is computed from the year 14 to about the year 140 after Christ. These authors may be safely followed as the most reputable of this age; and though the Latin language began to decline in their time, yet it exhibited in their writings no unfavourable model of the purity and elegance of the Augustan age. End of Elegantiæ Latinæ, excerpt by Edward Valpy.
The English and French Interpreter by J.B.A.M. de Siz. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A collection of dialogues on different subjects. Dialogue 1. Where do you come from? D'où venez-vous? From the coffee house. Je viens de la bourse. What news do you bring? Quelle nouvelle apportez-vous? I bring very good news. J'apporte de fort bonnes nouvelles. What is it? Quelles sont-elles? They say that the French decrees are repealed. On dit que les décrets de France sont révoqués. I do not believe it. Je ne le crois pas. Why not? Pourquoi non? Because the same report has already proved false more than once. Parce qu'on a fait circuler cette nouvelle plus d'une fois, et qu'elle ne s'est jamais réalisée. But this time there is no doubt about it. Mais pour cette fois, il n'y a pas le moindre doute à cet égard. How do you know? Comment le savez-vous? Because there is a ship arrived from France today. Parce qu'il est arrivé aujourd'hui un navire de France. Is she an American ship? Est-ce un bâtiment américain? Yes, sir. Oui, monsieur. Did she arrive in France after the 1st of November last? Est-il arrivé en France après le 1er de novembre dernier? They say so. On le dit. Is it reported that all the American vessels are released? Dit-on que tous les bâtiments américains sont relâchés? Yes, when this vessel sailed, the greater part were taking in their return cargoes. Oui, lorsque ce navire a mis à la voile, la plus grande partie des bâtiments était à se charger pour s'en revenir. French goods will, I hope, be very cheap by and by. Les marchandises françaises seront bientôt, j'espère, à très bon marché. Yes, particularly if the orders in council are rescinded. Oui, surtout si l'on retire les ordres en conseil. Do you think they will be rescinded? Croyez-vous qu'on les retire? This question is not easily answered. Il n'est pas aisé de répondre à cette question. Let us then confine ourselves to addressing our prayers to heaven for the prosperity of the United States. Contentons-nous donc d'adresser au ciel nos vœux pour la prospérité des États-Unis. Dialogue 2. Do you know any broker here? Connaissez-vous quelque courtier ici? Yes, I know one who does a great deal of business. Oui, j'en connais un qui fait beaucoup d'affaires. Where does he live? Où demeure-t-il? Near the coffee house. Près du café. What do you want of him? Que lui voulez-vous? I want to buy a bill on London. Je veux acheter un traité sur Londres. That is a very easy thing. Cela est très facile. What is the rate of exchange between America and England? Quel est le taux de change entre l'Amérique et l'Angleterre? Bills on England are 12% below par. Les traites sur l'Angleterre perdent à présent jusqu'à 12%. Is there safety in buying them? Y a-t-il sûreté à les acheter? Yes, you can get some very good paper. Oui, vous pouvez vous procurer d'excellents papiers. From what house? De quelle maison? From the house of Mr. one of the best in this city. De la maison de Monsieur, une des meilleures de cette ville. It is true that he will allow you only 10%, but it is better to buy at something less and have good paper. Il est vrai qu'il ne vous allouera que 10%, mais il vaut mieux gagner moins et avoir de bons papiers. I am of this opinion. Je suis de cet avis. What is the name of the broker you have spoken of to me? Quel est le nom du courtier dont vous m'avez parlé? His name is Mr. L. Il s'appelle Monsieur L. I am going to meet him, and will desire him to procure, if he can, some of the paper you recommend. Je vais le trouver pour le prier de me procurer, s'il peut, du papier que vous recommandez. You will do very well. Vous ferez très bien. I thank you for the information. Goodbye. Je vous remercie des informations que vous m'avez données. Au revoir. Dialogue 3. Have any fresh supplies of colonial produce arrived? A-t-on reçu de nouveaux approvisionnements de denrées coloniales? Yes, but why do you ask that? Oui, pourquoi demandez-vous cela? Because I want to buy some coffee. Parce que je veux acheter du café. You will find a great quantity of it at Mr. Vous en trouverez une grande quantité chez Monsieur. Let us go there directly. Allons-y de suite. With the greatest pleasure. C'est avec le plus grand plaisir. Sir, have you any Martinique coffee? Monsieur, avez-vous du café de la Martinique? Which quality will you have? De quelle qualité voulez-vous? The best. De la meilleure. Then I can satisfy you very easily. En ce cas-là, j'ai de quoi vous satisfaire. How much of it have you got? Combien de canteaux en avez-vous? About 20,000. Environ 20,000. It is a great deal. C'est beaucoup. Have the goodness to show me a sample of it. Ayez la bonté de m'en faire voir une montre. Here is some. En voici. Look at this coffee and tell me whether you can get better of this kind anywhere else. Regardez ce café, et dites-moi si vous pouvez en trouver ailleurs de meilleurs de la même qualité. I confess it is very fine. J'avoue qu'il est très beau. Say that it is very good. Dites qu'il est très bon. I must taste it first. Il faut le goûter auparavant. As you please. Comme il vous plaira. I shall take a few pounds to try it. J'en prendrai quelques livres pour l'essayer. How many pounds do you want? Combien de livres en voulez-vous? 6. J'en veux 6. If I like it, I shall buy a few quintals. Si je le trouve bon, j'en achèterai quelques quintaux. Pray, have you any sugar? Dites-moi, je vous prie, si vous avez du sucre. Will you have white or brown sugar? Voulez-vous du sucre blanc ou du sucre brut? Show me what you have. Montrez-moi ce que vous avez. Here is some very good white sugar. Voici de très bon sucre blanc. This sugar is really fine. Ce sucre est réellement beau. How many hundredweight of it will you take? Combien de quintaux en prendrez-vous? I will take 2. J'en prendrai 2. Where shall I send it? Où l'enverrai-je? Do not give yourself the trouble. I will send for it. Ne vous donnez pas cette peine. Je l'enverrai chercher. It will be no trouble at all. My clerks have not much to do. Il n'y a point de peine. Mes commis n'ont pas beaucoup à faire. Well, send it this afternoon. Eh bien, envoyez-le cet après-midi. Where do you live? Où demeurez-vous? Next door but one to the coffee-house. Deux portes après le café. Goodbye, sir. Votre serviteur, monsieur. Dialogue 4. Where is the insurance office? Où est le bureau des assurances? Up this street. Au haut de cette rue. Have you anything to insure? Avez-vous quelque chose à assurer? Yes, I am shipping some tobacco to Holland. Oui, je charge du tabac pour la Hollande. Do you think that I shall be able to procure insurance? Croyez-vous que je puisse me faire assurer? Yes, but you will pay a pretty good premium. Oui, mais vous payerez une prime assez forte. What is the premium of insurance now? Quelle prime demande-t-on pour assurer à présent? 40%. 40%. What is the reason of it? Quelle en est la raison? The difficulty that ships have to arrive without being taken. La difficulté qu'ont les bâtiments d'arriver sans être pris. No matter, I'll run the risk. N'importe, j'en courrai le risque. Nothing venture, nothing have. Qui ne hasarde rien, n'a rien. If the ship arrives safe, I am sure to make a pretty good profit. Si le bâtiment arrive à bon port, je suis sûr de faire un assez bon bénéfice. Is tobacco scarce in Holland? Le tabac est-il rare en Hollande? The last letter from my correspondent tells me that there is absolutely none to be had. La dernière lettre de mon correspondant me dit qu'on n'en peut point trouver. Make haste, then, to send some thither, and if your ship arrive in safety, you will certainly double your capital. Dépêchez-vous donc d'y en envoyer, et si votre navire arrive en sûreté, vous doublerez certainement votre capital. I am going now to the insurance office. Je vais à présent au bureau d'assurance. You will find the underwriters there. Vous y trouverez les assureurs. At what o'clock do they meet? À quelle heure s'assemblent-ils? At 11 o'clock. À 11 heures. It is then just the time. C'est donc précisément le moment. Dialogue 5. What are you reading there? Que lisez-vous là? A letter from my correspondent in Bordeaux. Une lettre de mon correspondant de Bordeaux. What does he tell you? Que vous dit-il? He speaks of a new decree of the French emperor. Il parle d'un nouveau décret de l'empereur des Français. To what effect? À quel effet? It states his determination to burn all the English goods that may be found in the French territory. À l'effet de brûler toutes les marchandises anglaises qui se trouveront sur le territoire français. Has this decree already been carried into execution? Ce décret a-t-il déjà été mis en exécution? Yes, there was a great burning in Bordeaux in January last. Oui, on a brûlé une grande quantité de marchandises anglaises à Bordeaux en janvier dernier. This decree will be a terrible blow to the British commerce. Ce décret portera un coup terrible au commerce anglais. No doubt, especially if it be executed through the continent of Europe. Sans doute, surtout s'il est exécuté dans tout le continent de l'Europe. They speak of English goods having been burnt in Prussia. On dit qu'il y a eu des marchandises anglaises débrûlées en Prusse. I am not surprised at it. Prussia is obliged to obey the orders of France. Je n'en suis pas surpris. La Prusse est obligée d'obéir aux ordres de la France. Don't you think that this decree will ruin a great many continental merchants? Ne pensez-vous pas que ce décret ruinera un grand nombre des marchands du continent? You may depend it will. Vous pouvez compter que ce sera le cas. End of the English and French Interpreter, Dialogues 1 through 5. By J. B. A. M. de Siz.
Lessons 16 to 20 from Esperanto in 20 Lessons by Caroline Stearns Griffin. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Lesson 16. Formation of words. Continued. Il denotes the instrument by means of which something is done, as haki, to hew, haki, hakilo, an axe, hakilo, kombi, to comb, kombi, kombilo, a comb, kombilo. Ek denotes the beginning of an action, or that it is of short duration, as dormi, to sleep, dormi, ek dormi, to begin to sleep, ek dormi. Indicates one of a collection, as polvo, dust, polvo, polvero, a speck of dust, polvero, mono, money, mono, monero, a coin, monero. Ing indicates a holder in which an object belongs, as candelo, a candle, candelo, candelingo, a candlestick, candelingo. Plumo, a pen, plumo, plumingo, a pen holder, plumingo. Write in Esperanto with the aid of the word list. Finger, thimble. Sand, grain of sand. Fire, spark. Hail, hailstone. Sing, begin to sing. Laugh, burst out laughing. Shoot, gun. Cut, knife. How to write a letter. A manual of exercises in Esperanto by F.L.G. Marichal, entitled La tutmonda lerno libro por paroli Esperanto, contains the following instructions for writing a letter. Mi malfermas la skatolon de papero. Mi elprenas folion da papero el la skatolo. Mi skribas la lokon kaj la daton. Lidzo, la 25 novembra 1906. Mi skribas la leteron. Mi subskribas mian subskribon. Mi faldas la leteron. Mi metas la leteron en la koverton. Mi trempas mian fingron en akvo. Mi trairas per fingro sur la gluo de la koverto. Mi fervas la koverton. Mi premas sur la koverto. Mi skribas la adreson sur la koverto. Mi skribas kelkajn leteroin. Mi skribas kelkajn poŝtkartojn. Mi iras al la poŝtejo. Mi aĉetas poŝtmarkojn. Mi metas la poŝtomarkojn sur la kovertojn. Mi metas la poŝtomarkon sur la dekstran angulon de la koverto. Mi metas miajn leterojn en la keston. Mi revenas hejmen. Selection from Byron's Cain, Act 3, Scene 1. Dio creinta nin, en nin blovinta vivon, vi nin beninta, pardoninta nin, malgraue nia patra pecco, quiu perdigus ciuin liain posteuloin, se via justemezzo ne mixigus cun via favoretzo, quiu estas por vi gioieg, cae ne elnascus por ni pardonon, paradison en comparo, je nia crim, signoro de la lumo, de bono, gloro, cae de eternezzo, sen quiu cio estas nur malbono, cun quiu ni ne povas erarigi, char via voi ne esplorebla nepre, conducas homoin nur al bona fino. Ho prenu l'unuan nascitain bestoin de la pastisto tre humila. Vere ofer citiu estas sensignifa per si mem antau vi signoro, quia ofero povas exsignifi ion, sed prenu gin ciele dancodonon de tiu quiu nun gi metes antau, cielo alta vie cae humile, genuo flexas en la terra polvo, en quiu li por via gloro venis, por glor de via nomo, je eterne. Translated into Esperanto by A. Kaufman. Lesson 17. Formation of words. Continued. Ad indicates continuation of an action, as pafo, shot, pafo, pafado, firing of musketry, pafado, pusho, a push, pusho, pushado, a pushing, pushado. Ar shows a collection of what is named, as stupo, step, stupo, stuparo, staircase, stuparo. Vorto, word, vorto, vortaro, dictionary, vortaro. Aj denotes something made of or having the quality mentioned, as friti, to fry, friti, fritajo, a fritter, fritajo. Mola, soft, mola, molajo, the soft part of anything, molajo. Et has a diminutive meaning, as birdo, a bird, birdo, birdeto, a little bird, birdeto. Ridi, to laugh, ridi, rideti, to smile, rideti. Write in Esperanto with the aid of the word list. Breathe, breathing. Instruct, instruction. Island, archipelago. Tree, forest. Old, an antique. Laugh, smile. Sleep, doze. Cold, cool. Selection from Dickens' Christmas Carol. Toi ciam li estis tiel dirinta, la fantomo prenis sian bandagion de la tablo, cae circau ligis sian capon per gi, kiel antaue. Scrooge gin sciis, audante la cracon faratan per la dentoi, ciam la maxelostoi estis cunligatai per la bandagio. li curagis rigardetti ancorau, cae ien lia visitanto supernatura staris apud li, cae la ceno estis ligita circa la braco, la perajo marchis malantauen for de li, cae cia pascio la fenestro iom malfermigiadis tiel che, ciam la fantomo alvenis tien, gi tute malfermigis. Tiam la fantomo levis sian manon, cae tui Scrooge audis bruoin confusain, cae sonoin gemantain de ploro, cae malgioio. Auscultinte un momenton, la fantomo antau gemegis malgioie, cae poste malaperis en la nocton funebran. Scrooge sekvis lin alla fenestro, cun extrema scivolo, li rigardis exteren. La aero estis plene je fantomoi, tien ci cae tien, nomadantai cae plorantai sen ripose. Cioi portis cenoin, neniu estis libera. Scrooge estis coninta multain dum ilia vivo, cae li comprenis che ili estis malgaiegai, tial che ili multe volis helpi la homaron, sed je eterne tia potenzo estis por ili perdita. Fine tiui estagioi, cae iliae vocioi forigis, cae la nocto reigis kiel antaue. Scrooge fermis la fenestron, cae esploris la pordon kie la fantomo estis enirinta. Gi estis schlossita duoble, kiel li mem gin schlossis, cae la rigliloi estis netuscitai. Li volis diri sensencaĵo, sed haltis ce la unua silabo, cae tre besonante riposon, li ec sin ne senvestigis, li cuscigis, cae tui ecdormis. Lesson 18. Formation of words continued. Ch. Added to the first letters of a masculine name give it an endearing diminutive meaning, as Milaecho, Michael, Milcho, Mike, Patro, father, Pacio, papa, little father. For feminine names, Ny is added instead of Ch, as Heleno, Helen, Helenio, Nelly. Eds indicates a married person, as Edzo, married man, Edzo, Edzino, wife, Edzino, Doctoro, doctor, Doctoro, Doctoredzino, doctor's wife, Doctor Edzino. M denotes a propensity or disposition in a certain direction, as credi, to believe, credi, credema, credulous, credema. Babili, to chatter, babili, babilema, loquacious, babilema. Estr indicates a leader or ruler, as regno, state, regno. Regnestro, ruler, regnestro. Lerneo, school, lerneo. Lerneiestro, schoolmaster, lerneiestro. Some simple poems. Laneggio, sciancolon enviante, falis neggio, rapidante. Simpli blanca, constatonte, sed vencita, gitrehonte. Per la tiea auto charmo, fluidigis, kiel larmo. J.C.R. Translation: The envious snows came down in haste to prove her neck less fair, but when they found themselves surpassed, dissolved into a tear. Cowley. Quia maniere vivadi, vi jus nascita surge nuo sidis, plorante dum la ĉeestantoj ridis. Tiel vi vadu, que la morta horo, vi ridu, kaj ĉe ili estu la ploro. J.C.R. Translation. On parent knees a naked newborn child, weeping thou sat'st while all around thee smiled. So live, that sinking to thy life's last sleep, calm thou mayst smile, while all around thee weep. Sir W. Jones, from the Arabic. A nursery rhyme. Eta magno flindre, sitis intercindre, letain pied fingroin, si varmigis. Sin trovis patrineto, punigis filineto, char si la novan veston malpurigis. Translation. Little Polly Flinders sat among the cinders, a warming of her pretty little toes. Her mother came and caught her, and whipped her little daughter for spoiling of her nice new clothes. An Esperanto game. Mr. J.M. Pitt, an Englishman, has invented an Esperanto game. It is played with small pieces of cardboard, on each of which is printed an Esperanto foundation root word, as for example, bon, ven, est, vir, pom, etc. There is a tray containing the grammatical terminations such as o, a, as, is, y, etc. The dealer draws out the root words one at a time from the bag and lays them on the table. A player who is able to do so calls out a phrase of at least 2 words which can be made from the radicals exposed, with the help of the terminations, and receives the cards which make the phrase. Thus, using the root words shown above, a player might claim viro manĝas, bona pomo, or might make the complete sentence viro manĝas bonan pomon. Lesson 19. Formation of words continued. Id indicates a child or descendant, or the young of an animal, as ĉevalo, horse, ĉevalo, ĉevalido, colt, ĉevalido, ŝafo, sheep, ŝafo, ŝafido, lamb, ŝafido. Ind denotes worthiness, as estimi, to esteem, estimi, estiminda, estimable, estiminda. Ui indicates that which contains or produces, as pomo, apple, pomo, pomuyo, apple tree, pomuyo. Ig shows the causing anything to be in a certain state, as morti, to die, morti, mortigi, to kill, mortigi. Edzo, married person, edzo, edzigi, to marry, edzigi. Moŝto is a title of politeness, moŝto, as regio, king, regio, lia regia moŝto, his majesty, lia regia moŝto, via moŝto, your honor, via moŝto. Ij indicates the action of becoming or turning to, as ruĝa, red, ruĝa, ruĝiĝi, to blush, ruĝiĝi. Riĉa, rich, riĉa, riĉiĝi, to enrich oneself, riĉiĝi. Mi mem, rakontita de biciklo. Mi estas biciklo, kaj ne diru ĝin en Gath, mi apartenas al fraŭlino. Kiam unue mi alvenis hejmen el la fabrikejo, mi brilegis per nikelo, kaj kompreneble mi ne havis makuleton da koto sur miaj radĉirkaŭkovriloj, nek da rustaĵo sur miaj radietoj. Mi estis avida por iri, fortega, vigla, elasta, energia, kaj tamen rigida kaj silenta. Nun, ho ve, mia kadro bleketas je ĉiu artiketo, miai radoi craquetas, miai radietoi estas ellasai au ec mancai, mia nicelo malheligas au forestas. Emailo, celo, cae il saceto, cioi estas elusitai. Mi alvenis heimen en la frua parto de la nova iaro. Mia estis noviara donazzo por mia iuna mastrino. Kiel zorge, si cutimis mian senpolvigi post ciu raido, cae visci la plei malgrandan maculeton da malseco for de mi, porque mi ne monstru la unuan plei etan signon de rustajo. Hodiaŭ mi staras exterre, post la domo, malpura, tiel kiel mi revenis heimen, de circaucuro, antau unu semajno, dum pesa tabulo, apogas sin contrau miai radietoi, el kiui circau 22 mancas. Unu tagon en maio, 5 monatoin post mia unua foriro el la fabricejo, l'accuso de mia mastrino shin visitis, cae vidante che mi apogas min contra la muro, comencis min sur rigardi. La antaua rado tre ellasigis, li diris. Ho, ciu vere? Estis la respondo. Ciu gi forvenos? Eble si pensis che mi estas dento, sed hencio, l'accuso, ec montris al mia mastrino, kiel mi cracetis en la forcoi, cae li aminde correctis min. Plie li altlevis de la terro mian malantauan radon, cae metante sian piedon sur la pedalon, igis rapidege turnigi la radon. Nu, li eccriis, tio ci besonas che oni oleu gin. Ho, ciu bicicloi do besonas oleadon? Estis respondo. Kie oni metas gin? Cae effective, mi jam antaue soifis, pro secca curado dum pli ol 4 monatoi. Nu, mi trincegis fine, cae urge mi gin besonis, sed plu devis ocasi. Hencio diris, che io estas malorda je la malsupra artico. Kiom pli estas malorda, ca kion ain vi intensas per malsupra artico? Nu, diris Hencio, cae li daurigis clarigante pri conusetoi, globetoi, globet cureioi, cotopo, sed mia mastrino, mi bedauras diri, evidente malestimis cion ci, cae ne bon volis respondi alla rimarcoi de Hencio. Crom diri alli, che se si ne multe scias pri bicicloi, estis tre malaminde celi shin moci, cae diri al si, che oni faras bicicloin per cotono cae pingloi. Si nur dube audis coterai pingloi, cotta pins. Oni malofte min raidas nune. Mi cutimis stari en vestiblo, sed antaune longe mia hemo estis en celo. Unu tagon mi audis mian mastrinon diri al amicino, quiu visita shin por shin inviti, bicicliri. Ho, la malnovajo besonas, che oni gin purigu, cae sveligu gin, cae, ho, enuo, ni iru rigardadi la buticoin. Annonzo sur giornalo por biciclistoi. Biciclo de signorino vendebla, malcare, possedanto for la santa raidi. Shin turnu al cotopo. E.J. Fuchs in The British Esperantist. Lesson 20. Correlative words. Cho, prefixed to an ending, gives it a distributive or collective force. Ko, prefixed, gives a word an interrogative or relative meaning. E, prefixed, gives a demonstrative meaning. Ne, prefixed, indicates negation. Words denoting quality. Ia, some kind of, any kind of. Ia, ia, chia, each, every kind of, chia, chia. Kia, what kind of, water, kia, kia. Nenia, no such, no kind of, nenia, nenia. Tia, such kind of, such a, tia, tia. Words denoting motive. Ial, for any cause or reason, for some cause or reason. Ial, ial. Chial, for every reason, for all reasons. Chial, chial. Kial, for what reason, why. Kial, kial. Nenial, for no cause, for no reason. Nenial, nenial. Tial, therefore. Tial, tial. Words denoting time. Iam, ever, any time, sometime. Iam, iam. Chiam, for all time, always. Chiam, chiam. Kiam, at what time, when. Kiam, kiam. Neniam, never. Neniam, neniam. Tiam, at that time, then. Tiam, tiam. Words denoting place. Ie, anywhere, somewhere. Ie, ie. Chie, everywhere. Chie, chie. Kie, in what place, where. Kie, kie. Nenie, nowhere. Nenie, nenie. Tie, in that place, there. Tie. Words denoting manner. Iel, some way, somehow, anyway. Iel, iel. Chiel, every way, always. Chiel, chiel. Kiel, how, in what way. Kiel, kiel. Neniel, no way. Neniel, neniel. Tiel, thus, in that manner, so. Tiel, tiel. Words denoting possession. Ies, anybody's, somebody's. Ies, ies. Chies, everyone's, each one's. Chies, chies. Kies, whose. Kies, kies. Nenies, no one's, nobody's. Nenies, nenies. Dies, that one's, such a one's. Dies, dies. Words denoting thing. Io, something, anything. Io. End of lessons 16 to 20 from Esperanto in 20 Lessons by Caroline Stearns Griffin. Recorded by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in Oxford, England.
First Lessons in Chinese by Reverend M.T.A.'s. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. Recorded by Plea from Houston, Texas. Chapter 1. Numerals. 1. 1 2 2 3 3 4 4 5 5 6 6 7 7 8 8 9 9 10 10 11 11 12 12 13 13 14 14 15 15 16 16 17 17 18 18 19 19 20 20 21 21 22 22 23 23 24 24 25 25 26 26 27 27 28 28 29 29 30 30 40 40 50 50 60 60 70 70 80 80 90 90 100 100 101 101 102 102 103 103 104 104 105 105 106 106 107 107 108 108 109 109 110 110 111 111 200 200 300 300 400 400 500 500 600 600 700 700 800 800 900 900 1000 1000 1001 1001 2000 2000 5000 5000 10,000 1,000 20,000 2,000 50,000 5,000 100,000 10,000 500,000 50,000 900,000 90,000 1,000,000 100,000. The end of chapter 1. First Lessons in Chinese by Reverend and P.A.'s. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Claire Howell from Houston, Texas. Introduction. Those who have attempted to acquire a working knowledge of any English-spoken dialect of China by picking up isolated words from a vocabulary or dictionary, like picking pebbles from the seashore, know full well the necessity of a beginner's book, one that is practical, and yet so simple that the learner will be encouraged by being able to use his acquirements from the first lesson. The design of the author of this manual is to apply, to some extent, this long-felt want, and he is confident that anyone who will take the trouble to master these lessons, the work of only a few months, will be in possession of the key to the spoken language, not only of this district, but with a slight change in the sound of some words, which can be easily acquired of other districts also. For the general structure of the language, bearing a few localisms, is the same everywhere. An attempt has also been made to render the work available to the Chinese who wish to learn English. Under each word will be found Chinese characters representing, as nearly as practicable, the sound of the English word. Of course, it is far from a perfect representation, but it will be of service to the Chinese who are trying to learn English. They will find the meaning of words and sentences by looking to the right on the same line, where the English sentence is rendered into Chinese for the benefit of foreigners. The importance of a thorough knowledge of the classifiers cannot be too strongly urged, for it is impossible to speak any visible objects without using one of them, and it is important to a clear understanding of the matter under consideration that the correct classifier be used. A careful study of inflected verbs will save months, if not years, of perplexing uncertainty, for the same forms will be found applicable to most other verbs. Orthography. The system of orthography adapted in these lessons is that which seems to be adapted to meet the wants of a beginner. No combination of English letters has yet been devised that will express all the Chinese sounds, not even when recourse has been had to an elaborate system of diacritical marks, and as these usually confuse and discourage, but few are used in this manual. A final and A in composition are sounded as in far, as my, to buy, my, to sell, my, wheat, and chuan, a creek. A short, as in hat, as sha, to kill, san, 3. Long A is expressed by French E as lie, to come, May, codes. E final and E nasal long as mi, rice, tian, heaven. O final and O in composition sounded as O no, as cha, tea, 木头, wood. O sounded as O in German, as Gothy, as a little boy, 小男, a little girl, 小女, a month, 月. U and U have sounds which the learner will get better from a teacher than from examples in English, as shu, a book, shu, a tree, yu, rain, is, a chair. EU sounded as in French, as in monsieur, as toe, the head, shou, the hand. AU sounded as in autumn, dao, a knife or sword, 道理, doctrine. A small n raised above the line indicates a nasal, as 天, heaven, 前头, formerly. A final H shortens the preceding vowel, as in the following words: 麦, wheat, The A sounded as in wheat. The A sounded as in what. 杀 to kill. The A sounded as in hat. 失退 to lose. The E sounded as E in pet. 灭退 to destroy. The I sounded as I in sit. 木头. The O sounded as O in moat. Wicked. The U sounded as U in pot. 月 month. The O sounded as in German, but contracted by the final H. 墨 ink. The U sounded as in shirt. A comma before the final letters T and P contracts those letters into a sound between T and D and P and B. Tone marks. The 上升, so-called upper tone, is marked as such at the beginning of the word. The 去声 is marked as such at the end of the word. The 平声 is indicated by no mark. The 入声 entering tone is indicated by a final H. The end of the introduction.
The Grammar of English Grammars by Gould Brown. Read for the Language Learning Collection, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 1, page 159, excluding observations, lessons, and extensive under rules. Chapter 1, of letters. A letter is an alphabetic character which commonly represents some elementary sound of the human voice, some element of speech. An elementary sound of the human voice, or an element of speech, is one of the simple sounds which compose a spoken language. The sound of a letter is commonly called its power. When any letter of a word is not sounded, it is said to be silent or mute. The letters in the English alphabet are 26. The simple or primary sounds which they represent are about 36 or 37. A knowledge of the letters consists in an acquaintance with these four sorts of things: their names, their classes, their powers, and their forms. The letters are written, or printed, or painted, or engraved, or embossed, in an infinite variety of shapes and sizes, and yet are always the same, because their essential properties do not change, and their names, classes, and powers are mostly permanent. The following are some of the different sorts of types, or styles of letters, with which every reader should be early acquainted. Number 1, the Roman. Number 2, the Italic. Number 3, the Script. Number 4, the Old English. Number 1, names of the letters. The names of the letters, as now commonly spoken and written in English, are A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Number 2, classes of the letters. The letters are divided into two general classes, vowels and consonants. A vowel is a letter which forms a perfect sound when uttered alone, as A, E, O. A consonant is a letter which cannot be perfectly uttered till joined to a vowel, as B, C, D. The vowels are A, E, I, O, U, and sometimes W and Y. All the other letters are consonants. W or Y is called a consonant when it precedes a vowel heard in the same syllable, as in wine, twine, wine, ye, yet, youth. In all other cases, these letters are vowels, as in yesel, yestat, yeteria, newly, dewy, eyebrow. Classes of consonants. The consonants are divided with respect to their powers into semivowels and mutes. A semivowel is a consonant which can be imperfectly sounded without a vowel, so that at the end of a syllable its sound may be protracted, as L, N, Z, in al, on, oz. A mute is a consonant which cannot be sounded at all without a vowel, and which, at the end of a syllable, suddenly stops the breath, as K, P, T, in ak, ap, at. The semivowels are F, H, J, L, M, N, R, S, V, W, X, Y, Z, and C and G soft, but W or Y at the end of a syllable is a vowel, and the sound of C, F, G, H, J, S, or X can be protracted only as an aspirate or strong breath. 4 of the semivowels, L, M, N, and R, are termed liquids on account of the fluency of their sounds, and 4 others, V, W, Y, and Z, are likewise more vocal than the aspirates. The mutes are 8, B, D, K, P, Q, T, and C and G hard. 3 of these, K, Q, and C hard, sound exactly alike. B, D, and G hard stop the voice less suddenly than the rest. Number 3. Powers of the letters. Number 3. Powers of the letters. The powers of the letters are properly those elementary sounds which their figures are used to represent, but letters formed into words are capable of communicating thought independently of sound. The simple elementary sounds of any language are few, commonly not more than 36, but they may be variously combined so as to form words innumerable. Different vowel sounds, or vocal elements, are produced by opening the mouth differently, and placing the tongue in a peculiar manner for each, but the voice may vary in loudness, pitch, or time, and still utter the same vowel power. The vowel sounds which form the basis of the English language, and which ought therefore to be perfectly familiar to everyone who speaks it, are those which are heard at the beginning of the words ate, at, ah, al, il, el, ile, ill, old, on, ooze, use, us, and that of you in bull. In the formation of syllables, some of these 14 primary sounds may be joined together, as in a, oil, out, owl, and all of them may be preceded or followed by certain motions and positions of the lips and tongue, which will severally convert them into other terms in speech. Thus, the same essential sounds may be changed into a new series of words by an F. Fate, fat, far, fall, feel, fell, file, fill, fold, fond, fool, fuse, fuss, full. Again, into as many more with a P, as pate, pat, par, pall, peel, pell, pile, pill, pole, pond, pool, pule, pearl, pull. Each of the vowel sounds may be variously expressed by letters. About half of them are sometimes words. The rest are seldom, if ever, used alone to form syllables. But the reader may easily learn to utter them all separately according to the foregoing series. Let us note them as plainly as possible. A, ah, I, o, u, Thus the 8 long sounds a, ah, I, o, u, are, or may be words. But the 6 less vocal, called the short vowel sounds, as in at, et, it, ot, ut, put, are commonly heard only in connection with consonants, except the first, which is perhaps the most frequent sound of the vowel a, or a sound sometimes given to the word perhaps more generally, as in the phrase twice a day. The simple consonant sounds in English are 22. They are marked by B, D, F, G hard, H, K, L, M, N, NG, P, R, S, SH, T, TH sharp, TH flat, V, W, Y, Z, and ZH. But ZH is written only to show the sound of other letters, as of S in pleasure or Z in azure. All these sounds are heard distinctly in the following words: by, die, fi, guy, hi, kai, lie, my, nigh, eyeing, pie, rye, sigh, shy, tie, thigh, thy, vi, we, ye, zebra, seizure. Again, most of them may be repeated in the same word, if not in the same syllable, as in bibber, diddle, 50, giggle, high-hung, cackle, lily, mimic, ninny, singing, pippin, mirror, hissest, fleshbrush, tittle, thinketh, thither, vivid, witwall, union, disease, vision. With us, the consonants J and X represent not simple, but complex sounds, hence they are never doubled. J is equivalent to DZH, and X either to KS or to GZ. The former gives no English word, and the latter begins none. The former ends no English word, and the latter begins none. To the initial X of foreign words we always give the simple sound of Z, as in Xerxes, Zebek. The consonants C and Q have no sounds peculiar to themselves. Q has always the power of K. C is hard like K before A, O, and U, and soft like S before E, I, and Y. Thus the syllables CA, CE, CI, CO, CU, CY are pronounced ka, se, si, ko, ku, si. S before C preserves the former sound, but coalesces with the latter, hence the syllables SCA, SCE, SCI, SCO, SCU, SCY are sounded ska, se, si, sko, sku, si. CE and CI have sometimes the sound of SH, as in ocean, social. CH commonly represents the compound sound of TSH, as in church. G as well as C has different sounds before different vowels. G is always hard or guttural before A, O, and U, and generally soft like J before E, I, or Y. Thus, the syllables GA, GE, GI, GO, GU, GY are pronounced ga, J, G, go, gu, jai. The possible combinations and mutations of the 26 letters of our alphabet are many millions of millions, but those clusters which are unpronounceable are useless. Of such as may be easily uttered, there are more than enough for all the purposes of useful writing or the recording of speech. Thus it is that from principles so simple as about 6 or 7 and 30 plain elementary sounds, represented by characters still fewer, we derive such a variety of oral and written signs as may suffice to explain or record all the sentiments and transactions of all men in all ages. Number 4. Forms of the letters. In printed books of the English language, the Roman characters are generally employed, sometimes the italic and occasionally the Old English. But in handwriting, script letters are used, the forms of which are peculiarly adapted to the pen. Characters of different sorts or sizes should never be needlessly mixed, because facility of reading, as well as the beauty of a book, depends much upon the regularity of its letters. In the ordinary forms of the Roman letters, every thick stroke that slants from the left to the right downwards, except the middle stroke in Z, and every thin stroke that slants from the left to the right upwards. Italics are chiefly used to distinguish emphatic or remarkable words. In the Bible, they show what words were supplied by the translators. In manuscripts, a single line drawn under a word is meant for italics, a double line for small capitals, a triple line for full capitals. In every kind of type or character, the letters have severally two forms, by which they are distinguished as capitals and small letters. Small letters constitute the body of every work, and capitals are used for the sake of eminence and distinction. The titles of books and the heads of their principal divisions are printed wholly in capitals. Showbills, painted signs, and short inscriptions commonly appear best in full capitals. Some of these are so copied in books as, quote, capital I found an altar with this inscription, begin all capitals, to the unknown God, end quote. Acts 17:23. Quote, capital A, and they set up over his head his accusation written, comma, begin capitals. This is Jesus, the King of the Jews, end quote. Matthew 27:37. Rules for the use of capitals. Rule 1 of books. When particular books are mentioned by their names, the chief words in their titles begin with capitals, and the other letters are small, as, quote, capital P, Pope's, capital E, Essay on, capital M, Man, end quote. Quote, the capital B book of, capital C, Common, capital P, Prayer, end quote. Quote, the capital S scriptures of the capital O, Old, and capital N, New, capital T, Testaments, end quote. Rule 2. First words. The first word of every distinct sentence, or of any clause separately numbered or paragraphed, should begin with a capital, as, quote, capital R, rejoice evermore, period. Capital P, pray without ceasing, period. Capital I, in everything give thanks, colon, for this is the will of capital G, God, in capital C, Christ, capital J, Jesus, concerning you, period. Capital Q, quench not the capital S Spirit, period. Capital D, despise not prophesyings, period. Capital P, prove all things, colon, hold fast that which is good, period, end quote. 1 Thessalonians 5:16-21. Quote, 14. Capital H. He has given his assent to their acts of pretended legislation, 15. Capital F. For quartering large bodies of armed troops among us, 16. Capital F. For protecting them by a mock trial from punishment for murders, 17. Capital F. For cutting off our trade with all parts of the world, 18. Capital F. For imposing taxes on us without our consent. End quote. Declaration of American Independence. Rule 3 of the deity. All names of the deity, and sometimes their emphatic substitutes, should begin with capitals as, quote, capital G, God, capital J, Jehovah, the capital A, Almighty, the capital S, Supreme, capital B, Being, capital D, Divine, capital P, Providence, the capital M, Messiah, the capital C, Comforter, the capital F, Father, the capital S, Son, the capital H, Holy, capital S, Spirit, the capital L, Lord of, capital S, Sabaoth, end quote. Quote, capital T, the hope of my spirit turns trembling to capital T, thee, end quote. More. Rule 4. Proper names. Proper names of every description should always begin with capitals as, double quote, capital S, Saul of, capital T, Tarsus, capital S, Simon, capital P, Peter, capital J, Judas, capital I, Iscariot, capital E, England, capital L, London, the capital S, Strand, the capital T, Thames, the capital P, Pyrenees, the capital V, Vatican, the capital G, Greeks, the capital A, Argo, and the capital A, Argonauts. End quote. Rule 5 of titles. Titles of office or honor and epithets of distinction applied to persons begin usually with capitals as, double quote, capital H, His, capital M, Majesty, capital W, William, the capital F, Fourth, capital C, Chief, capital J, Justice, capital M, Marshal, capital S, Sir, capital M, Matthew, capital H, Hale, capital D, Doctor, capital J, Johnson, the capital R, Reverend, capital D, Doctor, capital C, Chalmers, capital L, Lewis, the capital B, Bold, capital C, Charles, the capital S, Second, capital J, James, the capital L, Less, capital S, Saint, capital B, Bartholomew, capital P, Pliny, the capital Y, Younger, capital N, Noah, capital W, Webster, capital J, Junior, capital E, Esquire, end quote. Rule 6. 1. Capital. Those compound proper names which by analogy incline to a union of their parts without a hyphen should be so written and have but one capital, as, quote, capital E, Eastport, capital E, Eastville, capital W, Westboro, capital W, Westfield, capital W, Westtown, capital W, Whitehall, capital W, Whitechurch, capital W, Whitehaven, capital W, White Plains, capital M, Mount Mellick, capital M, Mount Pleasant, capital G, Germantown, capital G, German Flats, capital B, Black Rock, capital R, Red Hook, capital K, Kinderhook, capital N, Newfoundland, capital N, Statenland, capital N, Newcastle, capital N, Northcastle, capital S, Southbridge, capital F, Fairhaven, capital D, DeKalb, capital D, De Ruyter, capital L, Lafayette, capital M, McPherson, end quote. Rule 7. 2 capitals. The compounding of a name under one capital should be avoided when the general analogy of other similar terms suggests a separation under two, as, double quote, capital T, the chief mountains of capital R, Ross, Shire are capital B, Ben, capital C, Chat, comma, capital B, Ben Chasker, comma, capital B, Ben, space, capital G, Golik, comma, capital B, Ben, space, capital N, Noor, comma, capital B, Ben, space, capital F, Fosgark, comma, and capital B, Ben, space, capital W, Wyvis, end quote. Glasgow's Geography, Volume 2, page 311. Write Ben, space, capital C, Chasker. So, when the word east, west, north, or south as part of a name denotes relative position, or when the word new distinguishes a place by contrast, we have generally separate words and two capitals, as, quote, capital E, East, capital G, Greenwich, capital W, West, capital G, Greenwich, capital N, North, capital B, Bridgewater, capital S, South, capital B, Bridgewater, capital N, New, capital J, Jersey, capital N, New, capital H, Hampshire, end quote. Rule 8. Compounds. When any adjective or common noun is made a distinct part of a compound proper name, it ought to begin with a capital, as, quote, capital T, the capital U United, capital S States, the capital A Argentine, capital R Republic, the capital P Peak of capital T Tenerife, the capital B Blue, capital R Ridge, the capital L Little, capital P Paddy, capital L Long, capital I Island, capital J Jersey, capital C City, capital L Lower, capital C Canada, capital G Green, capital B Bay, capital G Gretna, capital G Green, capital L Lands, capital E End, the capital G Gold, capital C Coast, end quote. Rule 11. Derivatives. Words placed from proper names and having direct reference to particular persons, places, sects, or nations should begin with capitals, as, double quote, capital P Platonic, capital N Newtonian, capital G Greek, or capital G Grecian, capital R Romish, or capital R Roman, capital I Italic, or capital I Italian, capital G German, or capital G Germanic, capital S Swedish, capital T Turkish, capital C Chinese, capital G Geonese, capital F French, capital D Dutch, capital S Scotch, capital W Welsh, end quote. So perhaps, quote, to capital P Platonize, capital G Grecize, capital R Romanize, capital I Italicize, capital L Latinize, or capital F Frenchify, end quote. Rule 12. Of I and O. The words I and O should always be capitals, as, quote, capital P, praise the capital L Lord, capital O, capital J Jerusalem, praise thy capital G God, capital O, capital Z Zion, end quote. Psalm 167, quote, capital O, wretched man that capital I am, end quote. Quote, capital F, for that which capital I do, capital I allow not. For what capital I would, that do capital I not. But what capital I hate, that do capital I, end quote. Romans 7:4 and 15. Rule 13. Of poetry. Every line in poetry, except what is regarded as making but one verse with a line preceding, should begin with a capital, as, quote, capital O, our sons their fathers' failing language see, capital A, and such as capital C Chaucer is, shall capital D Dryden be, end quote. Pope. Of the exception, some editions of the Psalms in meter are full of examples, as, quote, capital H, happy the man whose tender care relieves the poor distressed, exclamation point. Capital W, when troubles compass him around, the capital L Lord shall give him rest, period, end quote. Psalms with Common Prayer, New York, 1819, Psalm 61. Rule 14. Of examples. The first word of a full example of a distinct speech or of a direct quotation should begin with a capital, as, quote, capital R, remember this maxim, single quote, capital K, know thyself, end quote. Quote, capital V, Virgil says, single quote, capital L, labor conquers all things, end quote. Quote, capital J, Jesus answered them, comma, capital I, is it not written in your law, comma, capital I said, capital Y, ye are gods, end quote. John 5:34, end quote. Quote, capital T, thou knowest the commandments, comma, capital D, do not commit adultery, capital D, do not kill, capital D, do not steal, capital D, do not bear false witness, capital H, honor thy father and thy mother, end quote. Luke 18:20. Rule 15. Chief words. Other words of particular importance, and such as denote the principal subjects treated of, may be distinguished by capitals, and names subscribed frequently have capitals throughout, as, quote, capital I in its application to the capital E executive, with reference to the capital L legislative branch of the capital G government. The same rule of action should make the capital P president ever anxious to avoid the exercise of any discretionary authority which can be regulated by capital C Congress, end quote. Andrew Jackson, 1835. Rule 16. Needless capitals. Capitals are improper wherever there is not some special rule or reason for their use. A century ago, books were disfigured by their frequency as, quote, capital M, many a capital N noble, capital G genius, is lost for want of capital E education, period. Capital W, which would then be capital M much, capital M more, capital L liberal, period. Capital A, as it was when the capital C church, capital E enjoyed her capital P possessions, period. Capital A and capital L learning was in the capital D dark, capital A ages, capital P preserved almost only among the capital L clergy, end quote. Charles Leslie, 1700, Divine Right of Tithes, page 228. Improprieties for correction. Errors respecting capitals. The improprieties in the following examples are to be corrected orally by the learner, according to the formulas given, or according to others framed from them with such slight changes as the several quotations may require. A correct example will occasionally be admitted for the sake of contrast, or that the learner may see the quoted author's inconsistency. It will also serve as a block over which stupidity may stumble and wake up, but a full explanation of what is intended will be afforded in the key. Under Rule 1 of Books, quote, capital M, many a reader of the Bible knows not who wrote the Acts of the Apostles, end quote, G.B. Formula of correction. Not proper, because the words Bible, Acts, and Apostles here begin with small letters, but, according to Rule 1st, quote, when particular books are mentioned by their names, the chief words in their titles begin with capitals, and the other letters are small, end quote. Therefore, Bible should begin with a capital B, and Acts and Apostles, each with a large A. Under Rule 2 of first words, quote, capital D, depart instantly, improve your time, forgive us our sins, end quote. Murray's Grammar, page 61. Formula not proper, because the words improve and forgive begin with small letters, but, according to Rule 2nd, the first word of every distinct sentence should begin with a capital, end quote. Under Rule 2 of first words, quote, capital D, depart instantly, improve your time, forgive us our sins, end quote. Murray's Grammar, page 61. Formula not proper, because the words improve and forgive begin with small letters, but, according to Rule 2nd, quote, the first word of every distinct sentence should begin with a capital, end quote. Therefore, improve should begin with a capital I, and forgive with a capital F. Under Rule 3 of Deity, quote, capital O, thou dispenser of life, exclamation point, thy mercies are boundless, end quote. W. Allen's Grammar, page 449. Formula not proper, because the word dispenser begins with a small letter, but, according to Rule 3rd, quote, all names of the deity, and sometimes their emphatic substitutes, should begin with capitals, end quote. Therefore, dispenser should here begin with a capital D. Under Rule 4 of proper names, quote, capital I, Islamism prescribes fasting during the month Ramazan, End quote. Balby's Geography, page 17. Formula not proper because the word Ramazan here begins with a small letter, but, according to Rule 4th, quote, proper names of every description should always begin with capitals. End quote. Therefore, Ramazan should begin with a capital R. The word is also misspelled. It should rather be Ramadan. Under Rule 5 of titles, quote, capital T, the king has conferred on him the title of Duke, end quote. Murray's Key, 8th volume, page 193. Formula not proper because the word Duke begins with a small letter, but according to Rule 5th, quote, titles of office or honor and epithets of distinction applied to persons begin usually with capitals, end quote. Therefore, Duke should here begin with a capital D. Under Rule 6 of one capital, quote, capital F Fall, space, capital R River, a village in capital M Massachusetts, population 3431, end quote. See Universe Gazette, page 416. Formula not proper because the name Fall River is here written in two parts and with two capitals, but, according to Rule 6th, quote, those compound proper names which by analogy incline to a union of their parts without a hyphen should be so written and have but one capital, end quote. Therefore, Fall River, as the name of a town, should be one word and retain but one capital. Under Rule 7, two capitals, quote, capital T, the capital F fourth, rises on the north side of capital B, Ben Lomond, and runs easterly, end quote. Glasgow's Geography. Formula not proper because the name Ben Lomond is compounded under one capital, contrary to the general analogy of other similar terms. But, according to Rule 7th, quote, the compounding of a name under one capital should be avoided when the general analogy of other similar terms suggests a separation under two, end quote. Therefore, Ben Lomond should be written with two capitals and no hyphen. Under Rule 8 of compounds, quote, capital W, when capital J Joab returned and smote capital E Edom in the valley of Salt, end quote. Scott, Psalm 60. Formula not proper because the words valley and salt begin with small letters, but, according to Rule 8, quote, when any adjective or common noun is made a distinct part of a compound proper name, it ought to begin with a capital, end quote. Therefore, valley should here begin with a capital V and salt with a capital S. Under Rule 9 of apposition, quote, capital A, at that time, capital H, Herod, the capital T Tetrarch, heard of the fame of capital J, Jesus, end quote. Alger, Matthew 16:1. Formula not proper because the word Tetrarch begins with a capital letter, but according to Rule 8, quote, when a common and a proper name are associated merely to explain each other, it is in general sufficient if the proper name begin with a capital and the appellative with a small letter, end quote. Therefore, Tetrarch should here begin with a small t. Under Rule 10 of personifications, quote, capital B, but wisdom is justified of all her children, end quote. Scott, Alger. Luke 7:35. Formula not proper because the word wisdom begins with a small letter, but, according to Rule 10th, quote, the name of an object personified, when it conveys an idea strictly individual, should begin with a capital, end quote. Therefore, wisdom should here begin with a capital W. Under Rule 11 of derivatives, quote, capital I in capital E English, capital I would have Gallicisms avoided, end quote. Felton, Johnson's Dictionary. Formula not proper because the word Gallicisms here begins with a small letter, but, according to Rule 11th, quote, words derived from proper names and having direct reference to particular persons, places, sects, or nations should begin with capitals, end quote. Therefore, Gallicisms should begin with a capital G. Under Rule 12 of I and O, quote, capital F fall back, comma, fall back, semicolon, I have not room, oh, ! Methinks I see a couple whom I should know, Lucian, Varied. Formula, not proper, because the word I, which occurs 3 times, and the word O, which occurs once, are here printed in letters of the lower case, but, according to Rule 12th, the words I and O should always be capitals, Therefore, each should be changed to a capital as often as it occurs. Under Rule 13 of Poetry, Capital R reason's whole pleasure, all the joys of sense, lie in 3 words, health, peace, and competence. But health consists with temperance alone, and peace, O, V, virtue, ! Peace is all thy own, Pope's Essay on Man, a fine London edition. Formula, not proper, because the last 3 lines of this example begin with small letters, but, according to Rule 18th, every line in poetry, except what is regarded as making but 1 verse with the preceding line, should begin with a capital, Therefore the words lie, but, and at the commencement of these lines should severally begin with the capitals L, B, and A. Under Rule 14 of Examples, T, the word rather is very properly used to express a small degree or excess of a quality, as, she is rather profuse in her expenses, Murray's Grammar, page 47. Formula, not proper, because the word she begins with a small letter, but, according to Rule 14th, the first word of a full example, of a distinct speech, or of a direct quotation should begin with a capital, Therefore the word she should here begin with a capital S. Under Rule 15 of Chief Words, T, the Supreme Council of the nation is called the Divan, Balby's Geography, page 360. Formula, not proper, because the word divan begins with a small letter, but, according to Rule 15th, other words of particular importance and such as denote the principal subjects treated of may be distinguished by capitals, Therefore, divan should here begin with a capital D. Under Rule 16 of Needless Capitals, B, be of good cheer, I, it is I, be not afraid, Alger, Matthew 16:27. Formula, not proper, because the word it begins with a capital I, for which there appears to be neither rule nor reason, but, according to Rule 16th, capitals are improper wherever there is not some special rule or reason for their use, Therefore, it should here begin with a small letter, as Dr. Scott has it. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, page 196, excluding observations, lessons, and extensive under rules. Chapter 2 of Syllables. A syllable is 1 or more letters pronounced in one sound, and is either a word, as a, an, ant, or a part of a word, as die in dial. In every word there are as many syllables as there are distinct sounds or separate impulses of the voice, as gram, mer, re, un. A word of 1 syllable is called a monosyllable, a word of 2 syllables a dissyllable, a word of 3 syllables a trisyllable, and a word of 4 or more syllables a polysyllable. Every vowel, except W, may form a syllable of itself, but the consonants belong to the vowels or diphthongs, and without a vowel no syllable can be formed. Diphthongs and triphthongs. A diphthong is 2 vowels joined in 1 syllable, as ea in beat, ou in sound, in oe or oae. In oe or ae, old or foreign, the characters often unite. A proper diphthong is a diphthong in which both the vowels are sounded, as oi in voice, ow in vow. An improper diphthong is a diphthong in which only one of the vowels is sounded, as oa in loaf, eo in people. A triphthong is 3 vowels joined in one syllable, as eau in bow, iew in view, oeu in maneuver. A proper triphthong is a triphthong in which all the vowels are sounded, as uoy in buoy. An improper triphthong is a triphthong in which only 1 or 2 of the vowels are sounded, as eau in beauty, iou in anxious. The diphthongs in English are 29, embracing all but 6 of the 35 possible combinations of 2 vowels, aa, ae, ai, ao, au, aw, ay, ea, ee, ei, eo, eu, ew, ey, ia, ie, in parentheses ii, io, in parentheses iu, iw, iy, end parentheses, oa, oe, oi, oo, ou, ow, oy, ua, ue, ui, uo, in parentheses uu, uw, end parentheses, uy. 10 of these diphthongs being variously sounded may be either proper or improper, to wit, ay, ie, oi, ou, ow, ua, ue, ui, uo, uy. The proper diphthongs appear to be 13, ay, ia, ie, io, oi, ou, ow, oy, ua, ue, ui, uo, uy, of which combinations only 3, ia, io, and oy, are invariably of this class. The improper diphthongs are 26, aa, ae, ai, ao, au, aw, ay, ea, ee, ei, eo, eu, ew, ey, ie, oa, oe, oi, oo, ow, ow, ua, ue, ui, uy. The only proper triphthong in English is uoy, as in buoy, buoyant, buoyancy, unless uoi in coit may be considered a parallel instance. The improper triphthongs are 16, awe, aye, eau, eou, ewe, eye, ieu, iew, iou, oeu, owe, uai, uaw, uay, uea, uee. Syllabication. In dividing words into syllables, we are to be directed chiefly by the ear. It may, however, be proper to observe, as far as practicable, the following rules. Rule 1. Consonants. Consonants should generally be joined to the vowels or diphthongs which they modify in utterance, as an, ax, ag, or as, ap, o, stol, I, kul, an, ax, ag, o, ras. Rule 2. Vowels. 2 vowels coming together, if they make not a diphthong, must be parted in dividing the syllables, as a, k, I, a, o, ni, n, a, ri, ul. Rule 3. Terminations. Derivative and grammatical terminations should generally be separated from the radical words to which they have been added, as harm-less, great-ly, connect-ed. Thus count-er and counter are different words. Rule 4. Prefixes. Prefixes in general form separate syllables, as miss-place, out-ride, up-lift. But if their own primitive meaning be disregarded, the case may be otherwise. Thus recreate and recreate, re-formation, and ref-formation are words of different import. Rule 5. Compounds. Compounds, when divided, should be divided into the simple words which compose them, as boat-swain, foot-hold, never-the-less. Rule 6. Lines full. At the end of a line, a word may be divided if necessary, but a syllable must never be broken. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, page 202, excluding observations, lessons, and extensive under rules. Chapter 3, of words. A word is one or more syllables spoken or written as the sign of some idea or of some manner of thought. Words are distinguished as primitive or derivative, and as simple or compound. The former division is called their species, the latter their figure. A primitive word is one that is not formed from any simpler word in the language, as harm, great, connect. A derivative word is one that is formed from some simpler word in the language, as harmless, greatly, connected, disconnect, unconnected. A simple word is one that is not compounded, not composed of other words, as watch, man, house, tower, never, the, less. A compound word is one that is composed of two or more simple words, as watchman, watchhouse, watchtower, nevertheless. Permanent compounds are consolidated, as bookseller, schoolmaster. Others, which may be called temporary compounds, are formed by the hyphen, as good-natured, negro-merchant. Rules for the figures of words. Rule 1. Compounds. Words regularly or analogically united, and commonly known as forming a compound, should never be needlessly broken apart. Thus, steamboat, railroad, red-hot, well-being, new-coined, are preferable to the phrases steam-boat, rail-road, red-hot, well-being, new-coined, and toward-us is better than the old phrase to-us-ward. Rule 2. Simples. When the simple words would only form a regular phrase of the same meaning, the compounding of any of them ought to be avoided. Thus the compound instead is not to be commended, because the simple phrase in stead of is exactly like the other phrases in lieu of, in place of, in room of, in which we write no compound. Rule 3. The sense. Words otherwise liable to be misunderstood must be joined together or written separately, as the sense and construction may happen to require. Thus, a glass house is a house made of glass, but a glass house is a house in which glass is made. So, a negro merchant is a colored trader, but a negro merchant is a man who buys and sells negroes. Rule 4. Ellipses. When two or more compounds are connected in one sentence, none of them should be split to make an ellipsis of half a word. Thus, 6 or 17, should not be said for 16 or 17, nor ought we to say, calf, goat, and sheepskins, for calfskins, goatskins, and sheepskins, In the latter instance, however, it might be right to separate all the words, as in the phrase, soup, coffee, and tea houses, Liberator 540. Rule 5. The hyphen. When the ends of a compound do not fully coalesce, as to-day, to-night, to-morrow, or when each retains its original accent, so that the compound has more than one, or one that is movable, as first-born, hanger-on, laughter-loving, garlic-eater, butterfly-shell, the hyphen should be inserted between them. Rule 6. No hyphen. When a compound has but one accented syllable in pronunciation, as watchword, statesman, gentleman, and the parts are such as admit a complete coalesce, no hyphen should be inserted between them. Churchill, after much attention to this subject, writes thus, quote, "The practical instruction of the counting house imparts a more thorough knowledge of bookkeeping than all the fictitious transactions of a mere school book, however carefully constructed to suit particular purposes." End quote. New Grammar, page 7. But counting house, having more stress on the last syllable than on the middle one, is usually written with a hyphen, and book keeping and school book, though they may not need it, are oftener so formed than otherwise. Under Rule 1 of compounds, quote, "professing to imitate Timon, the man-hater," end quote. Goldsmith's Rome, page 161. Formula not proper, because the compound term man-hater is here made 2 words, but, according to Rule 1, quote, "words regularly or analogically united and commonly known as forming a compound should never be needlessly broken apart." End quote. Therefore, man-hater should be written as 1 word. Under Rule 2 of simples, quote, "it qualifies any of the 4 parts of speech above named," end quote. Kirkham's Grammar, page 83. Formula not proper, because above named is here unnecessarily made a compound, but, according to Rule 2, quote, "when the simple words would only form a regular phrase of the same meaning, the compounding of any of them ought to be avoided." End quote. Therefore, above and named should here have been written as 2 words. Under Rule 3, the sense, quote, "our discriminations of this matter have been but 4 space-footed space-instincts," end quote. Rush on the Voice, page 291. Formula not proper, because the term 4-footed is made 2 words, as if the instincts were 4 and footed. But, according to Rule 3, quote, "words otherwise liable to be misunderstood must be joined together or written separately, as the sense and construction may happen to require." End quote. Therefore, 4-footed, as it here means quadrupled or having 4 feet, should be 1 word. Under Rule 4 of ellipses, quote, "this building serves yet for a school and a meeting-house," end quote. Formula not proper, because the compound word schoolhouse is here divided to avoid a repetition of the last half. But, according to Rule 4, quote, "when 2 or more compounds are connected in one sentence, none of them should be split to make an ellipsis of half a word." End quote. Therefore, school should be schoolhouse. Thus, quote, "this building serves yet for a schoolhouse and a meeting-house." End quote. Under Rule 5, the hyphen, quote, "evil thinking, a noun compounded of the noun evil and the imperfect participle thinking, singular number," end quote. Churchill's Grammar, page 180. Formula not proper, because the word evil thinking, which has more than 1 accented syllable, is here compounded without the hyphen, but, according to Rule 5, quote, "when the parts of a compound do not fully coalesce, or when each retains its original accent, so that the compound has more than 1, or 1 that is movable, the hyphen should be inserted between them." End quote. Therefore, the hyphen should be used in this word, thus evil-thinking. Under Rule 6, no hyphen, quote, "from his fond parent's eye a tear-drop fell," end quote. Snelling's Gift for Scribblers, page 43. Formula not proper, because the word tear-drop, which has never any other but a full accent on the first syllable, is here compounded with the hyphen. But, according to Rule 6, quote, "when a compound has but 1 accented syllable in pronunciation, and the parts are such as admit of a complete coalesce, no hyphen should be inserted between them." End quote. Therefore, teardrop should be made a close compound. End of Chapter 1, 2, and 3. The Grammar of English Grammars by Gould Brown. Recording by Mish Smith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Greek Lessons 26 to 30 by W. H. Morris. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Lesson 26. The relative pronoun. Singular. Nominative, masculine. Os. Feminine. E. Neuter. O. Who, which, that. Accusative, masculine. On. Feminine. In. Neuter. O. Whom, which, what. Genitive, masculine. U. Feminine. Is. Neuter. U. Whose, of whom, of which. Dative, masculine. O. Feminine. E. Neuter. O. To whom, to which. Plural and dual, like kalos. Exercises on the relative pronoun. Rule 14. The relative agrees with its antecedent in gender, number, and person, but takes its case from its own clause. Note, in translating a relative clause, begin with the relative and supply, if necessary, the nominative, he, they, etc., between the relative and the verb, as I epistoli in γράφει, the letter which he writes. I epistoli in γράφει, the letter which he writes. Singular, επίησε, επίησεν, he made, did. Plural, επίησαν, they made, did. Ο ύπος, ον άγει, ο άνθρωπος, λευκός εστιν, επιστολέ, ας γράφουσι, καλέ ήσιν. Οι δούλοι, ους πέμπουσιν, ισχυροί ήσι. Τα αργά, επίησεν ο Θεός μεγάλα ειν. Ταύτα, επίησαν καλά ειν. Το βιβλίον, ο έχει, το παιδίον μέγα εστί. Το παιδίον, ο δώσει, το βιβλίον, ουκ εστιν όδε. Αλλό βιβλίον έχει, ημί ο ημί, ο έχει δώσει. Ο Κύριος ου είμαι δούλος, αγαθός εστι. Καλή εστιν η αδελφή, ειν θαυμάζει ο αδελφός. 27. Like. Masculine, omios, with dative. Feminine, omia. Neuter, omion. River, masculine, potamos. Battle, feminine, mahi. Breakfast, neuter, ariston. Army, masculine, stratos. Strength, feminine, romi. Dinner, supper, neuter, dipnon. Fear, dread, masculine, phobos. Victory, feminine, niki. Bow, neuter, doxon. War, masculine, polemos. Peace, feminine, irini. Leaf, neuter, philon. Rule 15. The genitive is often placed between the article and its substantive, as to του παιδιού βιβλίον, the child's book, the of the child book, ο του θανάτου, φόβος κακός εστί, την του ύπου ρόμην θαυμάζει, εν το ποταμό κροκοδιλί ήσι πολύ, ιδού το αριστόν μου, τα των δένδρων φύλλα πολλά εστιν. Omen polemos κακός εστιν, είδε ειρήνη αγαθή. Ο στρατός εν το πεδίο ειν. Εν ταύτη τη μάχη δόξα πολλά έχουσιν. Ημίν εστιν η νίκη. Ανθρωπός της επίησε δείπνον μέγα. Ούτως εστιν ο Υιός ημών. Όμοιος αυτό εστιν alla πολλά επίησε. Give the derivation of Rome, polemic, hippopotamus. 28. Alone, solitary, masculine, monos, feminine, moni, neuter, monon. Clean, pure, masculine, katharos, feminine, kathara, neuter, katharon. Tale, fable, masculine, mythos. Shadow, shade, feminine, skia. Sign, miracle, neuter, simeon. Place, masculine, topos. Tent, tabernacle, feminine, skini. Foundation, neuter, themelion. Stone, rock, masculine, petros. Rock, solid, feminine, petra. Heaven, sky, masculine, uranos. Tower, masculine, pyrgos. Rule 16. After a preposition, the article is sometimes omitted. In archi, episen o theos ton uranon getingin. Αυτός εστιν ο Θεός μόνος. Εστε σημεία εν ηλίο και σελήνη και άστρης. Ο αδελφός τη αδελφή ζώνην χρυσήν πέμπει. Ημείς καθαροί εστε. Ο αριθμός των ανθρώπων μέγας ειν. Πού εισιν έσκηνε αυτόν, εν το τόπο τούτο πύργος μέγας ειν. Τα του πύργου θεμέλια επί τη πέτρα εστί. Εν τούτο το πέτρο σπήλαιον μέγα ειν. Σκιά εστιν ημών ο βίος. Ο λόγος της ψυχής ειδωλών εστι. Πολλοί ήσαν οι των αρχαίων μύθοι. Give the derivation of arithmetic, Peter, petrify, Catherine, idol, myth, mythology, zone, scene, Uranus, monologue, monarch, topography. 29. Conjugation of the verb in omega, active voice, indicative mood. Present tense, singular, leo, I loose. Lees, thou loosest. Lee, he looses. Plural, leomen, we loose. Liete, ye loose. Liusi, they loose. Dual, lieton, ye or they two loose. Imperfect tense, singular, elion, I was loosing. Elias, thou wast loosing. Elia, he was loosing. Plural, eliomen, we were loosing. Eliete, ye were loosing. Elion, they were loosing. Dual, eliatin, ye or they two were loosing. Future tense, singular, liso, I shall loose. Lysis, thou wilt loose. Lysi, he will loose. Plural, lisomen, we shall loose. Lysete, you will loose. Lysusi, they will loose. Dual, lyseton, ye or they two will loose. Present aorist tense, singular, Elisa, I loosed. Elisas, thou loosedst. Elise, he loosed. Plural, Elisamen, we loosed. Elisate, ye loosed. Elisan, they loosed. Dual, Elisatin, ye or they two loosed. Perfect tense, singular, Lelica, I have loosed. Lelikas, thou hast loosed. Lelike, he has loosed. Plural, Lelicamen, we have loosed. Lelicate, ye have loosed. Lelicasi, they have loosed. Lelicaton, ye or they two have loosed. Pluperfect tense, singular, Elelikin, I had loosed. Elelikis, thou hadst loosed. Eleliki, he had loosed. Plural, Elelikimen, we had loosed. Elelikite, ye had loosed. Elelikasan, or Kisan, they had loosed. Elelikitin, ye or they two had loosed. Vowel verbs. Some verbs have a second aorist tense, with tense endings like the imperfect, and the English like the first aorist, and a second perfect with tense endings like the perfect. Leo has neither. Note, ni is added to epsilon of the third person singular with si of the third person plural, when the next word begins with a vowel. 30. Verbs in omega are divided into classes according to the character of the stem, that is, the letter preceding omega. See Lesson 2. Vowel verbs. Present, I loose, undo, break. Present, leo. Future, liso. Perfect, lelica. I shut, enclose. present Clio, future Cliso, perfect Keklika. I shake, present Sio, future Siso, perfect Sesica. I slay, sacrifice, present Theo, future Theso, perfect Tethica. I cause to cease, stop, present Pavo, future Pavso, perfect Pepavka. The present, future, and perfect are called primary tenses. The imperfect, aorists, and pluperfect are called historic tenses. The future active is formed from the present by changing omega into so, as lio, liso. The perfect has usually a reduplication or repetition of the first consonant with epsilon, prefixed to the stem, as le in lelica, when the verb begins with a single consonant, but the aspirates theta, phi, chi in reduplication become taf, pi, kappa, and z, xi, psi, prefix only the augment epsilon. Verbs with the future in so make the perfect in ka. Ero lio ton dulon. Iduli tus ippus liusi. Tiliete ton onon. Ulisomen tathiria. Si ton onon lelicas. Ton pyrgon siete. O theos sisi tingin. O plusios dethice. Tito arnion this, tintu iku thiran gliomen, tistas tiras tis phylakis keklike, pavsomen polemon, o chronos upavi tin orgin, o thanatos tin psychin li, ikaki uti ton nomon lelikasi. End of Greek lessons 26 to 30 by W. H. Morris. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater.
Chapter 2, Hercules, of Ritchie's Fabulae Faciles, a first Latin reader, by John Kirtland. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hercules. 12. The Hatred of Juno. Hercules, Alcmenae filius, olim in Graecia habitabat, hic omnium hominum validissimus fuisse dicitur. At Juno, regina deorum, Alcmenam oderat, et Herculem ad hoc infantem necare voluit. Misit, igitur, duas serpentis saevissimas, hae media nocte in cubiculum Alcmenae venerunt, ubi Hercules cum fratre suo dormiebat. Nec tamen in cunis, sed in scuto magno cubabant. Serpentes iam apropinquaverant, et scutum movebant, itaque pueri e somno excitati sunt. 13. Hercules and the Serpents. Iphicles, frater Hercules, magna voce exclamavit, sed Hercules ipse, fortissimus puer, haud quaquam territus est. Parvis manibus serpentis statim prehendit, et colla earum magna vi compressit. Tali modo serpentes a puero interfectae sunt. Alcmena autem mater puerorum clamorem audiverat, et maritum suum e somno excitaverat. Ille lumen accendit, et gladium suum rapuit. Tum ad pueros properabat, sed ubi ad locum venit, rem miram vidit. Hercules enim ridebat, et serpentis mortuas monstrabat. 14. The Music Lesson. Hercules a puero corpus suum diligenter exercebat, magnam partem diei in palaestra consumebat. Didicit etiam arcum intendere et tela conicere. His exercitationibus vires eius confirmatae sunt. In musica etiam alino centauro erudiebatur. Centauri autem equi erant, sed caput hominis habebant. Huic tamen arti minus diligenter studebat. Hic Linus Herculem olim obiurgabat, quod non studiosus erat. Tum puer iratus, citaram subito rapuit, et omnibus viribus caput magistri infelicis percussit. Ille ictu prostratus est, et Paulo post evita excessit, neque quisquam postea id officium suscipere voduit. 15. Hercules escapes sacrifice. De Hercule haec etiam inter alia narantur. Olim, dum iter facit, in finis Aegyptiorum venit. Ibi rex quidam nomine Busiris illo tempore regnabat. Hic autem vir crudelissimus homines immolare consueverat. Herculem igitur corripuit et in vincula coniecit. Tum nuntios dimisit et diem sacrificio edixit. Mox ea dies apetebat, et omnia rite parata sunt. Manus Herculis catenis ferreis vinctae sunt, et molla salsa in caput eius inspersa est. Mos enim erat apud antiquos salem et far capitibus victimarum imponere. Iam victima ad aram stabat, iam sacerdos cultrum sumpserat. Subito tamen Hercules magno conatu vincula perrupit, tum ictu sacerdotem prostravit, altero regem ipsum occidit. 16. A cruel deed. Hercules iam adolescens Thebis habitabat. Rex Thebarum vir ignaus Creon appellabatur. Minuiae gens bellicosissima Thebanis finitimi erant. Legati autem a minuis ad Thebanus quotanis mitebantur. Hi Thebas veniebant, et centum boves postulabant. Thebani enim olim a minuis superati erant. Tributa igitur regi minuiarum quotanis spendebant. Ad Hercules civi suos hoc stipendio liberare constituit. Legatus igitur comprehendit, atque auris eorum abscidit. Legati autem apud omnis gentis sancti habentur. 17. The defeat of the Miniae. Erginus rex minuarum ob haec vehementer iratus statim cum omnibus copiis in finis Thebanorum contendit. Creon adventum eius per exploratores cognovit. Ipse tamen pugnare noluit, nam magno timore adfectus erat. Thebani igitur Herculem imperatorem creaverunt. Ille nuntios in omnis partis dimisit, et copias coegit, tum proximo die cum magno exercitu profectus est. Locum idoneum delegit, et aciem instruxit. Tum Thebani e superiore loco impetum in hostis fecerunt. Illi autem impetum sustinere non potuerunt, itaque acies hostium pulsa est, atque in fugam conversa. 18. Madness and murder. Post hoc proelium, Hercules copias suas ad urbem reduxit. Omnes Thebani propter victoriam maxime gaudebant. creon autem magnis honoribus Herculem decoravit, atque filiam suam ei in matrimonium dedit. Hercules cum uxore sua beatam vitam agebat. Sed post paucos annos subito in furorem incidit, atque liberos suos ipse sua manu occidit. Post breve tempus ad sanitatem reductus est, et propter hoc facinus magno dolore adfectus est. Mox ex urbe effugit, et in silvas se recepit. Nolebant enim cives sermonem cum eo habere. 19. Hercules consults the oracle. Hercules tantum scelus expiare magnopere cupiebat, constituit igitur ad oraculum Delphicum ire. Hoc enim oraculum erat omnium celeberrimum. Ibi templum erat Apollinis, plurimis donis ornatum. Hoc in templo sedebat femina quaedam, nomine Plea, et consilium dabat iis qui ad oraculum veniebant. Haec autem femina ab ipso Apolline docebatur, et voluntatem Dei hominibus enuntiabat. Hercules igitur, qui Apollinem praecipue colebat, huc venit. Tum rem totam exposuit, neque scelus celavit. 20. The oracle's reply. Ubi Hercules finem fecit, Plea primo tacebat. Tandem, tamen, iusit eum ad urbem Tirynta ire, et Eurystei regis omnia imperata facere. Hercules, ubi haec audivit, ad urbem illam contendit, et Eurysteo regi se in servitutem tradirit. Duodecim annos crudelissimo Eurysteo serviebat, et duodecim labores, quos ille imperaverat, confecit. Hoc enim uno modo tantum scelus expiari potuit. De his laboribus plurima a poetis scripta sunt. Multa tamen quae poetae narrant vix credibilia sunt. 21. First labor. The Nemean lion. Primum ab Eurysteo iusus est Hercules leonem occidere, qui illo tempore valem Nemeaeam redebat in festam. In silvas igitur in quibus leo habitabat statim se contulit. Mox veram vidit et arcum quem secum atulerat intendit. Eius tamen pellem quae densissima erat traicere non potuit. Tum clava magna quam semper gerebat leonem percussit, frustra tamen. Neque enim hoc modo eum occidere potuit. Tum demum collum monstri brachiis suis complexus est, et faucis eius omnibus viribus compressit. Hoc modo leo brevi tempore exanimatus est. Nulla enim respirandi facultas ei dabatur. Tum Hercules cadaver ad oppidum in humeris retulit, et pellem, quam detraxerat, postea pro veste gerebat. Omnes autem, qui eam regionem incolebant, ubi famam de morte leonis acceperunt, vehementer gaudebant, et Herculem magno honore habebant. 22. Second labor. The Lernaean hydra. Paulo post iusus est ab Eurysteo hydram necare. Hoc autem monstrum erat, qui novem erant capita. Hercules igitur cum amico Iolao profectus est ad paludem Lernaeam, in qua hydra habitabat. Mox monstrum invenit, et quamquam res erat magni periculi, collum eius sinistra prehendit. Tum dextra capita novem abscidere coepit. Quotiens tamen hoc fecerat, nova capita exoriebantur. Diu frustra laborabat, tandem hoc conatu destitit. Dende arbore succidere, et ignem accendere constituit. Hoc celeriter fecit, et postquam ligna ignem comprehenderunt, facie ardente colla adducit, unde capita exoriebantur. Nec tamen sine magno labore haec fecit, venit enim auxilio hydrae cancer ingens, qui dum Hercules capita abscidit, crura eius mordebat, postquam monstrum tali modo interfecit, sagittas suas sanguine eius imbuit, itaque mortiferas redidit. 23. Third labor. The Cyrenian stag. Postquam Eurysteo caedes hydrae nuntiata est, magnus timor animum eius occupavit. Iusit igitur Herculem cervum quendam ad se referre, noluit enim virum tantam audaciae in urbe retinere. Hic autem cervus, cuius cornua aurea fuisse traduntur, incredibili fuit celeritate. Hercules igitur primo vestigiis eum in silva persequebatur. Dende, ubi cervum ipsum vidit, omnibus viribus currere coepit. Usque ad vesperum currebat, neque nocturnum tempus sibi ad quietem relinquebat, frustra tamen, mullo enim modo cervum consequi poterat. Tandem postquam totum annum cucurrerat, ita traditur, cervum cursu exanimatum cepit, et vivum ad Eurysteum retulit. 24. Fourth labor. The Erymanthian boar. Tum vero iusus est Hercules aprum quendam capere, qui illo tempore agros Erymantios vastabat, et incolas huius regionis magnopere terrebat. Hercules rem suscepit, et in Arcadiam profectus est. Postquam in Silvam Paulum progressus est, apro occurrit. Ille autem simul atque Herculem vidit, statim refugit, et timore perterritus in altam fossam se proiecit. Hercules igitur laqueum quem atulerat injecit, et summa cum difficultate aprum e fossa extraxit. Ille etsi fortiter repugnabat, nullo modo se liberare potuit, et ab Hercule ad Eurysteum vivus relatus est. 25. Hercules at the Centaur's cave. De quarto labore, quem supra narravimus, haec etiam traduntur. Hercules, dum iter in Arcadiam facit, ad eam regionem venit, quam Centauri incolebant. Cum nox iam apeteret, ad speluncam devertit, in qua Centaurus quidam nomine Polus habitabat. Ille Herculem benigne excepit, et cenam paravit. Ad Hercules postquam cenavit, vinum Apollo postulavit. Erat autem in spelunca magna amphora vino optimo repleta, quam Centauri ibi deposuerant. Polus igitur hoc vinum dare nolebat, quod relicos Centauros timebat. Nullum tamen vinum praeter hoc in spelunca habebat. Hoc vinum, inquit, mihi commissum est. Si igitur hoc dabo, Centauri me interficient. Hercules tamen cum inrissit, et ipse poculum vini de amphora hausit. 26. The fight with the centaurs. Simul atque amphora aperta est, odor iucundissimus undique diffusus est. Vinum enim suavissimum erat. Centauri notum odorem senserunt, et omnes ad locum convenerunt. Ubi ad speluncam pervenerunt, magnopere irati erant, quod Herculem bibentem viderunt. Tum arma rapuerunt, et polum interficere volebant. Hercules tamen in aditus speluncae constitit, et impetum eorum fortissime sustinebat. Facies ardentis in eos coniecit, multos etiam sagittis suis vulneravit. Hae autem sagittae aedem erant quae sanguine hydrae olim imbutae erant. Omnes igitur, quos ille sagittis vulneraverat, venenos statim absumpti sunt. Reliqui autem ubi hoc viderunt, terga verterunt, et fuga salutem petierunt. 27. The fate of Pholus. Postquam reliqui fugerunt, Polus ex spelunca egressus est, et corpora spectabat eorum qui sagittis interfecti erant. Magnopere autem miratus est, quod tam levi vulnere ex animati erant, et causam eius rei quaerebat. Adi it igitur locum ubi cadaver cuiusdam centauri iacebat, et sagittam e vulnere traxit. Haec tamen, sive casu, sive consilio deorum, e manibus eius lapsa est, et pedem leviter vulneravit. Ille ex templo dolorem gravem per omnia membra sensit, et post breve tempus vive neni exanimatus est. Mox Hercules, qui reliquos centauros secutus erat, ad speluncam rediit, et magno cum dolore polum mortuum vidit. Multis cum lacrimis corpus amici ad sepulturam dedit. Tum, postquam alterum poculum vini exhausit, somno se dedit. 28. Fifth labor, the Augean stables. Dende Eurystheus Herculi hunc laborem graviorem imposuit. Augeas quidam, qui illo tempore regnum in Ellide obtinebat, 3 milia boum habebat. Hi in stabulo in gentis magnitudinis includebantur. Stabulum autem in Luie ac squalore erat obsitum, neque enim ad hoc tempus umquam purgatum erat. Hoc Hercules intra spatium unius diei purgare iussus est. Ille, et si res erat multae operae, negotium suscepit. Primum, magno labore fossam duodeviginti pedum duxit, per quam fluminis aquam de montibus ad murum stabuli perduxit. Tum, postquam murum perrupit, aquam in stabulum immissit, et tali modo, contra opinionem omnium, opus confecit. 29. Sixth labor, the Stymphalian birds. Post paucos dies, Hercules ad oppidum Stymphalum iter fecit. Imperaverat enim, ei Eurystheus ut avis Stymphalides necaret. Hae aves rostra aenea habebant, et carne hominum vescebantur. Ille postquam ad locum pervenit, lacum vidit. In hoc autem lacu, qui non procul erat ab oppido, aves habitabant. Nulla tamen dabatur a propinquandi facultas. Lacus enim non ex aqua, sed limo constitit. Hercules igitur neque pedibus, neque lintre progredi potuit. Ille, cum magnam partem diei, frustra consubsisset, hoc conatu destitit, et ad vulcanum se contulit, ut auxilium abeo peteret. Vulcanus, qui ab fabris maxime colebatur, crepundia quae ipse ex aere fabricatus erat Herculi dedit. His Hercules tam acrem crepitum fecit, ut aves per territae avolarent. Ille autem, dum avolant, magnum numerum eorum sagittis transfixit. 30. Seventh labor, the Cretan bull. Tum Eurystheus Herculi imperavit, ut taurum quendam ferocissimum ex insula Creta vivum referet. Ille igitur navem conscendit, et cum ventus idoneus esset statim soluit. cum tamen insulae iam appropinquaret, tanta tempestas subito cohorta est, ut navis cursum tenere non posset. Tantus autem timor animos nautarum occupavit, ut paene omnem spem salutis deponerent. Hercules tamen, et si navigandi imperitus erat, haud quaquam territus est. Post breve tempus summa tranquillitas consecuta est, et nautae, qui se extimore iam receperant, nauem incolumem a terram apulerunt. Hercules navi egressus est, et cum ad regem Cretae venisset, causam veniendi docuit. Deinde, postquam omnia parata sunt, ad eam regionem contendit, quam taurus vastabat. Mox taurum vidit, et quamquam res erat magni periculi cornua eius prehendit. Tum, cum ingenti labore monstrum ad nauem traxisset, cum praeda in Graecium rediit. 31. Eighth labor. The men-eating horses of Diomede. Postquam ex insula Creta rediit, Hercules ab Eurysteo in Thraciam missus est, ut equos Diomedis reduceret. Hi equi carne hominum vescebantur. Diomedes autem, vir crudelissimus, illis obiciebat peregrinos omnis, qui in eam regionem venerant. Hercules igitur magna celeritate in Thraciam contendit, et ab Diomede postulavit, ut equi sibi traderentur. Cum tamen ille hoc facere nollet, Hercules ira commotus regem interfecit, et cadaver eius equis obici iussit. Ita mira rerum commutatio facta est, is enim qui antea multos cum cruciato necaverat, ipse eodem supplicio necatus est. Cum haec nuntiata essent, omnes qui eam regionem incolebant, maxima laetitia adfecti sunt, et Herculi meritam gratiam referebant. Non modo maximis honoribus et praemiis eum decoraverunt, sed orabant etiam ut regnum ipse susciperet. Ille tamen hoc facere nolebat, et cum ad mare rediisset, nauem occupavit. Ubi omnia ad navigandum parata sunt, equos in navi conlocavit. Deinde, cum idoneam tempestatem nactus esset, sine mora e portus solvit, et Paulo post equos in litus argolicum exposuit. 32. Ninth labor. The girdle of Hippolyte. Gens Amazonum dicitur omnino ex mulieribus constituisse. Hae summam scientiam rei militaris habebant, et tantam virtutem adhibebant, ut cum viris proelium committere auderent. Hippolyte, Amazonum regina, balteum habuit celeberrimum, quem Mars ei dederat. Admeta autem Eurystei filia, famam de hoc balteo acceperat, et eum possidere vehementer cupiebat. Eurysteus igitur Herculi mandavit, ut copias cogeret, et bellum Amazonibus inferret. Ille nuntios in omnis partis dimissit, cum magna multitudo convenisset, eos delegit, qui maximum usum in re militari habebant. 33. The girdle is refused. His viris Hercules persuasit, postquam causam itineris exposuit, ut secum iter facerent. Tum, cum iis quibus persuaserat, nauem conscendit, et cum ventus idoneus esset, post paucos dies ad ostium fluminis thermodontis apulit. Postquam in finis Amazonum venit, nuntium ad Hippolytam misit, qui causam veniendi doceret, et balteum posceret. Ipsa Hippolyte balteum tradere volebat, quod de Hercules virtute famam acceperat. Reliquae tamen Amazones ei persuaserunt ut negaret. Ad Hercules, cum haec nuntiata essent, belli fortunam temptare constituit. Proximo igitur die, cum copias eduxisset, locum idoneum delegit, et hostis ad pugnam evocavit. Amatones quoque copiae suas ex castris eduxerunt, et non magno intervallo ab Hercule aciem instruxerunt. 34. The battle. Palus erat non magna inter duo exercitus. Neutri tamen initium transeunde facere volebant. Tandem Hercules signum dedit, et ubi paludem transiit proelium commissit. Amazones impetum virorum fortissime sustinuerunt, et contra opinionem omnium tantam virtutem praestiterunt, ut multos eorum occiderint, multos etiam in fugam conjecerint. Viri enim novo genere pugnae perturbabantur, nec magnam virtutem praestabant. Hercules autem cum haec videret, de suis fortunis desperare coepit. Milites igitur vehementer cohortatus est, ut pristinae virtutis memoriam retinerent, neu tantum dedecus admitterent, postiumque impetur fortiter sustinerent. Quibus verbis animos omnium ita erexit, ut multi etiam qui vulneribus confecti essent, proelium sine mora redintegrarent. 35. The defeat of the Amazons. Diu et acriter pugnatum est. Tandem tamen ad solis occasum tanta commutatio rerum facta est, ut mulieres terga verterent, et fuga salutem peterent. Multae autem vulneribus defesae dum fugiunt, captae sunt, in quo numero ipsa erat Hippolyte. Hercules summam clementiam praestitit, et postquam Balteum accepit, libertatem omnibus captivis dedit. Tum vero socios ad mare reduxit, et quod non multum aestatis supererat, in Graeciam proficisci maturavit. Nauem igitur conscendit, et tempestatem idoneam nactus statim solvit. Antequam tamen in Graeciam pervenit, ad urbem Troiam nauem appellere constituit, frumentum enim quod secum habebat iam deficere coeperat. 36. Laomedon and the Sea Monster. Laomedon quidam illo tempore regnum Troiae obtinebat. Ad hunc Neptunus et Apollo annos superiore venerant, et cum Troia non dum Moenia haberet, ad hoc opus auxilium obtulerant. Postquam tamen horum auxilio Moenia confecta sunt, nolebat Laomedon praemium quod propossuerat per solvere. Neptunus igitur, et Apollo, ob hanc causam irati, monstrum quodam miserunt, specie horribili, quod quotidie e mari veniebat, et homines specudesque vorabat. Troiani autem timore perterriti in urbe continebantur, et pecora omnia ex agris intramuros compulerant. Laomedon, his rebus commotus, oraculum consuluit, ac Deus ei praecepit, ut filiam Hesionem monstro obiceret. 37. The rescue of Hesione. Laomedon, cum hoc responsum renuntiatum esset, magnum dolorem percepit, sed tamen ut civis suos tanto periculo liberaret, oraculo parere constituit, et diem sacrificio dixit. Sed, sive casu, sive consilio deorum, Hercules tempore opportunissimo Troiam attigit. Ipso enim temporis puncto, quo puella catenis vincta ad litus deducebatur, ille nauem apulit. Hercules e navi egressus, ver rebus quae gerebantur certior factus est. Tum, ira commotus ad regem se contulit, et auxilium suum obtulit. Cum rex libenter ei concessit ut, si posset, puellam liberaret, Hercules monstrum interfecit, et puellam, quae iam omnem spem salutis deposuerat, in columem ad patrem reduxit. Laomedon magno cum gaudio filiam suam accepit, et Herculi pro tanto beneficio meritam gratiam retulit. 38. Tenth labor. The oxen of Geryon. tum vero missus est Hercules ad insulam Erutiam, ut boves gerionis arcesserit. Res erat summae difficultatis, quod boves a quodam Eurutione et a cane bicipite custodiebantur. Ipse autem gerion, speciem horribilem praebebat. Tria enim corpora inter se conjuncta habebat. Hercules tamen, et si intelligebat quantum periculum esset, negotium suscepit. Ac postquam per multas terras iter fecit, ad eam partem Libyae pervenit, quae Europae proxima est. Ibi in utroque litore freti, quod Europam a Libya dividit, columnas constituit, quae postea Hercules columnae appellabantur. 39. The Golden Ship. Dum hic moratur, Hercules magnum incommodum ex calore solis accipiebat. Tandem igitur ira commotus arcum suum intendit, et solem sagittis petit. Sol tamen audaciam viri tantum admiratus est, ut lintrem auream ei dederit. Hercules hoc donum libentissime accepit, nullam enim nauem in his regionibus invenire potuerat. Tum lintrem deduxit, et ventum nactus idoneum post breve tempus ad insulam pervenit. Ubi ex incolis cognovit quo in loco boves essent, in eam partem statim profectus est, et a rege gerione postulavit ut boves sibi traderentur. Cum tamen ille hoc facere nollet, Hercules et regem ipsum et Eurytionem, qui erat ingenti magnitudine corporis, interfecit. 40. A miraculous hailstorm. Tum Hercules boves per Hispaniam et Liguriam compellere constituit, postquam igitur omnia parata sunt, boves ex insula ad continentem transportavit. Ligures autem, gens bellicosissima, dum ille per finis eorum iter facit, magna scopias coegerunt, atque eum longius progredi prohibebant. Hercules magnam difficultatem habebat, barbari enim in loci superioribus constiterant, et saxate laque in eum coniciebant. Ille quidem paene omnem spem salutis deposuerat, sed tempore opportunissimo Jupiter imbrem lapidum ingentium e caelo demisit. Hi tanta vic eciderunt, ut magnum numerum ligurum occiderint. Ipse tamen Hercules, ut in talibus rebus accidere consuevit, nihil incommodi cepit. 41. The Passage of the Alps. Postquam Ligures hoc modo superati sunt, Hercules quam celerrime progressus est, et post paucos dies ad Alpis pervenit. Necesse erat has transire, ut in Italiam boves ageret. Res tamen summae erat difficultatis. Hi enim montes, qui ulteriorem acciteriore Gallia dividunt, nive perenni sunt tecti, quam ob causam neque frumentum neque pabulum in his regionibus inveniri potest. Hercules igitur, antequam ascendere coepit, magnam copiam frumenti et pabuli comparavit, et hoc comeatu boves oneravit. Postquam in his rebus 3 dies consumserat, quarto die profectus est, et contra omnium opinionem boves incolumis in Italiam traduxit. 42. Cacus steals the oxen. Brevi tempore ad flumem Tiberim venit. Tum tamen nulla erat urbs in eo loco, Roma enim nondum condita erat. Hercules itinere fessus constituit ibi paucos dies morari, ut se ex laboribus recrearet. Haud procul a valle ubi boves pascebantur spelunca erat, in qua Cacus, horribile monstrum, tum habitabat. Hic speciem terribilem praebebat, non modo quod ingenti magnitudine corporis erat, sed quod ignem ex ore expirabat. Cacus autem de aduentu Hercules famam acceperat, noctu igitur venit, et dum Hercules dormit, quator pulcherimorum boum abripuit. Hos caudis in speluncam traxit, ne Hercules euestigiis cognoscere possit, quo in loco celati essent. 43. Hercules discovers the theft. Postero die, simul atque e somno excitatus est, Hercules furtum animadvertit, et boves amissus omnibus locis quaerebat. Hos tamen nusquam reperire poterat, non modo quod loci naturam ignorabat, sed quod vestigiis falsis deceptus est. Tandem cum magnam partem diei frustra consumsisset, cum reliquis bobus progredi constituit. At dum proficisci parat, unus e bobus quo secum habuit mugire coepit. Subito ii qui in spelunca inclusi erant mugitum rediderunt, et hoc modo Herculem certiorem fecerunt, quo in loco celati essent. Ille vehemente iratus ad speluncam quam celerime se contulit, ut praedam reciperit. Ad cacus saxum ingens ita deiecerat, ut aditus speluncae omnino obstrueretur. 44. Hercules and Cacus. Hercules, cum nullum alium introitum reperire posset, hoc saxum amovere conatus est, sed propter eius magnitudinem res erat difficillima. Diu frustra laborabat, neque quicquam efficere poterat. Tandem tamen magno conatu saxum amovit, et speluncam pate fecit. Ibi amissos boves magno cum gaudio conspexit, sed cacum ipsum vix cernere potuit, quod spelunca repleta erat fumo, quem ille more suo evomebat. Hercules inusitatas specie turbatus breve tempus haesitabat, mox tamen in speluncam inrupit, et collum monstri brachiis complexus est. Ille etsi multum repugnavit, nullo modo se liberare potuit, et cum nulla facultas respirandi daretur, mox exanimatus est. 45. 11th labor, the golden apples of the Hesperides. Eurystheus, postquam boves Geryonis accepit, laborem undecimum Herculi imposuit, graviorem quam quos supra naravimus. Mandavit enim ei ut aurea poma ex horto Hesperidum auferret. Hesperides autem nymphae erant, quaedam forma praestantissima, quae in terra longinqua habitabant, et quibus aurea quaedam poma aiunone commissa erant. Multi homines, auri cupiditate inducti, haec poma aufere iam antea conati erant. Res tamen difficillima erat, namque hortus in quo poma erant, muro ingenti undique circumdatus erat. Praeterea draco quidam, cui centum erant capita, portam horti diligenter custodiebat. Opus igitur, quod Eurystheus Herculi imperaverat, erat summae difficultatis, non modo ob causas quas memoravimus, sed etiam quod Hercules omnino ignorabat, quo in loco hortus ille situs esset. 46. Hercules asks aid of Atlas. Hercules quamquam quietem vehementer cupiebat, tamen Eurystheo parere constituit, et simul ac iussa eius accepit, proficisci maturavit. A multis mercatoribus quaesiverat, quo in loco Hesperides habitarent, nihil tamen certum reperire potuerat. Frustra per multas terras iter fecit, et multa pericula subiit. Tandem, cum in his itineribus totum annum consubsisset, ad extremam partem orbis terrarum, quae proxima est oceano, pervenit. Hic stabat vir quidam, nomine Atlas, ingenti magnitudine corporis, qui caelum, ita traditum est, umeri sui sustinebat, ne in terram decideret. Hercules tantas viris magnopere miratus, statim in conloquium cum Atlante venit, et cum causam itineris docuisset, auxilium abeo petiit. 47. Hercules bears up the heavens. Atlas autem Herculi maxime prodesse potuit. Ille enim cum ipse esset pater Hesperidum certo scivit quo in loco esset hortus. Postquam igitur audiuit quam ob causam Hercules venisse, ipse inquit ad hortum ibo, et filiabus meis persuadebo ut poma sua sponte tradant. Hercules cum haec audiret, magnopere gavissus est. Vim enim adhibere noluit, si res ariter fieri posset. Constituit igitur oblatum auxilium accipere. Atlas tamen postulavit ut, dum ipse abesset, Hercules caelum humeris sustineret. Hoc autem negotium Hercules libenter suscepit, et quamquam res erat summi laboris, totum pondus caeli continuos cum pluris dies solus sustinebat. 48. The return of Atlas. Atlas in terrea abierat, et ad hortum Hesperidum, qui pauca milia passum aberat, se quam celerime contulerat. Eo, cum venisset, causam veniendi exposuit, et filias suas vehementer hortatus est, ut poma traderent. Illae diu haerebant, nolebant enim hoc facere, quod ab ipsa iunone, ita ut ante dictum est, hoc munus accepissent. Atlas tamen aliquando iis persuasit, ut sibi parerent, et poma ad Herculem retulit. Hercules in terrea cum pluris dies expectavisset, neque ullam famam de reditu Atlantis accepisse, hac mora graviter commotus est. Tandem quinto die Atlantem vidit redeuntem, et mox magno cum gaudio poma accepit, tum, postquam gratias pro tanto beneficio egit, ad raeciam proficisci maturavit. 49. 12th labor. Cerberus, the three-headed dog. Postquam aurea poma ad Eurystheum relata sunt, unus modo relinquebatur, e duodecim laboribus, quos putia Herculi praeceperat. Eurystheus autem, cum Herculem magnopere timeret, eum in aliquem locum mitere volebat, unde nunquam redire posset. Negotium igitur ei dedit, ut canem Cerberum ex orco in lucem traheret. Hoc opus omnium difficillimum erat, nemo enim umquam ex orco redierat. Praeterea Cerberus iste monstrum erat horribili specie, qui tria erant capita serpentibus saevis cincta. Antequam tamen de hoc labore narramus, non alienum videtur, quoniam de orco mentionem fecimus, pauca de ea regione proponere. 50. Charon's Ferry. De orco, qui idem Hades appellabatur, haec traduntur. Ut quisque de vita deceserat, manes eius ad orcum, sede mortuorum, ad Deo Mercurio deducebantur. Huius regionis, quae sub terra fuisse dicitur, rex erat Pluto, qui uxor erat Proserpina, Iovis et Cereris filia. Manes igitur a Mercurio deducti, primum ad ripam veniebant stugis fluminis, quo regnum Plutonis continetur. Hoc transire necesse erat antequam in orcum venire possent. Cum tamen in hoc flumine nullus pons factus esset, manes transvehebantur ac Charonte quodam, qui cum parva scapha ad ripam expectabat. Charon pro hoc officio mercedem postulabat, neque quemquam nisi hoc praemium pris dedisset, transvehere volebat. Quam ob causam mos erat apud antiquos numum in ore mortui ponere eo consilio, ut, cum ad stugen venissed, pretium traiectus solvere posset. Ii autem qui post mortem in terra non sepulti erant, stugen transire non potuerunt, sed in ripa per centum annos errare coacti sunt. Tum demum orcum intrare liquid. 51. The realm of Pluto. Ut autem manes stugem hoc modo transierant, ad alterum veniebant flumen, quod lethe appellabatur. Ex hoc flumine aquam bibere cogebantur, quod cum fecissent res omnis in vita gestas e memoria deponebant. Denique ad sedem ipsius Plutonis veniebant, cuius introitus a cane Cerbero custodiebatur. Ibi Pluto nigro vestitu indutus cum uxore proserpina in solio sedebat. Stabant etiam non procul ab eo loco tria alia solia in quibus sedebant minus hadamantus acaiusque, judices apud inferos. Hi mortuis ius dicebant, et praemia poenasque constituebant. Boni enim in campos Eleusios sedem beatorum veniebant. Improbi autem in Tartarum mitebantur, ac multis et variis suppliciis ibi excruciabantur. 52. Hercules crosses the Styx. Hercules postquam impedia Eurystei accepit, in Laconiam ad Tainarum statim se contulit. Ibi enim spelunca erat in genti magnitudine, per quam, ut tradebatur, homines ad orcum descendebant. Eo cum venisset, ex incolis quaesivit quo in loco spelunca illa sita esset, quod cum cognovisset sine mora descendere constituit. Nec tamen solus hoc iter faciebat, Mercurius enim et Minerva se ei socios adjunxerant. Ubi ad ripam stugis venit, Hercules scapham Carontis conscendit, ut ad ulteriorem ripam transiret. Cum tamen Hercules vir esset in genti magnitudine corporis, Carum solvere nolebat. Magnopere enim verebatur, ne scapha sua tanto pondere onerata, in medio flumine mergeretur. Tandem tamen minis Hercules territus Charon scaphant solvit, et eum incolumem ad ulteriorem ripam perduxit. 53. The last labor is accomplished. Postquam flumem stugem hoc modo transiit, Hercules in sedem ipsius Plutonis venit, et postquam causam veniendi docuit, ab eo petiuit ut Cerberum auferre sibi licerit. Pluto, quide Hercule famam acceperat, eum benigne excepit, et facultatem quam ille petebat libenter dedit. Postulavit tamen ut Hercules ipse, cum imperata Eurystei fecisset, Cerberum in orcum rursus reduceret. Hercules hoc policitus est, et Cerberum, quem non sine magno periculo manibus prehenderat, summo cum labore ex orco in lucem et ad urben Eurystei traxit. Eo cum venisset, tantus timor animum Eurystei occupavit, ut ex atrios statim refugerit. Cum autem Paulum se ex timore recepisset, multis cum lacrimis obsecravit Herculem, ut monstrum sine mora in orcum reduceret. Sic contra omnium opinionem duodecim illi labores quos pitia praeceperat, intra duodecim annos confecti sunt, quae cum ita essent Hercules servitute tandem liberatus magno cum gaudio Thebas rediit. 54. The centaur Nessus. Postea Hercules multa alia praeclara perfecit, quae nunc per scribere longum est. Tandem iam aetate proectus Deianiram, oinei filiam, in matrimonium duxit. Post tamen 3 annos accidit ut puerum quendam, qui nomen erat Eunomus, cassu occiderit. Cum autem mos esset, ut si quis hominem cassu occidisset, in exilium iret, Hercules cum uxore sua e finibus eius civitatis exire maturavit. Dum tamen iter faciunt, ad flumen quodam pervenerunt, in quo nullus pons erat, et dum quaerunt quonam modo flumen transeant, accurit centaurus nessus, qui viatoribus auxilium obtulit. Hercules igitur uxorem suam intergum nessi imposuit, tum ipse flumen tranavit. Nessus autem Paulum in aquam progressus ad ripam subito revertebatur, et Deianiram auferre conabatur, quod cum advertisset Hercules ira graviter commotus arcum intendit, et pectus nessi sagitta transfixit. 55. The poisoned rope. Nessus igitur sagitta Hercules transfixus moriens humi jacebat, at ne occasionem sui ulciscendi dimiterit ita locutus est. Tu, Deianira, verba morientis audi. Si amore mariti tui conservare vis, hunc sanguinem, qui nunc e pectore meo effunditur, sume ac repone. Tum, si umquam in suspicionem tibi venerit, veste mariti hoc sanguine inficies. Haec locutus, nessus animam efflavit. Deianira autem nihil mali suspicata, imperata fecit. Paulo post Hercules bellum contra Eurytum regem Oecaliae suscepit, cum regem ipsum cum filiis interfecisset, iolen eius filiam captivam secum reduxit. Antequam tamen domum venit, navem ad Cenaeum promontorium apulit, et in terram egressus aram constituit, ut Iovi sacrificarit. Dum tamen sacrificium parat, licham comitem suum domum missit, qui vestem album referet. Mos enim erat apud antiquos, dum sacrificia facerent, album vestem gerere. At Deianira verita ne Hercules amorem erga iolen haberet, vestem piusquam licae dedit, sanguine nessi infecit. 56. The death of Hercules. Hercules nihil mali suspicans, vestem quam licas atulerat statim induit. Paulo post tamen dolorem per omnia membra sensit, et quae causa esset eius rei magnopere mirabatur. Dolore paenem exanimatus, vestem detrahere conatus est, illa tamen in corpore haesit, neque ullo modo abscindi potuit. Tum demum Hercules quasi furore impulsus in montem oitam se contulit, et in rogum, quem summa celeritate extruxit, se imposuit. Hoc cum fecisset, eos qui circumstabant oravit, ut rogum quam celerime succenderent. Omnes Dio recusabant, tandem tamen pastor quidam ad misericordiam inductus ignen subdidit. Tum, dum omnia fumo obscurantur, Hercules densa nube velatus, Ioe in Olympum abreptus est. End of chapter 2 of Ritchie's Fabulae Faciles, a first Latin reader, by John Kirtland.
The Languages of Britain, from Polychronicon, by Ranulph Higden, translated with interpolations by John of Trevisa, read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Geeson. As hitisi knaue, hoch many maner people within this island. There bis also of so many people languages and tongues. Natheless, Welshmen and Scots that bis noch die meldet with other nations, holdeth well nigh her forste langage and speech, but ye Scottes, that were sometime confederate and woned with the Pictes, drawe somewhat after her speech. But the Flemings that woneth in the west side of Wales happeth left her strange speech, and speaketh Saxonlich now. Also Englishmen, they he had from the beginning three manner speech, southern, northern, and middle speech in the middle of the land, as he come of three manner people of Germania. Natheless be commixtion and melding, first with Danes and afterward with Normans. In many, the country langage is appeared, and some useth strange laughing, chittering, harring and garring, grease-beating. This appearing of the birth tongue is because of two things. One is for children in school, against the usage and manner of all other nations, but compelled for to leave her own language, and for to construe her lessons and her things a French, and happeth sooth of the Normans come first into England. Also gentlemen children beth I taught for to speak French, from time that a beth I rocked in her cradle, and cunneth speak and play with a child his brooch. And Uplandish men will liken himself to gentlemen, and fundeth with great business for to speak French, for to be more I told of. This manner was much used to for the first morine, and is saith some daily changed. For Johann Cornwall, a meister of grammar, changed the law in grammar school and construction of French into English, and Richard Penkridge learned that manner teaching of him, and other men of Penkridge, so that now, the year of our Lord 1345, of the second King Richard after the conquest, 9, in all the grammar schools of England, children learneth French, and construeth and learneth an English, and happeth there be avantage in one side, and desavantage in another. Her avantage is that a learneth her grammar in less time than children were wonted to do. Disavantage is that no children of grammar school conneth no more French than can here lift hell, and that is harm for him, and shall pass the sea, and travail in strange lands, and in many cases also. Also gentlemen habbeth no much left for to teach her children French. It seemeth a great wonder how English, that is the birth tongue of Englishmen, and her own language and tongue, is so diverse of soon in this island, and the language of Normandy is comling of another land, and hath own manner soon among all men that speaketh it aright in England. Natheless, there is as many diverse manner French in the realm of France, as is diverse manner English in the realm of England. Also of the foreside Saxon tongue, that is dealt at three, and is a bit scarcelich, with few Uplandish men, and is great wonder for men of the East with men of the West, as it were under the same party of heaven, accordeth more in sunning of speech than men of the North with men of the South. Therefore it is that mercy, that both men of Middle England, as it were partners of the endes, understandeth better the seed longages, northern and southern. The northern and southern understandeth either other. All the langage of the Northumbres, and specially at York, is so sharp, slitting and frotting and unsharp, that we southern men may that langage unneth understande. I trowe that is because that but nicht to strange men and aliens that speaketh strangely, and also because that the kings of England woneth alway fair from that country, for both more return to the south country, and if a goes to the north country, a goes with great help and strength. The cause why both more in the south country than in the north may be better cornland, more people, more noble cities, and more profitable havens. End of the Languages of Britain, from Ranulph Higden's Polychronicon, translated with his interpolations by John of Trevisa. Read by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey.
Latin for Beginners by Benjamin L. Doge, Ph.D. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4 by Matthew Knight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Preface. To make the course preparatory to Caesar at the same time systematic, thorough, clear, and interesting is the purpose of this series of lessons. The first pages are devoted to a brief discussion of the Latin language, its history, and its educational value. The body of the book, consisting of 79 lessons, is divided into 3 parts. Part 1 is devoted to pronunciation, quantity, accent, and kindred introductory essentials. Part 2 carries the work through the first 60 lessons, and is devoted to the study of forms and vocabulary, together with some elementary constructions, a knowledge of which is necessary for the translation of the exercises and reading matter. The first few lessons have been made unusually simple, to meet the wants of pupils not well grounded in English grammar. Part 3 contains 19 lessons and is concerned primarily with the study of syntax, and of subjunctive and irregular verb forms. The last 3 of these lessons constitute a review of all the constructions presented in the book. There is abundant easy reading matter, and, in order to secure proper concentration of effort upon syntax and translation, no new vocabularies are introduced, but the vocabularies in Part 2 are reviewed. It is hoped that the following features will commend themselves to teachers. The forms are presented in their natural sequence, and are given for the most part in the body of the book, as well as in a grammatical appendix. The work on the verbs is intensive in character, work in other directions being reduced to a minimum while this is going on. The forms of the subjunctive are studied in correlation with the subjunctive constructions. The vocabulary has been selected with the greatest care, using the largest dictionary of secondary Latin and Brown's Latin word list as a basis. There are about 600 words, exclusive of proper names, in the special vocabularies, and these are among the simplest and commonest words in the language. More than 95% of those chosen are Caesarian, and of these, more than 90% are used in Caesar 5 or more times. The few words not Caesarian are of such frequent occurrence in Cicero, Virgil, and other authors as to justify their appearance here. But teachers desiring to confine word study to Caesar can easily do so, as the Caesarian words are printed in the vocabularies in distinctive type. Concrete nouns have been preferred to abstract, root words to compounds and derivatives, even when the latter were of more frequent occurrence in Caesar. To assist the memory, related English words are added in each special vocabulary. To ensure more careful preparation, the special vocabularies have been removed from their respective lessons and placed by themselves. The general vocabulary contains about 1,200 words, and of these, above 85% are found in Caesar. The syntax has been limited to those essentials which recent investigations, such as those of Dr. Lee Byrne and his collaborators, have shown to belong properly to the work of the first year. The constructions are presented as far as possible from the standpoint of English, the English usage being given first, and the Latin compared or contrasted with it. Special attention has been given to the constructions of participles, the gerund and gerundive, and the infinitive in indirect statements. Constructions having a logical connection are not separated but are treated together. Exercises for translation occur throughout, those for translation into Latin being, as a rule, only half as long as those for translation into English. In Part 3, a few of the commoner idioms in Caesar are introduced, and the sentences are drawn mainly from that author. From first to last, a consistent effort is made to instill a proper regard for Latin word order, the first principles of which are laid down early in the course. Selections for reading are unusually abundant and are introduced from the earliest possible moment. These increase in number and length as the book progresses, and, for the most part, are made an integral part of the lessons instead of being massed at the end of the book. This arrangement ensures a more constant and thorough drill in forms and vocabulary, promotes reading power, and affords a breathing spell between succeeding subjects. The material is drawn from historical and mythological sources, and the vocabulary employed includes but few words not already learned. The book closes with a continued story which recounts the chief incidents in the life of a Roman boy. The last chapters record his experiences in Caesar's army, and contain much information that will facilitate the interpretation of the commentaries. The early emphasis placed on word order and sentence structure, the simplicity of the syntax, and the familiarity of the vocabulary make the reading selection especially useful for work in sight translation. Reviews are called for at frequent intervals, and to facilitate this branch of the work, an appendix of reviews has been prepared, covering both the vocabulary and the grammar. The illustrations are numerous, and will, it is hoped, do much to stimulate interest in the ancient world, and to create true and lasting impressions of Roman life and times. A consistent effort has been made to use simple language and clear explanation throughout. As an aid to teachers, using this book as a teacher's manual has been prepared, which contains, in addition to general suggestions, notes on each lesson. The author wishes to express his gratitude to the numerous teachers who tested the advanced pages in their classes, and, as a result of their experience, have given much valuable aid by criticism and suggestion. Particular acknowledgments are due to Miss A. Susan Jones of the Central High School, Grand Rapids, Michigan, to Miss Clara Allison of the High School at Hastings, Michigan, and to Miss Helen B. Muir and Mr. Orland O. Norris, teachers of Latin in this institution. Benjamin L. Doge, Michigan State Normal College. End of Latin for Beginners. Section 1. Preface by Benjamin L. Doge. Recording by Matthew Knight. Latin for Beginners by Benjamin L. Doge, Ph.D. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4, by Matthew Knight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To the Student, by way of introduction. What is Latin? If you will look at the map of Italy on the opposite page, you will find near the middle of the peninsula and facing the west coast a district called Latium, and Rome its capital. The Latin language, meaning the language of Latium, was spoken by the ancient Romans and other inhabitants of Latium, and Latin was the name applied to it after the armies of Rome had carried the knowledge of her language far beyond its original boundaries. As the English of today is not quite the same as that spoken 200 or 300 years ago, so Latin was not always the same at all times, but changed more or less in the course of centuries. The sort of Latin you are going to learn was in use about 2,000 years ago, and that period has been selected because the language was then at its best, and the greatest works of Roman literature were being produced. This period, because of its supreme excellence, is called the Golden Age of Roman letters. The spread of Latin. For some centuries after Rome was founded, the Romans were a feeble and insignificant people. Their territory was limited to Latium, and their existence constantly threatened by warlike neighbours. But after the 3rd century before Christ, Rome's power grew rapidly. She conquered all Italy, then reached out for the lands across the sea and beyond the Alps, and finally ruled over the whole ancient world. The empire thus established lasted for more than 400 years. The importance of Latin increased with the growth of Roman power, and what had been a dialect spoken by a single tribe became the universal language. Gradually, the language changed somewhat, developing differently in different countries. In Italy, it has become Italian, in Spain, Spanish, and in France, French. All these nations, therefore, are speaking a modernized form of Latin. The Romans and the Greeks. In their career of conquest, the Romans came into conflict with the Greeks. The Greeks were inferior to the Romans in military power, but far superior to them in culture. They excelled in art, literature, music, science, and philosophy. Of all these pursuits, the Romans were ignorant until contact with Greece revealed to them the value of education, and filled them with a thirst for knowledge. And so it came about that while Rome conquered Greece by force of arms, Greece conquered Rome by force of her intellectual superiority, and became the schoolmaster. It was soon the established custom for young Romans to go to Athens, and to other centers of Greek learning to finish their training, and the knowledge of the Greek language among the educated classes became universal. At the same time, many cultured Greeks, poets, artists, orators, and philosophers flocked to Rome, opened schools, and taught their arts. Indeed, the preeminence of Greek culture became so great that Rome almost lost her ambition to be original, and her writers vied with each other in their efforts to reproduce in Latin what was choicest in Greek literature. As a consequence of all this, the civilization and national life of Rome became largely Grecian, and to Greece she owed her literature and her art. Rome and the modern world. After conquering the world, Rome impressed her language, laws, customs of living, and modes of thinking upon the subject nations, and they became Roman, and the world has remained largely Roman ever since. Latin continued to live, and the knowledge of Latin was the only light of learning that burned steadily through the Dark Ages that followed the downfall of the Roman Empire. Latin was the common language of scholars, and remained so even down to the days of Shakespeare. Even yet, it is more nearly than any other tongue the universal language of the learned. The life of today is much nearer the life of ancient Rome than the lapse of centuries would lead one to suppose. You and I are Romans still in many ways, and if Caesar and Cicero should appear among us, we should not find them, except for dress and language, much unlike men of today. Latin and English. Do you know that more than half of the words in the English dictionary are Latin, and that you are speaking more or less Latin every day? How has this come about? In the year 1066, William the Conqueror invaded England with an army of Normans. The Normans spoke French, which, you remember, is descended from Latin, and spread the language to a considerable extent over England, and so Norman French played an important part in the formation of English, and forms a large proportion of our vocabulary. Furthermore, great numbers of almost pure Latin words have been brought into English through the writing of scholars, and every new scientific discovery is marked by the addition of new terms of Latin derivation. Hence, while the simpler and commoner words of our mother tongue are Anglo-Saxon, and Anglo-Saxon forms the staple of our colloquial language, yet in the realms of literature, and especially in poetry, words of Latin derivation are very abundant. Also in the learned professions, as in law, medicine, and engineering, a knowledge of Latin is necessary for the successful interpretation of technical and scientific terms. Why study Latin? The foregoing paragraphs make it clear why Latin forms so important a part of modern education. We have seen that our civilization rests upon that of Greece and Rome, and that we must look to the past if we would understand the present. It is obvious, too, that the knowledge of Latin not only leads to a more exact and effective use of our own language, but that it is of vital importance and of great practical value to anyone preparing for a literary or professional career. To this it may be added that the study of Latin throws a flood of light upon the structure of language in general, and lays an excellent foundation for all grammatical study. Finally, it has been abundantly proved that there is no more effective means of strengthening the mind than by the earnest pursuit of this branch of learning. Review questions. Whence does Latin get its name? Where is Latium? Where is Rome? Was Latin always the same? What sort of Latin are we to study? Describe the growth of Rome's power and the spread of Latin. What can you say of the origin of Italian, French, and Spanish? How did the ancient Greeks and Romans compare? How did Greece influence Rome? How did Rome influence the world? In what sense are we Romans still? What did Latin have to do with the formation of English? What proportion of English words are of Latin origin, and what kind of words are they? Why should we study Latin? End of Latin for Beginners, Section 2. To the Students by Way of Introduction, by Benjamin L. Doge. Recording by Matthew Knight. Latin for Beginners, by Benjamin L. Doge. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4, by Matthew Knight. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The pronunciation of Latin. The alphabet. The Latin alphabet contains the same letters as the English, except that it has no W and no J. The vowels, as in English, are A, E, I, O, U, Y. The other letters are consonants. I is used both as a vowel and as a consonant. Before a vowel in the same syllable, it has the value of a consonant and is called I consonant. Thus, in Julius, the first I is a consonant, the second a vowel. Sounds of the letters. Footnote. The sounds of the letters are best learned by hearing them correctly pronounced. The matter in this section is therefore intended for reference rather than for assignment as a lesson. As a first step, it is suggested that the teacher pronounce the examples in class, the pupils following. Latin was not pronounced like English. The Romans at the beginning of the Christian era pronounced their language substantially, as described below. The vowels have the following sounds: long A as in father, short A like the first R in aha, never as in hat, long E as in they, short E as in met, long I as in machine, short I as in bit, long O as in holy, short O as in holy, never as in hot, long U as in rude, short U as in full. It is to be observed that there is a decided difference in sound, except in the case of O, between the long and the short vowels. It is not merely a matter of quantity, but also of quality. Transcriber's note: in this version of the text, long vowels are shown with a circumflex accent, and short vowels are unmarked, as described in the introductory notes. In diphthongs, two vowel sounds, both vowels are heard in a single syllable. AE as in isle, AU as in out, EI as in eight, EU as ew, OE as in toil, UI as in ui. Give all the vowels and diphthongs their proper sounds, and do not slur over them in unaccented syllables, as is done in English. Consonants are pronounced as in English, except that C is always like K in cat, never as in scent. G is always like G in git, never as in gem. The I consonant is always like Y in yes. N before C, QU, or G is like Ng in sing. QU, GU, and sometimes SU before a vowel have the sound of QW, GW, and SW. Here U has the value of consonant V and is not counted a vowel. Inquit, qui, lingua, sanguis, suadeo. S is like S in C, never as in ease. T is always like T in native, never as in nation. V is like W in wine, never as in vine. X has the value of two consonants, CS or GS, and is like X in extract, not as in exact. BS is like PS, and BT like PT. CH, PH, and TH are like C, P, and T, respectively. And combinations of consonants give each its distinct sound. Double consonants should be pronounced with a slight pause between the two sounds, thus pronounced TT as in rat trap, not as in rattle, PP as in hop pull, not as in upper. Example: mitto, appius, bellum. Syllables. A Latin word has as many syllables as it has vowels and diphthongs. Thus, aestate has 3 syllables. Audiendus has 4. Two vowels with a consonant between them never make one syllable, as is so often the case in English. Compare English inside with Latin incide. Words are divided into syllables as follows. A single consonant between two vowels goes with the second, thus amabilis, memoria, interea, abest, parigit. Footnote. In writing and printing it is customary to divide the parts of a compound as interea, abest, subactus, parigit, contrary to the correct phonetic rule. Combinations of 2 or more consonants. A consonant followed by L or R goes with the L or R, thus publicus, agri. Exception. Prepositional compounds of this nature, as also LL and RR, follow Rule B. Rule B states that in all other combinations of consonants, the first consonant goes with the preceding vowel, thus manius, egestas, victoria, ospes, anus, subactus. Footnote. The combination NCT is divided nt, as in functus, sanctus. The last syllable of a word is called the ultima, the one next to the last, the penult, the one before the penult, the antepenult. Exercise. Divide the words in the following passage into syllables and pronounce them, placing the accent as indicated. Vade ad formiciam o piger, et considera vias eius, et dice sapientiam, quaecum non habeat ducem nec preceptorem, nec principem parat in aestate, cibum sibi et congregat in messe quod comidat. In English, go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways and be wise, which, having no guide, overseer, or ruler, provideth her meat in the summer, and gathereth her food in the harvest. Quantity. The quantity of a vowel or a syllable is the time it takes to pronounce it. Correct pronunciation and accents depend upon the proper observance of quantity. Vowels are either long or short. In this book, the long vowels are marked. Unmarked vowels are to be considered short. A vowel is short before another vowel, or h, as poeta, trau. A vowel is short before nt and nd, before final m or t, and, except in words of one syllable, before final l or a. Thus, amant, amandus, amabum, amabet, animal, amor. A vowel is long before nf, ns, nx, and nct. Thus, infero, regens, sancti, sanctus. Diphthongs are always long and are not marked. Syllables are either long or short, and their quantity must be carefully distinguished from that of vowels. A syllable is short if it ends in a short vowel, as amo pigri. Note: in final syllables, the short vowel may be followed by a final consonant. Thus, the word memoriam contains 4 short syllables. In the first 3, a short vowel ends the syllable. In the last, the short vowel is followed by a final consonant. A syllable is long if it contains a long vowel or a diphthong, such as curo, poinai, aestate. If it ends in a consonant which is followed by another consonant, as corpus, manius. The vowel in a long syllable may be either long or short, and should be pronounced accordingly. Thus in terra, inter, the first syllable is long, but the vowel in each case is short, and should be given the short sound. In words like saxum, the first syllable is long, because x is the value of 2 consonants, cs or gs. In determining quantity, h is not counted as a consonant. Note: give about twice as much time to the long syllables as to the short ones. It takes about as long to pronounce a short vowel plus a consonant as it does to pronounce a long vowel or a diphthong, and so these quantities are considered equally long. For example, it takes about as long to say curo as it does to say curo, and so each of these first syllables is long. Compare molis and molis, amici and amici. Accent. Words of 2 syllables are accented on the first, as mensa, kaiser. Words of more than 2 syllables are accented on the penult if the penult is long. If the penult is short, accent at the antepenult. Thus, monemus, regitur, agricola, amandus. Note: observe that the position of the accent is determined by the length of the syllable, and not by the length of the vowel in the syllable. Certain little words called enclitics, which have no separate existence, are added to and pronounced with the preceding word. The most common are que, and, the, or, and ne, the question sign. The syllable before an enclitic takes the accent, regardless of its quantity. Thus, populusque, deaque, regnave, auditne. Footnote: enclitic means leaning back, and that is, as you see, just what these little words do. They cannot stand alone, and so they lean back for support upon the preceding word. How to read Latin. To read Latin well is not so difficult if you begin right. Correct habits of reading should be formed now. Notice the quantities carefully, especially the quantity of the penult, to ensure you're getting the accent on the right syllable. Give every vowel its proper sounds and every syllable its proper length. Then bear in mind that we should read Latin as we read English, in phrases rather than in separate words. Group together words that are closely connected in thought. No good reader halts at the end of each word. Read the stanzas of the following poem by Longfellow, one at a time, first the English and then the Latin version. The syllables enclosed in parentheses are to be slurred or omitted to secure smoothness of metre. Excelsior! Higher! The shades of night were falling fast, as though an Alpine village passed, a youth, who bore, mid snow and ice, a banner with the strange device, Excelsior! Cadebant noctis umbrae, dum ibat per vicium alpicum, gelu niveque adolescens, vexudum cum signo ferens, Excelsior! His brow was sad, his eye beneath flashed like a falcon from its sheath, and like a silver clarion rung the accents of that unknown tongue, Excelsior! Fruns tristis, micat oculus velut, evagina gladius, sonantque similis turbie accentus linguae incognitiae, Excelsior! In happy homes he saw the light of household fires gleam warm and bright. Above the spectral glaciers shone, and from his lips escaped a groan, Excelsior! In domibus videt claras, focorum luces caridas, relucet glacies acris, et rumpit gemitus labris, Excelsior! Try not the pass, the old man said, dark lowers the tempest overhead, the roaring torrent is deep and wide, and loud that clarion voice replied, Excelsior! Dicit senex, ne transias, supra nigerescit tempestas, latus et altus est torrens, clara venit vox respondens, Excelsior! At break of day, as heavenward the pious monks of Saint Bernard uttered the oft-repeated prayer, a voice cried through the startled air, Excelsior! Lucescebat et fratres sancti Bernardi vigere solebant precessoritas, cum vox clamavates per horas, Excelsior! A traveller by the faithful hound, half buried in the snow, was found, still grasping in his hand of ice that banner with the strange device, Excelsior! Semi sepultis viator canea fidor aperitur, comprendens pugno gelido iud vexillum cum signo, Excelsior! There in the twilight cold and grey, lifeless but beautiful he lay, and from the sky, serene and far, a voice fell like a falling star, Excelsior! Iacet corpus exanimum, sed luce frigida pulchrum, et celo procellexiens cadit vox, ut stella cadens, Excelsior! Footnote. Translation by C.W. Goodchild, in Praetor Latinus, October 1898. End of Latin for Beginners, by Benjamin L. Douge. Section 3. Pronunciation. Recording by Matthew Knight.
A plea for phonetic spelling, or the necessity of orthographic reform, sections 1 through 4, by Alexander John Ellis. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. A plea, etc. Section 1. All alphabetic writing, originally phonetic. Those who will be at the pains to examine any original alphabet, such as the Sanskrit, the Phoenician, the Arabic, the Gothic, the Russian, or the Cherokee, will at once perceive that the fundamental idea which actuated their inventors was to create a set of symbols sufficiently distinct in outline and easy of formation, which should correspond with the elementary sounds of any particular language, in such a way that the sight of any combination of symbols should instantly recall the correspondent combination of elementary sounds to one familiar with the language, and conversely, that the hearing of any combination of those elementary sounds which were considered in the invention of an alphabet should instantly suggest to one who is familiar with its use the correspondent combination of symbols. In other words, all original alphabets are essentially phonetic. Their inventors had no idea of forcing their symbols to represent the sound and something else besides, such as some grammatical or etymological fact. Their one thought was to produce the best phonetic representation of their language they could possibly furnish, and to this they made every other consideration yield. There is no alphabet which exhibits this fact so prominently and clearly as the Sanskrit. Every change which a word underwent in speech, owing to the proximity of other words, was carefully recorded in the written language. Letters were at once changed in obedience to the laws of euphony, and the scribe never troubled himself to indicate what letter he had erased or transformed. And yet there is no language in which etymological and grammatical relations are more beautifully exhibited than the Sanskrit. The old Phoenician alphabet was so rude and imperfect, and our knowledge of the language it embodies is so slight, that little beyond the general phonetic idea can be deduced from it. The Hebrew characters which have replaced the Phoenician were similarly imperfect, until a very curious and complete system of vocalization was supplied in what is known as the Masoretic edition of the Bible. But as this system was introduced long after Hebrew had ceased to be a spoken language, the learned editors sometimes allowed their feeling for phonetic correctness to be overcome by a desire to explain grammatical origin, and hence they were not always consistent in the use of their own very perfect vowel system, the only system in which three distinct classes of vowels, the long, the brief, and the stopped, are accommodated with three distinct classes of signs. The Neshi or Neske or modern Arabic system of writing is, like the Phoenician, sadly deficient in vowel characters, but the modern grammarians have heaped up such a series of orthographical and grammatical signs upon the unhappy letters that it requires much study to know how they should be applied. They are consequently most usually omitted altogether, and the bare consonant outlines of the words given, which it requires great knowledge of the language and much tact to fill up properly. The Gothic system is very clear and distinct, although an unfortunate choice of digraphs to represent simple vowels has occasioned some trouble to commentators. The Russian and Cherokee alphabets are so modern and so evidently phonetic, and answer their purpose so well, that no doubt of the intention of their inventors can remain on the mind of any one who looks into them. It is to be regretted, however, that in a few instances the Russians have allowed the leaven of grammatical learning, often, alas, linguistical ignorance, to sour the use of their otherwise excellent alphabet. Excellent, that is, as far as its analysis goes, for we cannot speak very highly of the forms of the letters, either as types or written symbols. They are wanting both in distinctness of outline and rapidity of execution, a fault shared by the letters of many other alphabets. Section 2. Loss of the phonetic idea in borrowed alphabets. But if we turn from the original to the borrowed alphabets, we soon get involved in a labyrinth of technicalities and expedients, out of which it requires a Thesean clue to lead us. The orthography of the Greek and Latin is comparatively simple, and yet what man so bold as to venture upon uttering a decisive opinion upon the real pronunciation of these languages? The very consonants of the Greeks are a matter of dispute. The vowels of the Latins are a hopeless mass of conjecture. But what shall we say of the languages derived from these again, and worse still, languages in which some Latin and some Germanic elements intermingled, while the Latin alphabet, already pressed to do more service than it was capable of performing, was doomed a double debt to pay, and without resources for the expression of its own shades of sound, was suddenly called upon to supply expedients for the representation of sounds which no Latin organs of speech could compass, or Latin ears appreciate. It was bad enough to transplant the Roman alphabet into Germany, but it fared better there with an unmixed or nearly unmixed language than when taken up by the French and English. The last stage of alphabetical insanity was reached in the English alphabet, an insanity which consists in the monomania that alphabetical writing is so far from being essentially phonetical that any attempt to make it so would destroy the language it represented. Snatchings after etymology and hankerings after grammatical insinuations, mixed up with some faint and almost hopeless leanings towards phonetics, have at length reduced the English orthography to such a frightful condition that those who employ it have actually ceased to acknowledge the phonetic principle of alphabetical writing. We speak of the most rational patronizers of the quaint harlequin jacket which our words are made to wear. There are some wild enough to assert that our mode of writing actually does express the sounds of the words as well as their etymologies and grammatical relations. It is refreshing, after meeting with such deluded individuals, to encounter others who own to the exceptions in this assertion, although they add that our orthography expresses as much of all these, that is, as much of the sound, the etymology, and the grammar, as is necessary. Nay, we would add, a great deal more than is necessary, if it expresses anything of the etymology and grammar which is not already conveyed by the sound, and a great deal less than is necessary, if it sacrifices one whisper of the sound to the most learned grammatical or etymological whimsy. Our expressions may appear strong, but the reader will easily pardon them when he is put in possession of the documents which we have been for years collecting to prove the utter failure of our present orthography, considered as an alphabetical system of writing, and even its most determined supporters allow that it is intended to be alphabetical, that it is not meant to be a merely ideographical collection of symbols for expressing the ideas of writers, independently of the sounds wherein they embody them in speech, like the Chinese system of writing. We cannot lay these documents before the reader until we have bestowed a few words on the remedy we propose, because the alphabet, as it now stands, does not furnish us with the means of pointing out and illustrating its own vagaries. Section 3. Origin of the alphabet properly so called. A spoken language consists of a series of distinct, separable, but combined, and hence called articulate or jointed sounds, limited in number, but capable of nearly endless combinations, serving to convey ideas from person to person. It is evident that this is not the only possible means of conveying ideas. Spoken sounds have only in a very few instances any evident connection with the ideas they convey. the utmost extent of philological research can only enable us to trace the existence of a certain sound throughout a number of words which have the same fundamental notion, without in any way leading us to appreciate the feeling which originally caused this sound and fundamental notion to be connected in the speaker's mind. Hence we might conclude that any arbitrary symbol, whether appreciable by sight, touch, or any one of the senses, might be conventionally associated with any idea, and serve to convey it as well as speech. But speech is the readiest, simplest, and, without doubt, most natural means that can be employed when two persons are within hearing of each other's voice. So much so, indeed, that we can hardly conceive two persons existing anywhere without creating a common language to supply this means of communication. But it is convenient at all times, and necessary at others, to have a means of communicating between persons who are not within earshot. The memory of a go-between is too treacherous to be trusted, and we know how uncertain tradition is when tales are handed down from father to son for a few generations. The most obvious means of intercommunication between distant persons was pictorial representation, and some nations have carried this means out to an almost incredible degree of refinement. As, however, civilization increased, and communications between individuals, and from individuals to the public, became more frequent, and their necessity more urgent, the pictorial symbolization of ideas was necessarily felt to be clumsy and slow, and it naturally gave birth to two others, each of which has been extensively and successfully cultivated by immense masses of people. In both systems, the strictly pictorial representations were reduced to an outline hint, a part of an animal being carelessly and rapidly drawn instead of the whole, and so on. But in one case these parts of pictures were still resolutely held to be pictures, and to stand for certain original and derived ideas. And pictures thus mutilated were combined together for complex ideas, until a system of symbolization was built up in which the progress of ideas was traced out, and a classification of them sufficient for the purposes of life arrived at, which even now excites surprise and admiration in the European who studies the Chinese ideography. Yet, despite the attraction of a universal symbolical language which is understood by millions that are unintelligible to one another in speech, the clumsiness and lifelessness and excessive complexity of this system makes us far from wishing to see it universally adopted. The spoken language is the one which we all learn from childhood, and it becomes, by constant repetition, by being ever heard around us, so firmly and intimately connected with our thoughts that we feel, whether justly or not is another question, that it cannot be all pure convention, that the stamp of nature is upon it. All we want is an easy and ready means of recalling it by symbolization. And this was the idea of the first inventor of alphabetical writing, whoever he may have been. The fragments of pictures representing things with names were used to express the sounds with which these names commenced. This seems to be established beyond a doubt so far as the first Phoenician alphabet is concerned. Whether the numerous alphabets of India had a similar origin is not so clear, but to us Europeans the Phoenician is the most interesting, as the forms of its letters were first adopted by the Greeks, and then by the Latins, so that they have become the original forms of the letters used by almost all the nations of Europe. They have, of course, been often much changed, so that the pictorial resemblance of the letter to the part of the object which its name recalls is, in its last mutilated form, mutilated by those who were perfectly ignorant of its original signification, scarcely recognizable. The meaning of these names for the Phoenician and subsequently Hebrew alphabet are as follows, according to Gesenius: Aleph, ox; Beth, tent or house; Gimel, camel; Daleth, door; He, window? Vav, hook or nail; Zayin, sword; Keth, enclosure or hedge; Teth, snake? Or perhaps hand. Yod, the hand, probably with the fingers extended. Kaf, the closed hand or fist. Lamed, an ox goad. Mem, water. Nun, fish. Samech, a prop or roof. Ayin, the eye. Pe, the mouth. Tsede, a fish hook or perhaps a sickle. Koph, the back part of the head. Resh, the head. Shin or sin, a tooth. Tav, any symbol, especially a cross. The idea of this alphabet was extremely ingenious, but its execution was very rude, as no attempt was made to distinguish the vowels, the letters aleph, yod, vav, being as real consonants as any other letters. That such an alphabet was very ill suited to satisfy the wants of so highly vocal a language as the Greek is self-evident, but besides this, it contains many consonants of which the Greeks had no conception, for the Hebrew and Phoenician tongue belonged to a class of languages most strangely diverse from the Indo-European, of which the Greek is a member. The primary cause of the confusion in the present European alphabets, and the English among the rest, must therefore be traced to the adoption of the Phoenician alphabet by the Greeks. Another cause is the want of invention displayed by Europeans in a matter where their Indian brethren have proved themselves so fertile. Section 4. How should the English language be reduced to writing? Now let us suppose that the English were an unwritten language, and that it is so in fact will be clear to anyone who acknowledges what we shall shortly proceed to prove, that our present orthography is no representation of the sounds we utter, and that some benevolent missionaries came to reduce it to writing. What would they aim at? The 3 following points would most probably engage their chief attention. 1. To analyze the sounds they heard into their component elements, and to supply these with symbols in such a manner that the same combination of sounds should, under the same circumstances, be always represented by the same combination of symbols, and that the same combination of symbols should, under the same circumstances, always represent the same combination of sounds. 2. To choose such forms for their symbols as would make writing easy, pleasant, and rapid, keeping pace, when necessary, with speech. For our missionaries would recognize the necessity of reporting orations. 3. To choose such forms for their symbols as would suit the requirements of the printing office, the fount of the stream of knowledge. they would soon find that the last two objects were incompatible as long as they resolved to employ the same series of symbols in both cases. Writing requires symbols which are readily joined. Printing, those which are kept clear and distinct from one another. Hence, our missionaries would perceive that as the series of symbols required would be very small, about 40 in number, it might be worth while to have two forms for each, one adapted to writing, and the other to printing. They would thus arrive at a writing and a printing alphabet, both founded on a phonetic analysis of the language. End of A Plea for Phonetic Spelling, Sections 1 through 4, by Alexander John Ellis.
Lessons 31 to 35 from a Practical Arabic Course by E. Ni'matullah and E. Chevalet. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4. Read by Abu Jalal, Nicholas James Bridgewater. 31st Lesson. Imperative of simple triliteral verbs. Vocabulary. Dress. A suit of clothes. Thawb. Thawb. A suit of clothes. Thawb. Or بدلة. بدلة. A suit of clothes. بدلة. A skirt. فستان. فستان. A skirt. فستان. The hat. البرنيطة. البرنيطة. The hat. البرنيطة. The tarbouche. الطربوش. الطربوش. The tarbouche. الطربوش. A shirt. قميص. قميص. A shirt. قميص. A waistcoat. صدرة. صدرة. A waistcoat. صدرة. Or صدري. صدري. A waistcoat. صدري. The jacket. السترة. السترة. The jacket. السترة. A pocket. جيب. جيب. A pocket. جيب. A shelf. كم. كم. A shelf. كم. A tie. رباط. رقبة. رباط. رقبة. رباط. رقبة. A tie. رباط. رقبة. A handkerchief. منديل. منديل. A handkerchief. منديل. A shoe. جزمة. جزمة. A shoe. جزمة. A stocking. شراب. شراب. A stocking. شراب. A belt. حزام. حزام. A belt. حزام. A chain. سلسلة. سلسلة. A chain. سلسلة. Or أستيك. أستيك. A chain. أستيك. A parasol. شمسية. شمسية. A parasol. شمسية. A fan. مروحة. مروحة. A fan. مروحة. A cane. عصور. عصور. A cane. عصور. Or عصاية. عصاية. A cane. عصاية. the purse. الكيس الكيس, the purse. الكيس. A ring. خاتم خاتم, a ring. خاتم. To dress, to wear. A. لبسه لبسه, to dress, to wear. لبسه. To draw, to sketch. O. رسمه رسمه, to draw, to sketch. رسمه. To succeed. A. نجح نجح, to succeed. نجح. To possess. I. ملكه ملكه, to possess. ملكه. To lie down. O. رقد رقد, to lie down. رقد. To refuse. I. رفض رفض, to refuse. رفض. To mix, to mingle. I. خلط خلط, to mix, to mingle. خلط. Or O. مزج مزج, to mix, to mingle. مزج. Almost, nearly. تقريبا تقريبا, almost, nearly. تقريبا. Without. بلا بلا, without. بلا. Or من غير من غير, without. من غير. Or بدون بدون, without. بدون. Refuse, singular masculine. ارفض ارفض, refuse. ارفض. Thank, singular masculine. أشكر أشكر, thank. أشكر. Imperative. Refuse, singular masculine. ارفض ارفض, refuse. Singular masculine. ارفض. Refuse, plural masculine. ارفضوا ارفضوا, refuse. Plural masculine. ارفضوا. Refuse, singular feminine. ارفضي ارفضي, refuse. Singular feminine. ارفضي. Refuse, plural feminine. ارفضن ارفضن, refuse. Plural feminine. ارفضن. Refuse, dual masculine and feminine. ارفضا ارفضا, refuse. Dual masculine and feminine. ارفضا. Thank, singular masculine. أشكر أشكر, thank. Singular masculine. أشكر. Thank, plural masculine. أشكروا أشكروا, thank. Plural masculine. أشكروا. Thank, singular feminine. أشكري أشكري, thank. Singular feminine. أشكري. Thank, plural feminine. أشكرنا أشكرنا, thank. Plural feminine. أشكرنا. Thank, dual masculine and feminine. أشكرا أشكرا, thank. Dual masculine and feminine. أشكرا. The imperative is formed from the present indicative by replacing the prefixed letter of the latter by I and suppressing final noon, except in the case of second person feminine plural. However, if the second radical of the present tense carries u, then alif in the imperative is written u. Let us refuse. لنرفض لنرفض, let us refuse. لنرفض. Let us thank. لنشكر لنشكر, let us thank. لنشكر. The first person plural of the imperative is represented by the first person plural of the present indicative preceded by the imperative particle I. 32nd lesson. Imperative of simple triliteral verbs. Vocabulary. The human body. The parts of the body of man. إجزاء جسم الإنسان. The head. الرأس الرأس, the head. الرأس, the face, الوجه, الوجه, the face, الوجه, the neck, العنق, العنق, the neck, العنق, or الرقبة, الرقبة, the neck, الرقبة, the hair, الشعر, الشعر, the hair, الشعر, the trunk, الجذع, الجذع, the trunk, الجذع, the shoulder, الكتف, الكتف, the shoulder, الكتف, the chest, the breast, الصدر, الصدر, the chest, the breast, الصدر, the belly, البطن, البطن, the belly, البطن, the stomach, المعدة, المعدة, the stomach, المعدة, the back, الظهر, الظهر, the back, الظهر, the limbs, الأعضاء, الأعضاء, the limbs, الأعضاء, the arm, الذراع, الذراع, the arm, الذراع, the elbow, المرفق, المرفق, the elbow, المرفق, or الكوع, الكوع, the elbow, الكوع, the forearm, الساعد, الساعد, the forearm, الساعد, the hand, اليد, اليد, the hand, اليد, or الإيد, الإيد, the hand, الإيد, the finger, الأصبع, الأصبع, the finger, الأصبع, or الصباع, الصباع, the finger, الصباع, the thigh, الفخذ, الفخذ, the thigh, الفخذ, the knee, الركبة, الركبة, the knee, الركبة, the leg, الساق, الساق, the leg, الساق, the foot, الرجل, الرجل, the foot, الرجل, to wound, جرح, جرح, to wound, جرح, to turn the head, لفت, لفت, to turn the head, لفت, to forbid, to prevent, منع, منع, to forbid, to prevent, منع, to raise, to lift, رفع, رفع, to raise, to lift, رفع, to dive, to plunge, غطس, غطس, to dive, to plunge, غطس, to be useful, نفع, نفع, to be useful, نفع, to name, to cite, to mention, ذكر, ذكر, to name, to cite, to mention, ذكر, at first, first of all, أولا, أولا, at first, first of all, أولا, afterwards, then, ثم, ثم, afterwards, then, ثم, raise, singular masculine, ارفع, ارفع, raise, singular masculine, ارفع, do not raise, لا ترفع, لا ترفع, do not raise, لا ترفع, mention, singular masculine, اذكر, اذكر, mention, singular masculine, اذكر, do not mention, لا تذكر, لا تذكر, do not mention, لا تذكر, imperative negatively, do not raise, singular masculine, لا ترفع, لا ترفع, Do not raise singular masculine, لا ترفع. Do not raise plural masculine, لا ترفعوا, لا ترفعوا. Do not raise plural masculine, لا ترفعوا. Do not raise singular feminine, لا ترفعي, لا ترفعي. Do not raise singular feminine, لا ترفعي. Do not raise plural feminine, لا ترفعن, لا ترفعن. Do not raise plural feminine, لا ترفعن. Do not raise dual masculine and feminine, لا ترفع, لا ترفع. Do not raise dual masculine and feminine, لا ترفع. To conjugate the imperative negatively preceded by the prohibitive particle لا. The final noon is suppressed except in the case of the second person feminine plural. Note the prohibitive particle لا must not be confused with the negative particle لا, which we have already studied. Although spelt in the same way, they differ in force and use, as will be seen later. To distinguish them, it is sufficient for the time being to rely on a common sense idea of the writer's meaning. Endnote. Exercise 31. Plunge your head into the water. Has the pupil succeeded? What are you mixing? Name me the first parts of the trunk, then the limbs. Do not lift your hand. Why does he turn his head? Dress yourself first, then go out with my father. Draw the portrait of our friend Paul. Sit on the sofa. How did he wound her? 33rd lesson. Simple quadriliteral verbs. Vocabulary. The human body continued. The head. الرأس. الرأس. The head. الرأس. The forehead. الجبهة. الجبهة. The forehead. الجبهة. Or الجبين. الجبين. The forehead. الجبين. The eyebrow. الحاجب. الحاجب. The eyebrow. الحاجب. The eye. العين. العين. The eye. العين. The eyelid. الجفن. الجفن. The eyelid. الجفن. The cheek. الخد. الخد. The cheek. الخد. The ear. الأذن. الأذن. The ear. الأذن. Or الودن. الودن. The ear. الودن. The nose. الأنف. الأنف. The nose. الأنف. The mouth. الفم. الفم. The mouth. الفم. Or الحنك. الحنك. The mouth. الحنك. The lip. الشفة. الشفة. The lip. الشفة. The tongue. اللسان. اللسان. The tongue. اللسان. The tooth. السن. السن. The tooth. السن. The chin. الدقن. الدقن. The chin. الدقن. The mustache. الشارب. الشارب. The mustache. الشارب. Or الشنب. الشنب. The mustache. الشنب. The beard. اللحية. اللحية. The beard. اللحية. The hand. اليد. اليد. The hand. اليد. Or الإيد. الإيد. The hand. الإيد. The wrist. المعصم. المعصم. The wrist. المعصم. Or الزند. الزند, the wrist, الزند. The fingers, الأصابع, الأصابع, the fingers, الأصابع. The thumb, الإبهام, الإبهام, the thumb, الإبهام. The index, السبابة, السبابة, the index, السبابة. The joint, المقدة, المقدة, the joint, المقدة. The nail, الظفر, الظفر, the nail, الظفر. The foot, الرجل, الرجل, the foot, الرجل. The ankle, الكعب, الكعب, the ankle, الكعب. To translate, ترجمة, ترجمة, to translate, ترجمة. To roll, دحرجة, دحرجة, to roll, دحرجة. To gain, to bribe, برطلة, برطلة, to gain, to bribe, برطلة. To prove, to demonstrate, برهنة, برهنة, to prove, to demonstrate, برهنة. To decorate, زخرفة, زخرفة, to decorate, زخرفة. To shake, زعزعة, زعزعة, to shake, زعزعة. To trouble, to throw into confusion, بلبلة, بلبلة, to trouble, to throw into confusion, بلبلة. Especially, خصوصا, خصوصا, especially, خصوصا, or لا سيما, لا سيما, especially, لا سيما. According to, بحسب, بحسب, according to, بحسب. To translate, he translated, ترجمة, ترجمة. To translate, he translated, ترجمة. He translates, يترجم, يترجم. He translates, يترجم. Past tense. I translated, ترجمت, ترجمت. I translated, ترجمت. Thou didst translate masculine, ترجمت, ترجمت. Thou didst translate masculine, ترجمت. Thou didst translate feminine, ترجمتي, ترجمتي. Thou didst translate feminine, ترجمتي. He translated, ترجمة, ترجمة. He translated, ترجمة. She translated, ترجمت, ترجمت. She translated, ترجمت. You translated duel, ترجمتما, ترجمتما. You translated duel, ترجمتما. We translated ترجمنا, ترجمنا. We translated ترجمنا. You translated plural masculine, ترجمتم, ترجمتم. You translated plural masculine, ترجمتم. You translated plural feminine, ترجمتن, ترجمتن. You translated plural feminine, ترجمتن. They translated plural masculine, ترجموا, ترجموا. They translated plural masculine, ترجموا. They translated plural feminine, ترجمن, ترجمن. They translated plural feminine, ترجمن. They translated dual masculine, ترجمة, ترجمة. They translated dual masculine, ترجمة. They translated dual feminine, ترجمتا, ترجمتا. They translated dual feminine, ترجمتا. ترجمت, ترجمت, ترجمتي. ترجمة, ترجمت. ترجمتما, ترجمنا. ترجمتم, ترجمتن. ترجموا, ترجمنا. ترجمة, ترجمتا. present and future tense. I translate, uterjimu, uterjimu. I translate, uterjimu. Thou dost translate masculine, tuterjimu, tuterjimu. Thou dost translate masculine, tuterjimu. Thou dost translate feminine, tuterjimine, tuterjimine. Thou dost translate feminine, tuterjimine. He translates, yuterjimu, yuterjimu. He translates, yuterjimu. She translates, tuterjimu, tuterjimu. She translates, tuterjimu. You translate dual, tuterjimani, tuterjimani. You translate dual, tuterjimani. We translate nuterjimu, nuterjimu. We translate nuterjimu. You translate plural masculine, tuterjimune, tuterjimune. You translate plural masculine, tuterjimune. You translate plural feminine, tuterjimne, tuterjimne. You translate plural feminine, tuterjimne. They translate plural masculine, yuterjimune, yuterjimune. They translate plural masculine, yuterjimune. They translate plural feminine, yuterjimne, yuterjimne. They translate plural feminine, yuterjimne. They translate dual masculine, yuterjimani, yuterjimani. They translate dual masculine, yuterjimani. They translate dual feminine, tuterjimani, tuterjimani. They translate dual feminine, tuterjimani. Uterjimu, tuterjimu, tuterjimine. Uterjimu, tuterjimu, tuterjimani. Nuterjimu, tuterjimune, tuterjimne, uterjimune, uterjimne, uterjimani, tuterjimani. 34th lesson. Simple quadriliteral verbs. Vocabulary. Animals. The lion, el-esed, el-esed. The lion, el-esed. Or, es-seba, es-seba. The lion, es-seba. The mane, el-urf, el-urf. The mane, el-urf. The mouth, el-fem, el-fem. The mouth, el-fem. Or, el-halq, el-halq. The mouth, el-halq. The tail, el-dhail, el-dhail. The tail, el-dhail. A paw, rijl, rijl. A paw, rijl. A claw, mikhleb, mikhleb. A claw, mikhleb. Or, dhufr, dhufr. A claw, dhufr. The ass, al-himar, al-himar. The ass, al-himar. The hoof, al-hafir, al-hafir. The hoof, al-hafir. The saddle, as-sarj, as-sarj. The saddle, as-sarj. The stirrups, al-rikab, al-rikab. The stirrups, al-rikab. The bridle, al-lijam, al-lijam. The bridle, al-lijam. The elephant, el-fil, el-fil. The elephant, el-fil. The trunk, el-khurtum, el-khurtum. The trunk, el-khurtum. A tusk, nab, nab. A tusk, nab. The camel, el-jamel, el-jamel. The camel, el-jamel. The dromedary, el-hajin, el-hajin. The dromedary, el-hajin. The gazelle, el-ghazal, el-ghazal. The gazelle, el-ghazal. The dog, el-kelb, el-kelb. The dog, el-kelb. The cat, el-qitt, القط, the cat, القط, or الحر, الحر, the cat, الحر, the rat, الفار, الفار, the rat, الفار, the cock, الديك, الديك, the cock, الديك, an animal, الحيوان, الحيوان, an animal, الحيوان. To slay, A. ذبح, ذبح, to slay, ذبح. To kill, O. قتل, قتل, to kill, قتل. To fatten, A. سمن, سمن, to fatten, سمن. To swim, A. سبح, سبح, to swim, سبح. To suck, A. رضع, رضع, to suck, رضع. To bark, A. نبح, نبح, to bark, نبح. To proceed, to go before, I. سبق, سبق, to proceed, to go before, سبق. Here, هنا, هنا, here, هنا. There, هناك, هناك, there, هناك. Translate, singular, masculine. ترجم, ترجم, translate, singular, masculine. ترجم. Imperative, translate, singular, masculine. ترجم, ترجم, translate, singular, masculine. ترجم. Translate, plural, masculine. ترجموا, ترجموا, translate, plural, masculine. ترجموا. Translate, singular, feminine. ترجمي, ترجمي, translate, singular, feminine. ترجمي. Translate, plural, feminine. ترجمن, ترجمن, translate, plural, feminine. ترجمن. Translate, dual, masculine and feminine. ترجمة, ترجمة, translate, dual, masculine and feminine. ترجمة. Note, as we have seen in the case of simple triliteral verbs, practice and the dictionary can alone indicate the vowel sound of the second radical. Moreover, the prefix letter has always a fatha over it. In the case of simple quadriliteral verbs, the second radical always bears a sukun, and the prefix letter a dhammeh. The third radical is always accompanied by a fatha in the past and by a kasra in the present and imperative. End footnote. Let us translate. لنترجم, لنترجم, let us translate. لنترجم. Note, simple quadriliteral verbs are conjugated in all their tenses like ترجمة. The interrogative, negative, and prohibitive particles are used with quadriliteral verbs in exactly the same way as with triliteral verbs. End note. Exercise 32. أتذهبون الديك هنا أم هناك؟ جرح أصبعه بالسكين وخده وذقنه بالموسى. ترجموا الدرس أولا ثم اذهبوا إلى البستان. خرج الحمار بلا سرج. الكلب صديق الإنسان. زخرف البيت وخصوصا أوضة السفرة. كيف سرقوا الكيس من جيبها وخصوصا الخاتم من يدها. 35th lesson. Present preceded by certain particles. Vocabulary, animals, continued. The horse, الجواد, الجواد. The horse, الجواد. Or الحصان, الحصان. The horse, الحصان. The mare, الفرس, الفرس. The mare, الفرس. The mule, البغل, البغل. The mule, البغل. The ox, الثور, الثور. The ox, الثور. The cow, البقرة, البقرة. The cow, البقرة. The sheep, الحروف, الحروف. The sheep, الحروف. The ewe, النعجة, النعجة. The ewe, النعجة. The gnat, العنزة, العنزة. The gnat, العنزة. Or المعزة, المعزة. The gnat, المعزة. The hen, الدجاجة, الدجاجة. The hen, الدجاجة. The chickens, الفراخ, الفراخ. The chickens, الفراخ. The goose, الوزة, الوزة. The goose, الوزة. The fish, السمكة, السمكة. The fish, السمكة. The monkey, القرد, القرد. The monkey, القرد. The fox, الشعلب, الشعلب. The fox, الشعلب. The crow, الغراب, الغراب. The crow, الغراب. The sparrow, العصفور, العصفور. The sparrow, العصفور. The pigeon, الحمامة, الحمامة. The pigeon, الحمامة. The locusts, الجراد, الجراد. The locusts, الجراد. The ant, النملة, النملة, النملة. The ant, النملة. The cotton worm, دودة القطن, دودة القطن. The cotton worm, دودة القطن. The snake, الحية, الحية. The snake, الحية. Or الثعبان, الثعبان. The snake, الثعبان. The scorpion, العقرب, العقرب. The scorpion, العقرب. To hear, a سمع, سمع. To hear, سمع. To carry, I حمل, حمل. To carry, حمل. To carry off, a خطف, خطف. To carry off, خطف. To fall, o سقط, سقط. To fall, سقط. To touch, I لمس, لمس. To touch, لمس. To look for, to seek, a بحث عن, بحث عن. To look for, to seek, بحث عن. To cook, o طبخ, طبخ. To cook, طبخ. Before, قبل, قبل. Before, قبل. After, بعد, بعد. After, بعد. That, أن, أن. That, أن. Not, لم, لم. Not, lem. Note, this negative particle is only used in the present tense, to which it gives the meaning of the past. For example, lem يذهبوا, they have not gone. Lem يذهبوا. End note. In order to, in order that. I, in order to, in order that. I, or لأن, لأن. In order to, in order that. لأن. Or لأجل أن, li ejli en, in order to, in order that, li ejli en, so that, likay, likay, so that, likay, until, hatta, hatta, until, hatta, or ila en, until ila en. Certain particles, of which the most common are en, I, likay, hatta, and lem, have the same influence as the prohibitive particle le, in that they cause the disappearance of the final noon from those persons of the present tense where it occurs, except in the case of the feminine plural, which remains unchanged. In the case of the other persons, the present tense, preceded by the particles en, I, likay, or hatta, changes the vowel accent of the final radical to fetha, when preceded by lem or by either of the particles le, prohibitive, or I, imperative, the present tense takes sukun over the final radical. Note the English infinitive and participle preceded by the above particles are rendered by the present tense. End note. Exercise 33. لم يحضر لأذهب معه. خرجوا بعدك ليشكروهم. ابحثوا عنهم حتى تتعبوا. لماذا لم تقتل العقرب؟ عندي فرس وغزال هنا وجمل وحمار هناك. اذهبوا بعد أن أخرج وارجعوا قبل أن أحضر. البس لأنحقهم. يكتب حتى ينعس. End of lessons 31 to 35 from A Practical Arabic Course by E. Netmatullah and E. Chevalier. Read by Abu Jalal, Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in Oxford, England.
Chapters 1 and 2 of Pro Patria, a Latin story for beginners, being a sequel to Ora Maritima with grammar and exercises, by Edward Adolph Sonnenschein. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mormis. Unus, calendae sunt hodie septembris. Primus mensis februarum elapsus est, et schola instant. Nam ante finem mensis septembris apud magistrum meum ero. Et per ultimam partem feriarum necesse est libris 2 horas quotidiae dare. Sic imperat patrus mens, mane igitur plerumque lectito, patrus autem mihi librum taciti de vita agricolae, ducis celebris Rominarum dedit. Multa insunt de Britannia nostra antiqua. Vita agricolae multum me delectat. Nonullis tamen in locis difficilis est obscura, sed animo alacri lectito, quia patrus mens difficilia et obscura explicat, et tabulis pictis aedificiorum, armorum numorum viarum illustrat. Ubi aliquid in vita agricolae deest, ibi patrus mens capita ex annulibus taciti vel ex historia Anglica recitat. Amici mii, Marcus et Alexander, inter dum ad sunt dum recitat, nam saepe nos visitant. Post prandium plerumque ambulamus, vel ludo trigonali apram damus, vel in mari natamus. Duo. Gaius Iulius Caesar, postquam copias suas pedestres et equestres ex Britannia in Galliam transportavit, nihil amplius de Britannis cogitavit, ab inculis litoris meridiani victoriam reputaverat, ad flumen Tamisam penetraverat, apudum casuelauni expugnaverat, magnum numerum captuorum in servitutum venum derat, tributum Britannis imperaverat, id ei satis erat, sed Britanniam non ruera debelleverat, nec victoria eius magna fuerat, tacitus eum non magnam victoriam reportavisse in capite tertio decimo vitae agricolae affirmat. Divus Iulius inquit Britanniam Romanis monstravit, sed non debellavit. Britanni autem viri animo forti erant, tributum et servitutum non tolerabant, et Romanis post tempora Iuli Caesaris longa oblivio erat Britannia, nam per multos annos bellum domesticum civitatem Romanum vexavit. Post finem eius belli Romani Augustum principem creaverant, ei Britannia non curae erat, nec principes secundus et tertius, Tiberius et Caligula, insulam nostram introverunt, quamquam Caligula de ea intranda cogitavit. End of chapters 1 and 2 of Pro Patria, a Latin story for beginners, being a sequel to Ora Maritima with grammar and exercises, by Edward Adolph Sonnenschein.
A Short System of English Grammar for the Use of the Boarding School in Worcester by Henry Bate, Artium Baccalaureus. Recording by Corey Samuel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Preface. Usage and custom are the rules and measures of every language, and the rules of grammar have nothing more to do than to teach it. The grammar is to be fashioned from the particular language it treats of, and not the language from the grammar. For want of following this regular plan, our modern grammarians have introduced the grammar rules of other languages into their own, as if all language was founded on grammar, and the rules in one language would serve the same end and purpose in another. The Latin, for instance, has only 8 parts of speech, and the writers of English grammar have unthinkingly adopted the same number, whereas with the article, which the Latin has not, and which is of great service in a language, we have no less than 9. The Latin admits of cases, but as different cases, properly speaking, are nothing more than the different inflections and terminations of nouns, English nouns have no cases. It is not agreeable to the principles of grammar to say that of a rose is the genitive case of rose, or to a rose, the dative, for of and to are no part of the word rose, but only prefix particles or prepositions, which show the different relation of the word rose. So likewise when we say Alexander's horse, the word Alexander's is not the genitive case of Alexander. For strictly speaking, the S is no part of the word Alexander, but the final letter of the pronoun possessive, his, and without the apostrophe we should read it thus: Alexander his horse. If any of the parts of speech have cases, the pronouns have, and some of the pronouns may perhaps have too. But for the sake of making everything as easy as I can to the learner, I have taken the liberty of distinguishing such pronouns into prefix and subsequent, and entirely laid aside cases as useless and unnecessary. The Latin has genders, the adjective in that language always varying to correspond with the substantive, but our adjectives never vary, and therefore the distinction of genders has nothing to do with English grammar, but is idle, trifling, impertinent. Experience shows that this sort of pedantic ignorance and folly has made that dark and obscure which it was intended to elucidate, and unhappily puzzled and perplexed a great many more than it has ever instructed. Every attempt to make English easy must be fruitless that is not formed upon a different plan, and such is the following short system of English grammar. Of grammar and its divisions. Grammar is the science of letters or language, and is the art of speaking and writing properly. Its divisions are four: orthography, analogy, prosody, syntax. Of orthography. Orthography comprehends writing and articulation. Articulation treats of simple sounds, which are made by the organs of speech, and by which we communicate our ideas and sentiments to one another. Writing represents the living speech, and makes, as it were, these sounds and sentiments visible. Of prosody. Prosody treats of pronunciation with respect of accent, time, and quantity, but as the science of letters, sounds, and pronunciation is instilled into the minds of the English youth very early in life, and, as this grammar is not intended for the use of foreigners, but for them, I shall not trifle away their time in teaching them what they cannot be supposed to be unacquainted with, but proceed to the third part of grammar, called analogy. Of analogy. Analogy is the mutual relation or agreement of words with one another, and treats of all the parts of speech, which in English are 9. Article, verb, conjunction, noun, participle, preposition, pronoun, adverb, interjection. Of an article. An article is a part of speech put before nouns to ascertain and fix their vague signification. There are 3 articles: a, an, and the. A and an are indefinite articles, and applied to persons or things indifferently, as an oyster, a prince. The article the distinguishes individually or particularly, as the oyster, the prince. Of a noun. A noun is a part of speech which expresses the subject spoke of, as ink, paper, witness. A noun is either substantive or adjective. A noun substantive is the name of a thing considered simply in itself and without any regard to its qualities, as a man, a woman, a child. A noun adjective is a word added to the noun substantive, expressing the circumstance or quality thereof, as a good man, an old woman, a young child. Of a pronoun. A pronoun is a part of speech substituted in the place of a noun to avoid the frequent and disagreeable repetition of the same word, as the bird is joyous, he chirps, he sings, which without the pronoun would be thus: the bird is joyous, the bird chirps, the bird sings. Pronouns personal. I, he, myself, I myself, me, him, yourself, you yourself, you, she, thyself, thou thyself, thou, her, himself, he himself, thee, one's self, herself, she herself. Pronouns relative. Who, whose, whom, what, which. Pronouns demonstrative. This, that. Pronouns possessive. My, ours, your, theirs, mine, thy, yours, her, our, thine, his, hers. Of number. Number expresses the difference betwixt one thing and many, and is either singular or plural. When a thing is considered as single, or a multitude of things considered as united together, it is of the singular number, as a man, a troop. When several things are considered as distinct from each other, it is of the plural number, as men, soldiers. The plural is usually formed in noun substantives by adding s to the singular, as article, articles, noun, nouns. But when the pronunciation requires it, or when the singular ends in s, x, sh, or ch, the plural is usually formed by adding the syllable es, as ass, asses, fox, foxes, sash, sashes, church, churches. When the singular ends in f or fe, the plural is usually formed by changing the f or fe into ves, as wife, wives, self, selves. Sometimes the plural is formed by adding the syllable en, as ox, oxen. Sometimes by changing the vowel, as man, men. And sometimes the vowels and consonants, as penny, pence, mouse, mice, louse, lice. Some of the pronouns form their plural very irregular, as I, we, me, us, thou, ye, thee, you, he, they, him, them, she, they, her, them. Some nouns have no singular number, as scissors, the East Indies, the West Indies. Some have no plural, the names of kingdoms, for instance, as England, Ireland, Portugal. Cities, towns, and villages, such as Worcester, Kinver, Hagley. Seas and rivers, as the Mediterranean, Severn. Wheat, barley, gold, silver, pewter, and a great many words that cannot be reduced to any rule want the plural number, as ale, beer, bread, butter, honey, milk, hunger, thirst, drunkenness. The termination of some nouns is the same both in the singular and plural, as a sheep, a swine, a flock of sheep, a herd of swine, etc. Of comparison. Comparison is the comparing the different circumstances of persons or things with each other, and serves to alter the signification of a word, either by a gradual increase or a gradual diminution, as long, longer, longest, short, shorter, shortest. Adjectives, adverbs, and substantives have 3 degrees of comparison: the positive, the comparative, and the superlative. The positive lays down the natural signification simply and without excess or diminution, as long, short, often. The comparative raises or lowers the positive in signification, and is formed of the positive by adding the syllable er, as long, longer, short, shorter, often, oftener. The superlative raises or lowers the signification as much as possible, and is formed of the positive by adding the syllable est, as long, longest, short, shortest, often, oftenest. Sometimes they are compared by the adverbs very, infinitely, and the adjectives more, most, less, least, as long, very long, infinitely long, short, more short, most short, commonly, less commonly, least commonly. These adjectives deviate from the general rule: good, better, best, bad, worse, worst, little, less, least, much, more, most. Substantives are compared by the adjectives more, most, the words than or that always following, as a dunce, more a dunce than I or me, the most a dunce that ever I did see. Of a verb. A verb is a part of speech which serves to express what we affirm of or attribute to any subject, and is either active or passive. A verb active is that which expresses an action, as I kick, I see. A verb passive is that which receives the action or expresses the passion, as I am kicked, I am seen. A verb has two numbers, the singular and the plural, and three persons in each number, as I am, thou art, he is, we are, ye are, they are. The same is to be observed in every mood and in every tense, but in the infinitive, which has neither number nor person. Of moods. A mood is the manner of conjugating verbs agreeably to the different actions or affections to be expressed. There are four moods: the indicative, the imperative, the conjunctive, and the infinitive. The indicative mood expresseth the action or passion simply, directly, and absolutely, as I love, I have loved, I will love. The imperative commands or forbids, as come, go, be gone. The conjunctive expresses the action or passion conditionally, and is always joined with the indicative or the same mood, as I will love you if you would love me, I would dance if you would dance. The infinitive expresses the action or passion indeterminately, without any regard to time, place, number, or person, as to love, to be loved. Of the tenses. Tense is an inflection of verbs, whereby they are made to signify and distinguish the circumstance of time. There are 5 tenses: the present tense, the preterimperfect, the preterperfect, the preterpluperfect, and the future. 1. The present tense expresses the time that now is, as I sup. 2. The preterimperfect tense denotes the historical relation of a past action, but yet not perfectly completed, when joined to another action that is perfectly completed, as when or while I supped, he came in. 3. The preterperfect tense expresses the time past perfectly, as I have supped. 4. The preterpluperfect tense expresses the time past doubly, as I had supped. 5. The future tense expresses the time to come, as I shall sup, I will sup. Of the conjugation. Conjugation is the variation of verbs through all their moods and tenses, and the English verbs are chiefly conjugated by auxiliary signs, as to love, or by auxiliary verbs, as I am loved, I have loved. Of the auxiliary signs. The auxiliary signs are words that serve to express the variations of the verb. The imperative mood has the signs do, let, as do thou love, let him love. The infinitive mood has the signs to, about, as to love, about to love. The other moods have the auxiliary signs following. Singular, first person. I do, did, must, may, can, might, would, could, should, shall, or will. Second person. Thou dost, didst, must, mayst, canst, mightst, wouldst, couldst, shouldst, shalt, or wilt. Third person. He does, or doth, did, must, may, can, might, would, could, should, shall, or will. Plural. First person. We do, did, must, may, can, might, would, could, should, shall, or will. Second person. Ye do, did, must, may, can, might, would, could, should, shall, or will. Third person. They do, did, must, may, can, might, would, could, should, shall, or will. Of the auxiliary verbs. The auxiliary verbs are only two, to have and to be, which cannot be conjugated without the auxiliary signs and without the reciprocal assistance of each other. To have. Indicative mood. Present tense. Singular. I have, thou hast, he hath, or has. Plural. We have, ye have, they have. Preterimperfect tense. Singular. I had, thou hadst, he had. Plural. We had, ye had, they had. Preterperfect tense. Singular. I have had, thou hast had, he hath, or has had. Plural. We have had, ye have had, they have had. Preterpluperfect tense. Singular. I had had, thou hadst had, he had had. Plural. We had had, ye had had, they had had. Future tense. Singular. I shall, or will have. Thou shalt, or wilt have. He shall, or will have. Plural. We shall, or will have. Ye shall, or will have. They shall, or will have. Imperative mood. Present and future. Singular. Let me have. Do thou have, or have thou. Let him have. Plural. Let us have. Do ye have, or have ye. Let them have. Conjunctive mood. Present tense, singular. I may or can have. Thou mayst or canst have. He may or can have. Plural. We may or can have. Ye may or can have. They may or can have. Preterimperfect tense, singular. I must, might, would, could, or should have. Thou must, mightst, wouldst, couldst, or shouldst have. He must, might, would, could, or should have. Plural. We must, might, would, could, or should have. Ye must, might, would, could, or should have. They must, might, would, could, or should have. Preterperfect tense, singular. I must, might, would, could, or should have had. Thou must, mightst, wouldst, couldst, or shouldst have had. He must, might, would, could, or should have had. Plural. We must, might, would, could, or should have had. Ye must, might, would, could, or should have had. They must, might, would, could, or should have had. Preterpluperfect tense, singular. I must, might, would, could, or should have had. Thou must, mightst, wouldst, couldst, or shouldst have had. He must, might, would, could, or should have had. Plural. We must, might, would, could, or should have had. Ye must, might, would, could, or should have had. They must, might, would, could, or should have had. Future tense, singular. I shall or will have had. Thou shalt or wilt have had. He shall or will have had. Plural. We shall or will have had. Ye shall or will have had. They shall or will have had. Infinitive mood. Present, to have. Perfect, to have had. Future, about to have. Participles. Present, having. Preterperfect, having had. To be. Indicative mood, present tense. Singular. I am. Thou art. He is. Plural. We are. Ye are. They are. Preterimperfect tense. Singular. I was. Thou wast. He was. Plural. We were. Ye were. They were. Preterperfect tense. Singular. I have been. Thou hast been. He hath been. Plural. We have been. Ye have been. They have been. Preterpluperfect tense. Singular. I had been. Thou hadst been. He had been. Plural. We had been. Ye had been. They had been. Future tense. Singular. I shall, or will be. Thou shalt, or wilt be. He shall, or will be. Plural. We shall, or will be. Ye shall, or will be. They shall, or will be. Imperative mood, present and future. Singular. Let me be. Do thou be, or be thou. Let him be. Plural. Let us be. Do ye be, or be ye. let them be. Conjunctive mood, present tense, singular. I may or can be. Thou mayst or canst be. He may or can be. Plural. We may or can be. Ye may or can be. They may or can be. Preterimperfect tense, singular. I must, might, would, could, or should be. Thou must, mightst, wouldst, couldst, or shouldst be. He must, might, would, could, or should be. Plural. We must, might, would, could, or should be. Ye must, might, would, could, or should be. They must, might, would, could, or should be. Preterperfect tense, singular. I must, might, would, could, or should have been. Thou must, mightst, wouldst, couldst, or shouldst have been. He must, might, would, could, or should have been. Plural. We must, might, would, could, or should have been. Ye must, might, would, could, or should have been. They must, might, would, could, or should have been. Preterpluperfect tense, singular. I must, might, would, could, or should have had been. Thou must, mightst, wouldst, couldst, or shouldst have had been. He must, might, would, could, or should have had been. Plural. We must, might, would, could, or should have had been. Ye must, might, would, could, or should have had been. They must, might, would, could, or should have had been. Future tense, singular. I shall or will have been. Thou shalt or wilt have been. He shall or will have been. Plural. We shall or will have been. Ye shall or will have been. They shall or will have been. Infinitive mood, present, to be, preterperfect, to have been, future, about to be. Participles, present, being, preterperfect, having been. Of regular verbs. Regular verbs are those that are conjugated by some established rules. The termination of the infinitive mood present tense of the verb active in regular verbs is always the same as the first person of the indicative mood present tense singular, as to love, I love. The termination of the second person singular is formed out of the first by adding st or est, as I love, thou lovest. I read, thou readest. The termination of the third person singular is formed out of the first by adding th or eth, as I love, he loveth. I read, he readeth. Or only by adding s, as he loves, he reads. The termination of the first person preterimperfect tense singular is formed out of the first person present tense singular by adding the syllable ed, as I love, I loved. The termination of the participle present of the verb active is always formed out of the first person present by adding the syllable ing, as I love, loving. The termination of the preterimperfect, the preterperfect, and the preterpluperfect of the indicative mood, and the preterperfect, the preterpluperfect, and the future of the conjunctive, and the participle passive, is in regular verbs the same, as I loved, I have loved, I had loved, I may have loved, I might have loved, I shall have loved, I am loved. And the termination of every other tense, number, or person is the same with the infinitive. Of a verb active. A verb active regular is conjugated by the auxiliary signs, the auxiliary verbs, and the general rules foregoing. To love, indicative mood, present tense, singular. I love, or do love. Thou lovest, or dost love. He loveth, or loves, or doth love. Plural. We love, or do love. Ye love, or do love. They love, or do love. Preterimperfect tense, singular. I loved, or did love. Thou lovedst, or didst love. He loved, or did love. Plural. We loved, or did love. Ye loved, or did love. They loved, or did love. Preterperfect tense, singular. I have loved, thou hast loved, he hath loved, or has loved. Plural. We have loved, ye have loved, they have loved. Preterpluperfect tense, singular. I had loved, thou hadst loved, he had loved. Plural. We had loved, ye had loved, they had loved. Future tense, singular. I shall, or will love. Thou shalt, or wilt love. He shall, or will love. Plural. We shall, or will love. Ye shall, or will love. They shall, or will love. Imperative mood. Present and future. Singular. Let me love. Do thou love, or love thou. Let him love. Plural. Let us love. Do ye love, or love ye. Let them love. Conjunctive mood. Present tense. Singular. I may, or can love. Thou mayst, or canst love. He may, or can love. Plural. We may, or can love. Ye may, or can love. They may, or can love. Preterimperfect tense. Singular. I must, might, would, could, or should love. Thou must, mightst, wouldst, couldst, or shouldst love. He must, might, would, could, or should love. Plural. We must, might, would, could, or should love. Ye must, might, would, could, or should love. They must, might, would, could, or should love. Preterperfect tense, singular. I must, might, would, could, or should have loved. Thou must, mightst, wouldst, couldst, or shouldst have loved. He must, might, would, could, or should have loved. Plural. We must, might, would, could, or should have loved. Ye must, might, would, could, or should have loved. They must, might, would, could, or should have loved. Preterpluperfect tense, singular. I must, might, would, could, or should have had loved. Thou must, mightst, wouldst, couldst, or shouldst have had loved. He must, might, would, could, or should have had loved. Plural. We must, might, would, could, or should have had loved. Ye must, might, would, could, or should have had loved. They must, might, would, could, or should have had loved. Future tense. Singular. I shall or will have loved. Thou shalt or wilt have loved. He shall or will have loved. Plural. We shall or will have loved. Ye shall or will have loved. They shall or will have loved. Infinitive mood. Present. To love. Preterperfect. To have loved. Future. About to love. Participles. Present. Loving. Preterperfect. Having loved. Of a verb passive. The verb passive is nothing more than the participle passive joined to the auxiliary verb to be, as indicative mood, present tense, I am loved, etc. Preterimperfect, I was loved, etc. Preterperfect, I have been loved, etc. Preterpluperfect, I had been loved, etc. Future, I shall or will be loved, etc. Imperative mood, present and future, let me be loved, etc. Conjunctive mood, present tense, singular, I may or can be loved, thou, etc. Preterimperfect tense, singular, I must, might, would, could, or should be loved, thou, etc. Preterperfect tense, singular, I must, might, would, could, or should have been loved, thou, etc. Preterpluperfect tense, singular, I must, might, would, could, or should have had been loved, thou, etc. Future tense, singular, I shall or will have been loved, thou, etc. Infinitive mood, present, to be loved. Preterperfect, to have been loved. Future, about to be loved. Participles, present, being loved. Preterperfect, having been loved. Of a participle. A participle is a part of speech which partaketh of a verb and a noun. When it has a relation to time, it may be considered as a verb, but when it is joined to a substantive, or admits of comparison, it may be considered as an adjective. When the termination of the participle passive is not formed by adding the syllable ed to the first person of the indicative mood present tense singular, or when the termination of the participle passive differs from the termination of the pretertenses, the verb becomes irregular, but in all other respects is conjugated as the regular verb, as I abide, thou abidest, etc. Present tense, preter, participle passive. Abide, abode, abode. Bite, bit, bitten. Catch, caught, catched. Do, did, done. Eat, eat, eaten. Fall, fell, fallen. Get, got, gotten. Hold, held, holden. Know, knew, known. Lie, lay, laid. Make, made, made. Rise, rose, risen. Shine, shone, shined. Tread, trod, trodden. Weave, wove, woven, etc. To these may be added the auxiliary verbs to have and to be. Of an adverb. An adverb is part of speech joined to a verb, a noun substantive, an adjective or participle, and sometimes to another adverb, to express the manner or circumstance of the thing signified, as he speaks properly, an orderly man, truly good, extremely loving, very devoutly. Adverbs are very numerous and have relation to time, as now, lately, always. Place, as here, there, nowhere. Order, as by turns, abreast, orderly. Quantity, as enough, more, entirely. Number, as once, twice, thrice. Doubting, as perhaps, maybe, peradventure. Asking, as why, whence, wherefore. Affirmation, as yes, indeed, certainly. Negation, as no, never, not at all. Comparison, as more, less, likewise. Quality, as justly, prudently, indifferently. Of a conjunction. A conjunction is a part of speech which serves to connect and join the several parts of a discourse together, and is of various kinds. Copulative, as and, also, moreover. Disjunctive, as or, neither, whether. Adversative, as but, yet, notwithstanding. Conditional, as if, unless, provided. Casual, as for, because, forasmuch. Conclusive, as then, so that, therefore. Of a preposition. A preposition is a part of speech that serves to express the particular relation and circumstance of some other part of speech, and is either used in apposition, as in heaven, or in composition, as invisible. Prepositions used in apposition. Above, about, after, against, among, amongst, at, before, behind, beneath, below, beside, between, betwixt, beyond, by, for, from, in, into, near, near to, nigh, nigh to, of, on, over, through, throughout, towards, under, unto, upon, with, within, without. Prepositions used in composition. Abase, abuse, abstract, accommodate, adapt, affix, afternoon, amphitheatre, antedate, antichrist, anarchy, appoint, ascertain, attaint, befriend, circumambient, coadjutor, compound, complot, constrain, contradiction, counterbalance, decamp, disappoint, diffusive, diminish, emission, embrace, enclose, essay, exterminate, extraordinary, forbear, foresee, imperfect, inglorious, interview, introduction, obnoxious, offspring, oppression, overreach, outlandish, perform, postmaster, preeminence, preternatural, prolong, regain, retrograde, subjoin, superfine, transmigration, unworthy, underwritten, upright, withdraw, etc., etc., etc. Of an interjection. An interjection is a part of speech that serves to express some sudden motion or passion of the mind, transported with a sensation of pleasure or pain. Of pleasure, as, "O brave! O heavens! O joy!" Of pain, as, "Alas! O my God! O Lord!" Interjections of a lower order. Of caution, as, "Hold! Take care!" Of admiration, as, "See! Look! Behold!" Of aversion, as, "Fie! Away, you fool!" Of silence, as, "Be still! Silence!" Of syntax. Syntax is the manner of constructing one word with another prescribed by the rules of grammar. Rule first. The article a is usually placed before a word that begins with a consonant, the article an before a word that begins with a vowel, and either a or an before a word that begins with an h, and the article the before a word that begins with either a vowel or a consonant, as a Christian, an infidel, a heathen or an heathen, the Christian, the infidel, the heathen. Rule second. A noun substantive is usually placed after its noun adjective, as the second chapter, a great man, but sometimes for the sake of greater distinction the adjective is placed after, with the article the before it, as George II, Peter the Great. In poetry, the adjective is placed either before or after its substantive indifferently, as the versification requires it. Rule third. All nouns and pronouns are of the third person, except I and we, which are of the first person, and thou, you, and ye, which are of the second person, and except the relative pronouns, which are always of the same person, with the personal pronoun to which they relate, as I love, thou lovest, he loveth, I who love, thou who lovest, he who loveth. Rule fourth. The prefix pronouns I, we, thou, you, ye, he, she, they, who, are usually placed before the verb, and the subsequent pronouns me, us, thee, him, her, them, whom, are usually placed after, as I love the dog loves me. But when a question is asked, or when the verb is of the imperative mood, or in short sentences, the prefix pronouns are usually placed afterwards, as lovest thou me? Love thou thyself, said he, said they. Rule fifth. When a question is asked and the verb has an auxiliary sign, or an auxiliary verb, the governing noun or pronoun is placed immediately after such auxiliary, as does the sun shine? Has he washed his hands? And when the verb has two or more auxiliaries, the noun or pronoun is placed after the first, as have I been taught? Could the truth have been known? Rule sixth. The verb agrees with its governing noun, pronoun personal, or pronoun relative, in number and person, as the birds sing, thou lovest, he who loveth. Rule seventh. A noun of multitude may have a verb either singular or plural, as the people is mad, or the people are mad. But if a substantive of the same signification follows, that is not a noun of multitude, then the verb is always plural, as we do not say, the people is a mad man, but the people are mad men. Rule 8th. Two or more nouns or pronouns singular will have a verb plural, as the dog and cat are very loving. But when two or more substantives singular signify the same thing or person, or when the preposition of intervenes, the verb is always singular, as the River Severn is navigable, William the Conqueror was a great man. This system of grammar is compendious. Rule 9th. The subsequent pronouns are usually placed after prepositions and interjections, as of me, to us, for thee, with her, from them, against whom, O me. Of the points or pauses. The points or pauses have a sort of musical proportion. The period is marked thus, dot symbol. Its time is equal to 2 colons, and is never placed but at the end of a sentence, the sense of which is perfect and complete, as, by me kings reign and princes decree justice. The colon is marked thus, colon symbol. Its time is equal to 2 semicolons, and is placed where the sense seems to be perfect and complete, but to which, notwithstanding, something may still be added, as, give instruction to a wise man, and he will be yet wiser. Teach a just man, and he will increase in learning. The semicolon is marked thus, semicolon symbol. Its time is equal to 2 commas, and is placed where the sense is less complete than the colon, and more complete than the comma, as, a wise man's heart is at his right hand, but a fool's heart is at his left. The comma is marked thus, comma symbol. It is the last and least pause, or time that is made use of, and serves to distinguish the simple numbers of a period, as, arise, my friend, and come away. Of the other notes or characters. A note of interrogation, question mark symbol, is used when a question is asked, as, who comes there? A note of admiration, exclamation mark symbol, is used after interjections or short sentences to express our wonder and surprise, as, oh Lord! A parenthesis, bracket, rarely made use of by a good writer, close bracket, is used to enclose one sentence within another. The paragraph is marked thus, paragraph symbol, and denotes the beginning of a new discourse. An apostrophe is used when some part of a word is left out, as Alexander's horse, for Alexander his horse. A hyphen is used to join together 2 words, as footstool, etc., and is used also when part of a word is written in one line and part in another. The caret is marked thus, caret symbol, to show where the words in any sentence that are left out should come in, as, the lady, caret, is beautiful. The subdivision or part of a chapter is marked usually thus, symbol. The index points to some remarkable passage thus, symbol, index finger pointing to the right. A quotation is a double comma, reverse and set against some lines on the left side of a page to show that they are quoted from another author, thus, quote symbol. The notes that refer to the margin are an asterisk made thus, asterisk symbol, an obelisk thus, dagger symbol, also thus, double line symbol. Besides these there are literal characters, numeral characters, and abbreviations, the knowledge of which is not so easily to be acquired by grammar rules as by diligent observation and experience. End of A Short System of English Grammar by Henry Bate. Recording by Corey Samuel.
The Aural System by Anonymous. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Travis Hammond. Respecting the time required to learn a language, the writer ventures to recommend the way he himself took when a boy to solve the question. Having made choice of a known grammar, the exercises of which promise a satisfactory degree of proficiency. Let the student affix to each and all of the lessons at the outset the dates when they are to be done and observe them. Some weeks, a little perseverance and determination may be necessary, but let him be inflexible with himself, curtail his indulgences if required, and his task will be done with ease. Subsequent studies are pleasant and easy. Some time ago, a Mr. W. M. Roger came down from Glasgow for the purpose of showing how foreign languages should be taught. He brought on a gentleman, a clergyman from Leeds, who had gone through Otto's German grammar without being able to either speak or understand German. This gentleman was able to bear testimony to the merit of Mr. Roger's system because by it he had learnt to do both. Of course, his testimony rested on one assumption. It assumed that having gone through Otto's grammar, all learnt from it had been forgotten, and that the whole merit of his success was due to Mr. Roger's method. Mr. Roger was of opinion that foreign languages should be learnt as a child learns its mother tongue. It seemed to me a strange use to make of the reason and intelligence of the adult, to cast it aside as useless, and to ask the youth and man to become a child again. It appeared to me the most wasteful of methods. Is language a science? And if so, what would be thought of a similar proposal for acquiring any other science? But are the cases parallel? Is there any similarity of circumstance? Can the youth and man again place themselves in the circumstances of the child? The child is constantly hearing the language spoken. Everyone around it is teaching it to speak. Everything around it stimulates it to do so. Nearly everything it learns comes to it through its mother tongue. At play, it hears, it speaks. At 5 years of age, it begins to go to school, and from that time until its 14th or 16th year, whatever else it studies, it must study its mother tongue. All other knowledge reaches it through this medium. Every other study compels the study and practice of its mother tongue, and allowing 10 hours per day for sleep, by the time it is 14 years of age, 71,600 hours have been spent in such study and practice. Let us take the case of the youth or man who commences the study of a foreign language. He has found that a foreign language will be of use to him or has become necessary to him in his work. He begins to study it and takes the usual 1 lesson per week of 1 hour's duration. In a year he has spent 50 hours with the teacher. If he devoted 2 or 3 hours weekly to the preparation of each lesson, he will have spent 150 to 200 hours per annum upon it. Or, less absence and omissions, perhaps 140 or 180 hours upon its study. This makes 14 days of 10 hours, or perhaps 3 weeks as against 14 years spent by the child upon its mother tongue. Multiply this amount of 14 days by 2 or 3, and grammar is still seen by comparison to have accomplished a stupendous miracle. But even this disparity is not complete. For whilst the child, whether at work or play, never ceases to study and practice its native language, and this is by far its principal occupation, the youth and man, on the other hand, devote to the study of a foreign language the remnants, the odds and ends of their time, having exhausted their energies in their work. These were the considerations that occurred to me on thinking over Mr. Roger's prospectus. Nevertheless, it was impossible to regard as satisfactory a method of tuition or study, which left the pupil unable to understand or speak a language after having gone through a grammar, like that of Otto, the grammatical method, being one which does not seek to render easy and simple at the cost of efficiency, but eluding and evading the difficulties and peculiarities of a language, but being the one which fairly meets and masters them, there can be no question of dispensing with its valuable assistance. The wise course is to adopt that method of using it which will enable us to derive most benefit from its teachings and ensure success. It is for this purpose the following has been written. It follows from this that if the pupil's time admit, the most complete grammar is the best. We have been amongst the most backward in this branch of study, but our grammars since then have been largely borrowed from our more successful competitors, from those who excelled as much in modern languages as we ourselves in industry. They are in many instances the work of foreign specialists and experts. They are the very instruments of success used by our most successful rivals. How then can they be inadequate? Translation has put us into possession of the best works used by our foreign rivals, and if we are less successful than they, it is due, as a Swiss correspondent of the Manchester Guardian recently stated, not to the superior aptitude, but to the superior application of the foreigner. The writer first commenced studying foreign languages nearly 40 years ago, and has resided for nearly 20 years in various foreign countries. His experience with regard to those who learn foreign languages has been that those who commence the practice of a foreign language with a previous knowledge of its grammar learn to speak it with an ease, confidence, and correctness never attained by those who try to dispense with such preparation and study. On the other hand, those who have learnt to speak without such study contract vicious and faulty locutions, and rarely, if ever, make good the deficiency. They are compelled, of course, to form a rough grammar of their own upon incomplete information, and have to do so hastily and imperfectly. For writing, where precision and accuracy are required, a knowledge not based upon grammar is next to worthless. Most pupils have a fourfold object in studying a language. They wish to be able to read and write, to speak, and to understand it. By what method could this be most easily achieved? If this work could be performed simultaneously, it would effect a saving of time and labor, as well as impress what was being studied more deeply upon the memory. The memory for sound, form, music, figures, spelling, etc. appears to be distinct and to vary in each one. If the memory for sound could be brought more into play, it must help to retain more tenaciously what was learnt. Of course, the pupil can only expect to be master of the language so far as he has studied and learnt. He cannot expect to reap where he has not sown. Within this limit, he learns to read, in preparing the lesson, and to write, in writing out the exercises. But Mr. Charles Sauer says in the preface to his Italian Grammar, 5th edition, page 4, "Everyone who has occupied himself with study of modern languages knows that by far the more difficult task is to understand the foreign language, i.e., when spoken. That cannot be called a success which leaves the most difficult part of the task unaccomplished, nor can it be wise to allow difficulties to amass and accumulate, if they can be mastered in detail as they present themselves. The task is the education of the ear and tongue, and this can only be done by practice. To learn to understand the language when spoken, one must hear it spoken. To learn to speak it, one must speak it. It may even have its advantages if such conversation keep within the range of the pupil's knowledge. He thus feels that he ought, must, and can understand if he try. If the pupil speak to himself, both these results are attained. This he can do by studying aloud. His tongue will educate his ear and familiarize it with the new sounds, whilst the ear will correct the tongue. I assume, of course, that he is under the guidance of a teacher, in this case with attention to the teacher's pronunciation and care, and a little effort on his own part, he should soon pronounce correctly, easily, and well. By translating the exercises aloud, from 5 to 20 times, they should become as familiar to him as English. But whether translating into or from English, the foreign sentences should always be uttered aloud, clearly and distinctly. It is, of course, a drawback that in this translation aloud and alone, of the exercises, the eye should anticipate the ear in conveying the words to the brain. But when full allowance has been made for this, the gain for the pupil is still immense as compared with the silent method of study. The learner should not be satisfied with being able to translate the exercises. He should aim at being able to use his new tongue with the same ease, readiness, and fluency as his native language. At each successive translation he gains in this respect, whilst engraving his newly acquired knowledge more deeply on his memory. The exercise which the first time required 15 minutes to translate, the fifth time will probably take but 3. A chief difficulty being the education of the ear, and the time spent with the teacher being the pupil's best opportunity for this. The lesson for the pupil, so far as possible, should be aural, the exercises being spoken by the teacher to the pupil for translation, and the pupil's translation likewise being spoken. The pupil's book should be kept closed during the translation. Supposing the pupil to be studying French, the teacher would first speak the French exercise in French, the pupil translating each sentence as spoken into English. Then, taking the English exercise, the teacher should translate it aloud into French, the pupil retranslating each sentence when spoken into English. The teacher should then speak each sentence of the English exercise in English, the pupil translating each sentence in a distinct voice into French. The teacher should then translate aloud, sentence by sentence, the French exercise into English, the pupil retranslating each sentence into French. This will double the exercises, which are usually rather scanty. As we see, this part of the lesson is for the pupil exclusively aural and oral. He works through the ear and tongue only, his book being kept closed. In working alone at the preparation of his lesson, there is the disadvantage for the ear, that before the sound reaches it, the eye has conveyed the meaning to the brain. But when working with the teacher as above, this drawback is obviated. The test is indeed a more severe one than actual conversation would be. When conversing, the subject is known, and the question suggests the reply. But with disconnected sentences, no such help is forthcoming. The pupil can much hasten his own progress by varying the exercises, forming of them question and answer, changing tenses and moods of verbs, varying them so far as he can, trying how far he can make conversation out of them. This method has further the advantage of showing the pupil plainly, week by week, the progress he is making, and the remedy being in his own hands. He becomes responsible for his own failure. If he cannot translate freely and easily, when with the teacher, he cannot expect later to speak freely and naturally when he comes to engage in actual conversation with foreigners. His remedy is to translate his exercises alone until he can do so as readily as if they were English. The shyness and diffidence that so frequently accompany first attempts to converse are not experienced under this method. One reason why pupils in conversation fail to understand readily is because they do not know the verbs well, do not know their grammar, a sentence does not convey to them at once a definite meaning, and whilst engaged in puzzling out the meaning of what has already been said, cannot give their attention to what their interlocutor is just saying. I have described the manner in which on Mr. W. M. Rogers' visit in March 1891 I was led to this method.
Theoretically, it seemed to me sound, and after having since tested it practically, I do not think its merit exaggerated. In April last, 1894, a French grammar by Mr. Paul Baume was brought under my notice. Mr. Baume recommends a similar method between teacher and pupil, but omits to state how the pupil can best prepare himself for it. Mr. Baume will, I think, find the difficulties he mentions to disappear if the pupil prepare himself as I have prescribed. I have never encountered such difficulties, and attribute this to the fact that I always recommend pupils to prepare themselves by studying aloud. Mr. Baume says he has practiced his method with considerable success during 20 years. I was not very much surprised at having been partially anticipated by Mr. Baume, for while error is infinite, the truth is one. There can be only one straight line between 2 points, and this seems to me the most direct, the straightest way to the simultaneous fourfold acquirement of a language.
With a grammar like that of Otto, an expeditious mode of learning words is desirable. Perhaps the quickest is to transcribe the words to be learnt into parallel columns and covering up each column in turn, to run down them 10 or more times. Whilst doing this, the foreign words should always be pronounced aloud. The transcription impresses the spelling on the memory, and where the written alphabet differs from the English affords valuable practice. Arminius Vambery thought it a matter for congratulation when, having begun by learning 10 words daily, he was able to reach 60. The column of 20 foreign words can be mastered in about 1/4 of an hour, and I have myself done over 200 at this rate on some days, though I do not say they can be retained without repetition. Lord Dufferin says that in a work about 600 pages, there will probably be 3,000 words of which the meaning will be unknown to the student. A list should be made of them, and they can be conveniently mastered at the rate of 40 daily, and thus all learnt in 3 months. With each successive work, the process should be repeated until it becomes unnecessary. He adds that this has the advantage that, if necessary, after a long interval, by preserving such lists, the words can be relearnt with little trouble. An able Swiss authority recommends the pupil to learn from 10,000 to 12,000 words of each language, dividing them into 3 or 4 classes according to their usefulness or frequency of occurrence. He recommends their periodical repetition. Ascher's German correspondent and Buch Acrossi in the Echo de Madrid recommend the translation of a good idiomatic work into English and its translation into the language of the original, carefully comparing such translation with the original and noting mistakes. With the teacher, such translation may be made by word of mouth, the teacher translating into English and the pupil retranslating each sentence when uttered into the language of the original. Another method is to read and translate some idiomatic foreign work. At the end of the paragraph, the teacher forms questions from each sentence to which the pupil replies. So soon as able, the pupil in turn questions. This, I believe, substantially the old Robertsonian method. The pupil can prepare his lesson by framing both question and answer himself. It is excellent drill. Good practice in speaking is also to be obtained by the pupil's narrating to the teacher in the language of the original the contents of each paragraph. He need not, of course, attempt to recite by heart the words of the text, but merely repeat the sense. Mr. Chardinal recommends the pupil to translate mentally an increasing number of sentences daily and to repeat them as frequent as possible during the day. The sentences should illustrate important rules. His object is to induce mental work, personal labor on the part of the pupil. Arminius Vambery's method was to enter into imaginary conversation with himself. All methods which concurrently with grammar mean practice or induce it are good. This is the pith and secret of all successful systems. Practice with method, often, much, and aloud, but by all means master the grammar as quickly and thoroughly as possible, while grammar guides and illumines practice. Dr. Abercrombie, in his work Intellectual Powers, chapter Memory, says the depth, the permanence of an impression on the mind depends upon the distinctness of the perception, the intensity with which it is contemplated, the length of time during which it is kept before the mind, the impression being very much strengthened by being repeatedly brought before the mind. This labor must be a voluntary act on the part of the individual. He adds, the habit of listless activity should be carefully guarded against by the young, and the utmost care should be taken to cultivate the opposite, namely, of directing the mind intensely to whatever comes before it in reading or observation. This may be considered as forming the foundation of a sound intellectual character. Lord Macaulay attributed his marvelous memory to a very simple method, adopted when a boy. When reading, at the bottom of each page, he required himself to give an account of its contents. At the outset, said he needed to reperuse the page 3 or 4 times, but he ended by being able almost to recite a book from beginning to end after having once read it through. This is also the essential feature recommended by Dr. Abercrombie in his Intellectual Powers, chapter on memory. Such a method of summarizing each letter, order, invoice, or conversation at its close would also give good results to the merchant, clerk, or traveler, both in leaving a clear impression and in strengthening the memory. It certainly seems to me an excellent way for mastering the rules, and would admit of their recapitulation each time the exercises are gone through. Reading aloud is also an excellent practice. It improves the pronunciation and trains or keeps the ear in practice. Its benefit is not to be measured by what is retained by the memory. It confers also a benefit similar to that which is derived from a course of arithmetic. Grammatical peculiarities may be noted at the end of the book and the page added. As the limbs are invigorated and strengthened by suitable exercise, so the powers of the mind are strengthened and developed by following a great mind at its best, following its train of thought, of reason. Mr. John Cryer, in his School Board Electioneering Address, 1894, ranges promising pupils in the order of workers, plodders, and bright ones. The last are frequently overrated, the memory more quick than retentive. We guonen, so's ronen, lightly come, lightly go. Mere quickness may prove a will-o'-the-wisp, and may be peculiar to one subject, but the capacity for patient, honest, painstaking work is a vastly more valuable quality, which can be applied with fair success to any pursuit. It gives earnest of the sense of duty, of responsibility, and that capacity for self-sacrifice, which peculiarly fit and qualify their possessor for positions of trust and responsibility. It is a pledge that the amount of labor will be forthcoming to render equal to the position. Practice makes perfect, says the proverb. Habit becomes second nature, and the facility and aptitude which nature sometimes bestows as a free gift can be acquired at the cost of application and diligence. Whilst mastering the first language, the pupil is also learning how to learn languages. Each successive one becomes more easy. Let the pupil make it a rule always to do his best. He will naturally take a pride and a pleasure in work well done, and by continually striving and studying to do better, he cannot fail to improve in it. This is the road to honest success, to happiness, and to self-improvement. This will continually enlarge his capabilities and strengthen his natural powers, and, even if he fail in accomplishing all he aimed at, there can be no better consolation than that of knowing that he has nothing to reproach himself with, that he has manfully done his best, and that he is the better for the effort. In their desire to disparage and discredit the already existing system of learning foreign languages by means of a grammar, the exponents of the "natural method" and "method of nature" choose to ignore the existence of the large number of linguists who have acquired their knowledge through a grammar. Mr. Gawain is of the opinion that one can learn a language perfectly in 900 hours, or 300 lessons of 3 hours each. One can know enough French to feel at home in France, to understand what is said in street, café, or railway, to read a French newspaper with ease, and to talk French with a French accent in 6 months' lessons of 2 hours each, 5 days per week. Most teachers, under the grammatical method, have to achieve success or make the best of one lesson of 1 hour weekly. This is 1/15 or 1/10 of the time per week mentioned by Mr. Gawain. The saving of time shown by the grammatical method is due to generalization. It distributes words into classes, defines the laws or rules that govern their use, and regulates the construction of sentences. Sentences are thus taught in groups and not singly. The pupil learns to construct sentences, and does not simply learn by heart to repeat them. He can thus supply himself at will with an infinite number. If he fail thus to apply his knowledge, only his own lack of diligence is in fault. The writer first commenced the study of languages nearly 40 years ago, and during this time he has spent nearly 20 years abroad, in various foreign countries. But he never met with a case where a pupil had continuously, daily, earnestly, and honestly devoted 1/4 of the time mentioned by Mr. Gawain to the study of a good grammar of a foreign language, who could reasonably complain of failure, nor indeed a shorter space of time applied under the same conditions, which did not meet with a proportionate measure of success. The titles of the new methods have been adroitly chosen. They claim to be those of nature, and by implication stigmatize the grammatical method as unnatural. They profess that they teach a foreign language as a child learns to speak its mother tongue. A very high classical authority coupled ratio et oratio, reason and speech, as complements, and indubitably speech can only improve and develop as the mind unfolds and matures. Those who adopt the new method appear to think the limitations imposed by the immature child's mind worthy of imitation when dealing with the riper adult. Rule of thumb has the advantage that being born and acquired by practice, it can be applied and put into practice, but it is certainly rather late in the day to revert to it in the acquirement of languages. We have had some experience of rule of thumb in this town. The grammatical methods of teaching languages are those of teaching any science in a thorough manner. They classify the various parts of speech for the purpose of reducing them to rule. These are studied in detail, and the rule defines the conditions and limitations under which they can be used in construction. This rule teaches us how we can correctly form thousands of sentences on the model of one, instead of regarding each as so many distinct phenomena. One grammarian, Lenny, 47th edition, defines grammar as the art of speaking and writing the English language with propriety. I venture to say that in dealing with a foreign language one cannot express oneself with accuracy, nay, one cannot be confident of expressing one's own meaning at all without a grammatical knowledge of it. But of course speech means practice, and no amount of theory can become a substitute for this. Mr. Gawain was a youthful unmarried student of Caen University, distinguished by a capacious but not very retentive memory. He was sent by the professors to attend lecture at Berlin University and Hamburg and proceeded to master German. He learnt the German grammar in 10 days, but being unable to understand the lectures, he learns the 1,000 German roots in 4 days, and again tries the lecture room with the same ill success. He then decided to learn the German dictionary by heart, and did so in 1 month, but on again attending the lecture room, he was still unable to understand. He passed 10 months in similar efforts, and states that on one occasion he attended the lectures for a whole week without understanding a single sentence. He subsequently states that his previous 10 months' work, so far from being useful to him in a new effort, was detrimental. He had a wrong pronunciation, and there was not a single verb in the whole language to which he did not attribute a meaning other than the true one. He had to unlearn, then relearn. After 10 months' labor, he returned to France unsuccessful. Under a teacher's guidance, with much less labor, he would have achieved an unqualified success. By observing a young nephew of 4 years, he is led to his present method. He returns to Germany, puts it into practice, and is speedily and eminently successful. He banishes dictionary, grammar, roots, Ollendorff, and Robertson. Mr. Gawain appears to have thought that since a language is made up of grammatical rules and words, it was only necessary to commit them to memory to have mastered the language. His mistake was that of the person who should suppose that since strength is derived from food, the more food he swallows, the stronger he becomes. He exceeded his capacity of mental digestion and assimilation. Another cause of Mr. Gawain's failure was that of supposing that a knowledge of the theory carries with it the ability to practice. Mr. Gawain states that his memory was in his eye, not in his ear, and that of a month's interruption of his labors, proceeding from disease of sight brought on by overwork, was sufficient to efface from his memory grammar, dictionary, all previously learned. Dickens' Yorkshire schoolmaster, Mr. Squeers, recognized that knowledge acquired ought speedily to be put into practice. Mr. Gawain would have found in Paris many young Frenchmen engaged in commercial pursuits who speak Italian or Spanish or Portuguese, and even English or German well, who have never been in any country where these languages are spoken. This was the case so far back as 1866. Professor Blackie says that after 5 months in Germany, he knew German as well as his mother tongue. He attended professors' lectures, took regular lessons in German. He added to this the textbook used by professor, daily intercourse with students, and the constant reading of easy German books. By this combination of social intercourse, primary training of the ear, and secondary use of relative books, both in reading and writing, he spoke German like English in 5 months. Memory depends upon force of original impression and frequency of repetition. He says that at the university pupils did not learn to speak Latin. A new professor came who spoke it, made a speech in it, and called upon the pupils to reply. Blackie was the only one who ventured to do so, and had learnt by spouting Latin speeches of Cicero, etc. in his room. He used Italian vowels. Dr. Haynes says it is impossible to learn a language by the translation of disconnected sentences, referring to the usual exercises of the grammatical methods, and by learning lists of words. The sentences are only disconnected in that they do not always form question and answer, but this the student can easily and profitably remedy. Besides, all speech is not dialogue. They are no more disconnected than are so many soldiers of a regiment, moving at the impulse of one mind, and marching to the attainment of one object. The connection is that all the soldiers act in unison in execution of the command of their officers. The connection between the so-called disconnected sentences is that they had been selected to illustrate and inculcate the rule under study. This is the true connection that unites and harmonizes them all, that each leads the pupil directly to the attainment of his object, the mastery of the rule. The illusory connection of some insipid narrative is only delusive. What can a method be which, from the beginning, excludes the mother tongue of the pupil, when he knows no other? It is necessarily confined to dumb show and practice. It is no more to be compared for thoroughness to the grammatical method than would be instruction in weaving by a weaver, with the instruction of master of the technical school in constructing a piece. Doubtless a person can learn to weave a piece in a factory, but no one will compare such an acquirement with the course of instruction in manufacturing in the construction of a piece imparted at the technical school under the guidance of Mr. Ashenhurst's textbooks. Grammar in the study of language is such a textbook. It imparts order and method to the study. We have suffered from the divorce and the disassociation of theory and practice. Until recently, our universities, or seats of learning, catered only for the aristocracy, the landowning class, and the clergy. Science was neglected. Originating in the natural advantages of an abundant supply of easy-worked coal and iron, an extensive coastline, and a favorable geographical situation, we had achieved an undeniable preeminence in industry and manufactures, which was supported by abundant cheap capital and a spirit of enterprise. It was backed by workmen possessed of natural ability, and such skills as practice and highly subdivided labor can impart. All this was found insufficient to enable us to hold our own. Our supremacy was passing away, and when the cause of our inability to maintain it was investigated, our deficiency was declared to be the lack of systematized higher education. Public spirit founded our technical schools to supply the remedy, and they have been found effective. Owing to the neglect of modern languages by our universities and a system of higher education which took no cognizance of industrial needs, we were amongst the most backward in this branch of study. But when the interest was aroused, our grammars were largely borrowed from our more successful competitors, from those who excelled as much in modern languages as we ourselves in industry. They were often the work of foreign specialists and experts. They are the very instruments of success used by our most successful rivals. How then can they be inadequate? Translation has put us into possession of the best works used by our foreign rivals, and if we are less successful than they, it is due, as a Swiss correspondent of the Manchester Guardian recently stated, not to the superior aptitude but the superior application of the foreigner. He is less sensible to the attractions of football and our outdoor sports, or at least they are not of such an all-absorbing, irresistible temptation. With the mother tongue compounded of the Teutonic and Romanic languages, no other people than the British enjoys such a natural facility for acquiring both the German and French and their sister tongues. In 1893, the Scottish Education Department issued a report to the Lords of the Committee of Council on Education for Scotland by Professor Herbert A. Strong, LL.D., on Methods of Teaching Modern Languages in Belgium. Belgium was selected as a field for investigation, says Professor Strong, because from force of circumstances it has paid particular attention to this branch of instruction, the necessity of learning modern languages being there felt much more strongly than in Britain. It is a small country, thickly populated, with an extensive commerce, for which, as well as for its literature, it is compelled to look to countries larger than itself. It embraces 3 languages within its borders: Flemish, spoken by more than 3 millions, Walloon by over 2 millions, and French, the language of literature and commerce. In the primary schools, French, the language of their literature and commerce, is studied 6 years. Every child must study 1 language besides its mother tongue. This is compulsory. It is understood it is no part of the duties of the primary school to teach the literature of a language. In the Atheniese or secondary schools, French or Flemish compulsory courses comprise 6 lessons a week during first 2 years, and 3 lessons per week in following years. The degree of proficiency of the pupils is also stated, page 17. In these schools, the method of teaching from objects is not anti, but simply ante-grammatical, as is apparent from the classes in which the 2 methods are respectively in use. In the 2 lowest classes of a primary school, ignorance of their own language and their unripe mental powers would not admit of children of such tender age learning otherwise than from objects. End of The Aural System by Anonymous. Recording by Travis Hammond, inside of the Sierra Nevadas.
An Attempt Towards an International Language. Part 1 by L. Zamenhof. Translated by Henry Phillips Jr. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4. Read by Nicholas James Bridgewater. First problem. My solution of the first problem is as follows. A. I have manipulated the grammar until its forms have reached a simplicity hitherto unheard of, preserving, however, in part, the spirit that pervades the grammars of living tongues, so that its study can be facilitated, and yet that it should in no wise be deprived of clearness, pliability, and exactitude. The entire grammar of my language can be learned perfectly in 1 hour. It can easily be seen how the simplicity of such a grammar will facilitate the study of a language. B. I have created rules for the formation of the words, and by this means I have reduced enormously the quantity of words needful to be learnt, yet without depriving the speech of its richness. On the contrary, I make it still more copious than any of the mother tongues, on account of the ease with which, from any one word, any quantity of others can be formed, so as to express every possible shade of thought. This I do by means of prefixes and suffixes, by whose aid, at will, infinite new words can be created, thus doing away with the necessity of learning each word by itself. For convenience sake, I have given these prefixes and suffixes the signification of independent words, and as such have inserted them in my vocabulary. Example number 1. The prefix mal signifies the reverse of the word to which it is attached. For example, if we know that bona means good, it follows that malbona means bad. So one word instead of 2 will express the 2 ideas of goodness and badness. Alta, high. Malalta, low. Estimi, to esteem. Malestimi, to despise or ill esteem. Dura, hard. Maldura, soft. Froida, cold. Malfroida, warm, etc., etc. Example number 2. The suffix in indicates the feminine, thus frato, brother, fratino, sister, patro, father, patrino, mother, etc., etc. Example number 3. The suffix il indicates the instrument for an action, thus tranchi, to cut, tranchilo, that which cuts, a knife, etc., etc. I have made a general rule that such words as have already become international, that is, the foreign element, do not undergo any change in my language, only in spelling. So there are many words we do not need to learn as we already know them. For example, Adam, botany, comedy, disinfect, doctor, emancipate, form, figure, locomotive, monopoly, news, platina, police, telegraph, temperature, theatre, wagon, etc., etc. By means of these rules and certain inherent properties of my language, its study is extremely simple. With 900 words learned, one has learned it from top to bottom, and these 900 words embrace all the grammatical forms as well as all suffixes and prefixes. With this small supply of words, anyone, without any especial talent or capacity, and even without any operation of the intellect, by aid of the rules, can create all the other words and phrases that are necessary for daily life. Nay more, these 900 words are so chosen that anyone with even the slightest amount of education can learn them with an extreme facility. So the study of this language, rich, harmonious, comprehensible by the whole world, of which the reason will be shown later on, does not demand, like some other tongues, the devotion of years. Indeed, to learn it thoroughly is but the work of a few days. Second problem. The second problem I have arranged as follows. A. I have introduced a complete disarticulation of ideas into independent words, so that the language comprises, in place of words submitted to grammatical forms, only such as are invariable. Take a book written in this language, and you will find that every word reappears always under the same and only guise, which is exactly that by which it is to be found in the dictionary. All the different grammatical forms, all the mutual relations of words among themselves, are expressed by the union of invariable words. But as such a construction of languages is entirely foreign to European nations, speaking Aryan tongues, translator, and difficult to acquire, I have adapted this disarticulation to accord with their languages, so that anyone, even one who has not read this manual, or even this preface, not at all indispensable for the study of my language, will find no difference in structure between my invention and his own mother tongue. For example, let us take the word fratino. This is really composed of three words: frat, brother; in, feminine; o, that which is or exists. So the literal translation would be that which is a female brother. The root word is frat. O is the termination of substantives in the nominative case, from which arises the word frato. To form the feminine, the suffix in is added to the root and placed before the case ending. The commas, footnotes, in the vocabulary, etc., the translator has used the hyphen to disarticulate the words, believing it less liable to lead to error than the comma, are used to show the manner in which the word has been put together, thus facilitating its being found in the dictionary. So no trouble is given to the learner as far as the disarticulation of words is concerned. He has no notion that what he calls suffix or affix are really independent words of invariable signification, whether at the beginning, end, or middle of other words. That each of these particles can be employed independently, either as a root or as a grammatical form. From this it results that everything written in the international language can be immediately comprehended in every precise shade of meaning, with or without the aid of a dictionary, not only by those who have no preliminary knowledge of its grammar, but even by those who have never heard of its existence. Footnote: the translator wrote a letter in this language to a young friend who had previously never seen nor heard of it, enclosing the printed vocabulary. He received an answer in the same tongue with no other aid. This was a crucial test. End footnote. For example, suppose I am in England, and although entirely ignorant of the language, yet am obliged to interrogate someone. I write down the following words: Mi ne scias kie mi lasis la bastonon. Ĉu vi ĝin ne vidis? I hand this to him with the International Dictionary and show him the first page, wherein is printed: all that is written in the international tongue can be understood by the aid of the vocabulary. When words are joined together to express a single notion, their component particles are separated by a comma. Thus, fratino, although having but one meaning, is composed of 3 words, each of which is to be sought for separately. No doubt at first the person addressed, if he has never heard of my invention, will favour me with a broad stare. Then, taking the paper on which I have written, he will institute a hunt in the dictionary with the following results: mi, I, ne, not, scias, sci, no, as, the present indicative in verbs, no, kie, where, mi, I, lasis, las, leave, is, in the past indicative in verbs, la, the, bastonon, baston, stick, o indicates a substantive, n is the accusative ending, chu is an interrogative particle, vi, you, ĝin, g, it, n accusative case, ne, not, vidis, vid, to see, is, the past indicative. And so the Englishman will easily comprehend the remark: I don't know where I have left the stick. Have you not seen it? If he wish to answer, I give him an English international vocabulary, at the beginning of which is printed: if you desire to express anything in the international language, use this dictionary, in which you will look for the words. For the terminations designating the grammatical forms, consult the appendix concerning the grammar. In this supplement, the rules are but of a few lines each, and so the finding of the proper grammatical forms will consume no more time than the hunting up of a word in the dictionary. This matter, apparently so simple, is yet one of prime importance in a practical point of view. It is an evident matter that no one can make himself understood in a foreign language which he has never studied, even with the help of the best dictionary. To use a dictionary, we must know more or less of the language. To find a desired word, we must know its root, yet in speech and writing, almost every word is subject to a grammatical change, after which it has undergone so much variation from its original form that it recalls little or nothing of its pristine condition. Often to roots are joined prefixes and suffixes, changing their appearance and signification, so that without a previous knowledge of the language, none of these words, as they stand, can be found in the dictionary, and if found, will either fail to give an exact rendering of the phrase, or else an erroneous one. Take, for example, the phrase I have already given and put into German. Ich weiß nicht, wo ich den Stock gelassen habe. Haben Sie ihn nicht gesehen? Take the dictionary and hunt up the words. This will be the result of your investigations. I white, not where, I story, cane, cold-blooded, property, to have, she, they, you, not, Here the marks of interrogation stand for grammatical forms not usually to be found in dictionaries. I lay great stress on the fact of the usual vast size of dictionaries of the most common languages, in which after hunting for 2 or 3 words one becomes tired. According to the method of disarticulation that I have introduced, my dictionary is very small and portable. Indeed, in most languages, after having found the word in the dictionary, it becomes a question as to which one of its significations is the correct one to be used in the present instance, and the result is almost determined by chance. Even if one could conceive of a grammar of the utmost simplicity, with an unchangeable signification for each and every word, yet it would certainly be the case that for the person to whom you speak or write, to comprehend your meaning by the aid of a dictionary, he must have a preliminary knowledge of the grammar of the language, and be sufficiently versed in its mode of conveying thought to be able to distinguish the root words from those altered by grammatical forms. What advantage could be derived from such a language would depend upon the number of people conversant with it, and if there were none, its utility would be represented by 0. For example, if you are in a railway carriage and you want to find out from your neighbour, how long shall we remain at N? It seems unnatural to ask him, in order to comprehend you, that he must learn the grammar of your language. In the international language you can be understood by everyone you meet, not only if it be unfamiliar to him, but even if he had never previously heard of its existence. A book written in it can be read by anyone without the least preliminary preparation, and without even having read any preface to explain how the vocabulary is to be used. Indeed, any person of ordinary education can read the language at first sight without even needing a dictionary. Desiring to write to a Spaniard at Madrid, but not knowing his language, and he being ignorant of yours, can you risk using the international language, whether it be familiar to him or not, or even if it be totally unheard of? You can do so with the certainty that he cannot possibly fail to comprehend you. The complete dictionary of the words necessary for everyday life, thanks to the method of construction of my language, can be comprised on a single sheet of paper, which can be readily slipped into an ordinary envelope, so there is nothing to do but to write your letter in my language and enclose the vocabulary in Spanish, a matter of a few coppers, and the addressee can certainly make out your letter, for you not only send him a dictionary, but clear and complete instructions how to use it. In it will be found sufficient words for usual purposes, and the method of formation of new words will serve as a model for all others that may be desired. Technical and foreign words will not appear in the vocabulary, as they can be easily replaced. B. Thanks to the construction of the language, I therefore can communicate with anyone I choose, the sole inconvenience being that, until the tongue has become generally known, I must await the process of each phrase being analysed. In order to obviate this as much as possible, I have chosen my stock of words, not at hazard, nor by creation, but have selected words already known to the whole world. Thus such words as are employed indifferently by most civilized peoples I have retained without change. If they sound differently in different languages, I have chosen those already common to 2 or 3 of the most important modern European nations, or those that, although they belong only to one language, yet have a diffused currency. Where the sound varies, I have endeavoured to find one that could be recognized by various peoples. Thus, proche may mean differently in several languages. I therefore return to the Latin proximus, which, more or less altered, appears in the modern tongue and form from it the word proxim, which can surely be comprehended by every person of a liberal education. In other cases I have taken Latin words bodily, as it has been an almost international tongue for a long period. My only exceptions to this rule have been to avoid cacophony, to simply orthography, or to avoid homonyms. I am sure that in corresponding with an European of medium education, ignorant of the international language, I should certainly not only be understood, but that he would find all he needed in the vocabulary with very little trouble. Third problem. I have finished the analysis of the principal properties of my language. I have demonstrated the advantages it presents to those who shall learn it. I have proved that its success in no wise depends upon the interest that society at large may take in it, that it can with justice be called an international language, even if no one cares to hear it spoken of, that in fact it gives to everyone who learns it the possibility of being understood by any stranger of whatever nationality, provided he can read and write. But my language has still another object. To be international does not suffice. It would be universal. It would like to arrive at that point when it could be spoken fluently by the majority of mankind. To reckon upon the support of the public to reach this end would be to erect an edifice upon a vacillating and fantastic basis. For the public, as a rule, likes that which is already in existence, and is slow to lend a hand to establish any new thing. So I cast about to find out some means of attaining my object, independently of the public support. One method is by an universal suffrage. If everyone who reads my book would carefully reflect upon what I have already stated, he could not fail to reach the conclusion that the study of the international language presents incontestable advantages, and would richly reward the very little trouble its acquisition would cost him. Then could I hope that from the very outset my invention would be equipped with a goodly number of adherents. But I prefer to be prepared for the very worst rather than bolster myself up with false hopes and too optimistic anticipations. I suppose that at first but very few persons will find so marked an advantage from the acquisition of this language that they will be willing to waste over it even 1 hour of their time, that the great bulk of my readers will give little or no attention to my work, and not readily make up their minds to enter upon its study. Some may think it will not pay them for their trouble, others may fear to be considered as visionaries, a reproach that in our days most people look on as being a disgrace, and of which, more than anything else, they stand in dread. What shall be done then to encourage this vast mass of indifferent and undecided people to give them an impetus to study this new language? If our looks could penetrate into the souls of these lukewarm persons, no doubt we should behold the following: that while on general principles there is no one opposed to the introduction of an international language, but on the contrary would be greatly pleased with it, yet each one wants this great change to be effected without the least inconvenience or sacrifice on his part, that all of a sudden he should awaken some fine morning and find the whole wide world speaking this new tongue. Were this so, then the most indifferent would haste to master it, because to be deterred by the slight labour of learning a language which possesses so many excellent qualities and is already known by the vast majority of the world would be but a big piece of childishness. Desirous of offering the public a work already finished, and through which, without the faintest effort or sacrifice on anyone's part, the desired result could be achieved, as above set forth, I have made the following arrangement. The present pamphlet will be sent to all parts of the world, and I only ask that each reader into whose hands it may fall, instead of giving time or money to the furtherance of my project, will take his pen in hand and sign one of the blank forms that will be found at the end of this work. These blanks mean as follows: I, the subscriber, promise to learn the international language invented by Dr. Esperanto, if it be shown that 10 millions of persons have given publicly the same promise. On the reverse, the subscriber shall sign clearly his name and address. If there be any who have objections to urge against the principles of my invention, let them return to me the blank with their views, and the word contrao written over its face. If there be those who are willing to learn the language, independent of others making the same promise, let them return it with the words sen condice, unconditionally, similarly inscribed. This mere act of signing demands no effort, calls for no sacrifice, and binds to nothing in case the undertaking should fail. Nothing except to learn the language when 10 millions of others have learnt it. This is very clearly no sacrifice, but only a very simple action, accelerating the fulfillment of the ideal. Every signature gained is a step towards the realization of one of the highest dreams of humanity, without the slightest discomfort on the part of those who make the promise. When the number of those who promise reaches 10 millions, a book will be issued containing all their names and addresses, and the day after its appearance the problem will have been solved. Since the mere signing of this blank form, although tending towards the realization of a sublime ideal, demands of the subscriber no sacrifice, moral or material, and in no way troubles or incommodes him, it is hoped that no refusals shall take place. Indeed, under the circumstances, to refuse would not be simply a mere negligence, it would be to commit a real sin against humanity itself, and an intentional hindrance to the development of this lofty ideal. But I hope that, for the honour of mankind, very few people can be found who, for petty and insufficient reasons, would block the road to an invention so pregnant with fateful results to the entire globe. If objections exist to the mould in which I have cast the international language, I trust that I shall be fully apprised of them. It is the duty of all persons, of all ages, conditions, sexes, to contribute thus towards its success. As the filling up of one of my blanks will take but a few seconds of time, and the expense of a letter to me can be but a mere trifle. For those into whose hands this work may fall, there can be no excuse for a failure to respond to my reasonings, whether by adhesion to my plan or by contradictory arguments. No one can avail himself by the excuse, "I did not know" of its importance. I therefore respectfully ask that editors shall give my ideas the utmost publicity, and that the general public shall know my claims. Such is the general notion of my invention, and I am far from believing that it is so perfect that it cannot be surpassed, amended, or improved. But according to my idea, it is the best form of an international tongue, and I delayed until I had satisfactorily solved the three problems before I presented it to the public judgment. I am but a mortal, and may easily fall into error, even an unpardonable one. I might omit some element of most extreme importance or advantage. I have therefore decided, before publishing a complete dictionary, issuing a newspaper, etc., to submit, for the space of 1 year, my plans to the world at large, in the hope that men of letters would give me their views upon my proposal, sending me in writing their objection, if any, and their suggestions for its amelioration. I shall be very grateful for such action, accepting with gratitude all suggestions, and utilizing such as may not be contradictory to the fundamental principles of my language and the facilities it affords for international relations. After all these suggestions have been pondered over and the last changes made, the language will then take on its permanent and definite form. But even if these changes do not entirely give satisfaction, it must be remembered that the language is not entirely finished, but that while the author no longer will have any say in the matter, an academy yet to be constituted will have plenary powers. I now confide to the kindly disposed public this labour that has cost me so much thought, time, and trouble, in the hope that every one to whom the welfare of humanity is dear will afford to my project every possible assistance. Each one can tell, according to his surroundings, in what way he can be useful. I only must insist on the utmost utility of a full vote being obtained. Let everyone do what he can, and before long we shall have arrived at the ideal so long the vision of the learned, a language common to the whole human race. End of the first part. End of An Attempt Towards an International Language, Part 1, by L.L. Zamenhof, translated by Henry Phillips Jr. Recording by Nicholas James Bridgewater. Recorded in Oxford, England.
How to Write Clearly. Rules and Exercises on English Composition by Reverend Edwin A. Abbott. Read for the LibriVox Language Learning Collection, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Asha Elizabeth Pramod. Preface. Almost every English boy can be taught to write clearly, so far at least as clearness depends upon the arrangement of words. Force, elegance, and variety of style are more difficult to teach, and far more difficult to learn, but clear writing can be reduced to rules. To teach the art of writing clearly is the main object of these rules and exercises. Ambiguity may arise, not only from bad arrangement, but also from other causes, from the misuse of single words and from confused thought. These causes are not removable by definite rules, and therefore, though not neglected, are not prominently considered in this book. My object rather is to point out some few continually recurring causes of ambiguity and to suggest definite remedies in each case. Speeches in Parliament, newspaper narratives and articles, and above all resolutions at public meetings, furnish abundant instances of obscurity arising from the monotonous neglect of some dozen simple rules. The art of writing forcibly is, of course, a valuable acquisition, almost as valuable as the art of writing clearly. But forcible expression is not, like clear expression, a mere question of mechanism and of the manipulation of words. It is a much higher power and implies much more. Writing clearly does not imply thinking clearly. A man may think and reason as obscurely as Dogberry himself, but he may, though it is not probable that he will, be able to write clearly for all that. Writing clearly, so far as arrangement of words is concerned, is a mere matter of adverbs, conjunctions, prepositions, and auxiliary verbs, placed and repeated according to definite rules. Footnote: punctuation is fully discussed in most English grammars and is therefore referred to in this book only so far as is necessary to point out the slovenly fault of trusting too much to punctuation and too little to arrangement. Even obscure or illogical thought can be clearly expressed. Indeed, the transparent medium of clear writing is not least beneficial when it reveals the illogical nature of the meaning beneath it. On the other hand, if a man is to write forcibly, he must, to use a well-known illustration, describe Jerusalem as sown with salt, not as captured, and the Jews not as being subdued, but as almost exterminated by Titus. But what does this imply? It implies knowledge, and very often a great deal of knowledge. And it implies also a vivid imagination. The writer must have eyes to see the vivid side of everything, as well as words to describe what he sees. Hence, forcible writing, and of course tasteful writing also, is far less a matter of rules than is clear writing. And hence, though forcible writing is exemplified in the exercises, clear writing occupies most of the space devoted to the rules. Boys who are studying Latin and Greek stand in especial need of help to enable them to write a long English sentence clearly. The periods of Thucydides and Cicero are not easily rendered into an idiom without some knowledge of the links that connect an English sentence. There is scarcely any better training, rhetorical as well as logical, than the task of construing Thucydides into genuine English. But the flat, vague, long-winded Greek English and Latin English imposture that is often tolerated in our examinations and is allowed to pass current for genuine English diminishes instead of increasing the power that our pupils should possess over their native language. By getting marks at school and college for construing good Greek and Latin into bad English, our pupils systematically unlearn what they may have been allowed to pick up from Milton and from Shakespeare. I must acknowledge very large obligations to Professor Bain's treatise on English conversation and rhetoric, and also to his English grammar. I have not always been able to agree with Professor Bain as to matters of taste, but I find it difficult to express my admiration for the systematic thoroughness and suggestiveness of his book on composition. In particular, Professor Bain's rule on the use of that and which, see Rule 8, deserves to be better known. Footnote: before meeting with Professor Bain's rule, I had shown that the difference between the relatives is generally observed by Shakespeare. See Shakespearean Grammar, paragraphs 259. The ambiguity produced by the confusion between these two forms of the relative is not a mere fiction of pedants. It is practically serious. Take, for instance, the following sentence, which appeared lately in one of our ablest weekly periodicals. There are a good many radical members in the House who cannot forgive the Prime Minister for being a Christian. 20 years hence, who is to say whether the meaning is, and they, that is all the radical members in the House, or There are a good many radical members of the House that cannot, etc. Professor Bain, apparently admitting no exceptions to his useful rule, amends many sentences in a manner that seems to me intolerably harsh. Therefore, while laying due stress on the utility of the rule, I have endeavoured to point out and explain the exceptions. The rules are stated as briefly as possible and are intended not so much for use by themselves as for reference while the pupil is working at the exercises. Consequently, there is no attempt to prove the rules by accumulations of examples. The few examples that are given not to prove but to illustrate the rules. The exercises are intended to be written out and revised as exercises usually are, but they may also be used for viva voce instruction. The books being shut, the pupils, with their written exercises before them, may be questioned as to the reasons for the several alterations they have made. Experienced teachers will not require any explanation of the arrangement, or rather non-arrangement of the exercises. They have been purposely mixed together, unclassified, to prevent the pupil from relying upon anything but his own common sense and industry, to show him what is the fault in each case, and how it is to be amended. Besides reference to the rules, notes are attached to each sentence so that the exercises ought not to present any difficulty to a painstaking boy of 12 or 13, provided he has first been fairly trained in English grammar. The continuous extracts present rather more difficulty, and are intended for boys somewhat older than those for whom the exercises are intended. The attempt to modernize and clarify, so to speak, the style of Burnet, Clarendon, and Bishop Butler may appear ambitious and perhaps requires some explanation. Footnote: Sir Archibald Alison stands on a very different footing. The extracts from this author are intended to exhibit the dangers of verbosity and exaggeration. My object has of course not been to improve upon the style of these authors, but to show how their meaning might be expressed more clearly in modern English. The charm of the style is necessarily lost, but if the loss is recognized both by the teacher and pupil, there is nothing, in my opinion, to counterbalance the obvious utility of such exercises. Professor Bain speaks to the same effect. English Composition and Rhetoric, page 7. For an English exercise, the matter should in some way or other be supplied, and the pupil disciplined in giving it expression. I know of no better method than to prescribe passages containing good matter, but in some respects imperfectly worded, to be amended according to the laws and the properties of style. Our older writers might be extensively, though not exclusively, drawn upon for this purpose. To some of the friends whose help has been already acknowledged in English lessons for English people, I am indebted for further help in revising these pages. I desire to express especial obligations to the Reverend J. H. Lupton, late Fellow of St. John's College, Cambridge, and the second Master of St. Paul's School, for copious and valuable suggestions. Also to several of my colleagues at the City of London School, among whom I must mention in particular the Reverend A. R. Wardy, Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge. Before electrotyping the fourth and revised edition, I wish to say one word as to the manner in which this book has been used by my highest class as a collection of rules for reference in their construing lessons. In construing from Thucydides especially, I have found rules 5, 30, 34, 36, 37, and 40a of great use. The rules about metaphor and climax have also been useful in correcting faults of taste in their Latin and Greek compositions. I have hopes that used in this way, this little book may be of service to the highest as well as to the middle classes of our schools. End of Preface of How to Write Clearly, Rules and Exercises on English Conversation by Reverend Edwin A. Abbott. Recording by Asha Elizabeth Pramod.